Chapter 573. Insane Slapping. _5. Sure. Li Ronghua nodded. Sister Ronghua, you call Wenhua by his name, you can call me Ziqin too. Su Ziqin continued. Seeing Su Ziqin being so gentle, Li Ronghua relaxed quite a bit. What does she have to feel inferior about? Although she didn't go to college, but her boyfriend did, didn't he? The three of them walked out of the train station together. Zhou Wenhua handed their luggage to Li Ronghua. You go to my house by bike alone. We will go by taxi. Wenhua, I can take you on my bike. Li Ronghua hadn't grasped what was happening yet. Zhou Wenhua followed up with, Ziqin is also going. Oh, I see. Li Ronghua finally understood and gave Zhou Wenhua a knowing glance. Zhou Wenhua, who had been with Li Ronghua for such a long time, still had some mutual understanding. He walked over to Li Ronghua and impatiently said, What's wrong? Li Ronghua pulled Zhou Wenhua aside and whispered, Wenhua, do you have money for the taxi? How embarrassing it would be to ride with a female classmate and not have money. I have money. Stop worrying about me. Zhou Wenhua hated her bearing the look of offering alms. Perhaps he had forgotten that the money for the trip to Guangguan was quietly provided by Li Ronghua. Without Li Ronghua, he might not even have money for a repeater tuition. Wenhua, I know you're worried about me not having money to spend. Rest assured, I have money. Li Ronghua stuffed a big yuan note into Zhou Wenhua's pocket. Anger was evident in Zhou Wenhua's eyes. Right at this moment, Su Ziqin picked up a suitcase and spoke up, Wenhua, I just remembered, my mom is awaiting my return home. They'll have to visit your place next time. Having said that, Su Ziqin turned around with her suitcase and left. Zhou Wenhua instantly chased after her, Ziqin. Su Ziqin looked back and said, Wenhua, go home with Sister Ronghua first. I'm fine, I can visit your home at any time during the summer vacation. But I hope you can handle things with Sister Ronghua soon. So, I'll be off. With no choice left, Zhou Wenhua had to let Su Ziqin leave first. Li Ronghua caught up from behind. Strange. Why did Ziqin leave? Zhou Wenhua frowned. This is all because of you. If not for Li Ronghua, would Su Ziqin have left? Li Ronghua immediately apologized. I'm sorry, Wenhua, I embarrassed you in front of your classmate, I promise. This will never happen again. Zhou Wenhua also greatly disliked Li Ronghua's groveling attitude. Such lowliness is inherent to people of her status. They can never elevate their position. Let's go. Zhou Wenhua strode forward. Li Ronghua quickly matched his pace. Zhou Wenhua's home was located in the city. Their house was given to them by the factory. It seemed in better condition than Li Ronghua's house by a lot. As soon as they knocked, Zhou Wenhua's mother, Wang Ming, and father Zhou Greikai fervently came out to greet them. Wenhua is back. If Ni Yang were present, she would certainly recognize that this Wang Ming was the same aunt she met at the airport that day. And that girl who was hopelessly devoted was indeed Li Ronghua. Mom's dad. Uncle Zhou, Auntie Zhou, Li Ronghua followed, calling them from behind. Zhou Wenhua's parents outright ignored Li Ronghua. Glancing behind Zhou Wenhua, their faces suddenly fell. Wenhua, why isn't Ziqin with you? Zhou Wenhua brusquely replied, she couldn't come due to some sudden matters. Why couldn't she come? Wang Ming anxiously exclaimed, didn't she say on the phone that she was coming today? Did your childish antics make her angry? This child, how could you upset Ziqin? Only Su Ziqin could become Wang Ming's ideal daughter-in-law. Not only was she a college student, she also came from a good background, with parents who were top leaders at the factory. Zhou Wenhua and her were undoubtedly a perfect match. She's much stronger than Li Ronghua by countless folds. Li Ronghua immediately admitted her mistake. I'm sorry, Auntie, it wasn't Wenhua's fault. It was all my fault. Ziqin was originally going to come. The fault was hers from the start. She couldn't let Zhou Wenhua take the blame for her. Upon hearing this, Wang Ming was immediately enraged. Just about to burst out with a torrent of abuse, Zhou Greikai, the head of the family, said, if she didn't come, she didn't come. Come on in. Don't stand outside. At the same time, Zhou Greikai subtly pulled Wang Ming's hand. Only then did Wang Ming suppress her anger. In the living room, the food was already set on the table. The dishes were very rich, with braised pork, roasted duck, and chicken soup, all filling the table. Li Ronghua was very pleased as this spread revealed how much the Zhou family valued her. Is everyone here? Can we start eating? A girl around 12 or 13 years old came out of the inner room. This was Zhou Wenhua's younger sister, Zhou Xiuzhen. Wang Ming vented obliquely, "Eat, eat, eat. All you know is to eat. Why don't you drop dead from overeating?" Zhou Xiuzhen didn't care, looked around the room, and asked curiously, "Did Sister Zijin not come?" Zhou Wenhua replied, "Your sister Zijin had something come up last minute. She'll come visit our home another day." Zhou Xiuzhen nodded her head, somewhat regretful. "Then the meal Mom made today, isn't it? Wasted." Little did they know, this meal was specially prepared for Su Zijin, the future daughter-in-law of Wang Ming. Unexpectedly, Li Ronghua took advantage of it. Before she could finish, Zhou Xiuzhen braked in time and quickly changed her tune to say, "Mom's cooking today smells delightful, all of it was made for Sister Ronghua, so you must eat more later on." Li Ronghua, slightly embarrassed, replied, "Oh, you're being too kind, Auntie." Inside, Zhou Xiuzhen secretly thought that Li Ronghua was being really foolish, but she said out loud, "It's because you're an honored guest, Sister Ronghua." Her words left Li Ronghua flushing even more. As people gathered around to have a meal, Li Ronghua took a big chicken leg. Seeing Li Ronghua take the drumstick, Wang Ming was seething inside. This glutton. Shameless. Always picking the best food. Showing no consideration at all. The next moment, Li Ronghua put the drumstick into Zhou Wenhua's bowl. "Wenhua, you must be tired from studying so much. Have this drumstick to replenish your strength." Knowing that the Zhou family wasn't well off, each time she visited, Li Ronghua would eat pickles and left the delicious dishes for others whenever she could. After seeing this, Wang Ming felt a bit relieved. After the meal, Li Ronghua quietly went to Zhou Wenhua's room. Zhou Wenhua, not knowing what she was working quietly on at the desk, was startled when he saw Li Ronghua come in. He chided her, "How many times have I told you to knock first before entering? Do you even know what personal privacy means?" That's just how Li Ronghua was. Uneducated, without worldly wisdom, it was all in vain telling her. Li Ronghua smiled, "Wenhua, we are dating, why are you still talking about privacy? Besides, what were you writing just now?" Because of love, she could tolerate all of Zhou Wenhua's shortcomings. Zhou Wenhua closed his notebook, repulsion evident in his eyes. "Even if I told you, would you understand? An illiterate who hadn't even finished junior high school." Li Ronghua giggled, "Wenhua, don't be mad. Look at this, it's a gift I specifically asked my boss to bring back from M country for you." Li Ronghua took out a black and white box. The box was marked with a line of English letters, "Parker." "Is this a Parker fountain pen?" Zhou Wenhua seemed incredibly excited. A Parker fountain pen costs over 200 yuan. 2 students in his class already own one. If he could use one too, it would be such a display of prestige. Seeing Zhou Wenhua's delight, Li Ronghua was also overjoyed. "Yes, it's a Parker fountain pen. Wenhua, do you like it?" Chapter 574. You really are a good child. _1 Zhou Wenhua did not respond to Li Ronghua's words. Instead, he ripped open the box that contained the pen. "It's a Parker pen. It's really a Parker pen." Zhou Wenhua was thrilled. He hugged Li Ronghua tightly, saying, "Ronghua, thank you. I love you." Zhou Wenhua was only this enthusiastic towards Li Ronghua when he received a gift that he had been longing for. Li Ronghua, a bit embarrassed, pushed Zhou Wenhua away. "Wenhua, what are you doing? Stop being cheeky. You should check out the pen first. I'm going to go see if Auntie needs any help." The couple had been seeing each other for a few years now, yet they hadn't engaged in any overly intimate behaviors. This made Li Ronghua feel a little uncomfortable. Upon entering the living room, Li Ronghua saw Wang Ming sitting on the sofa, picking her teeth. Upon seeing Li Ronghua approach, she immediately yelled at Zhou Xiuzhen, "You lazy bum! Why haven't you done the dishes yet? All you do is eat and laze around." Li Ronghua, seemingly oblivious to the hidden meaning in Wang Ming's words, quickly replied, "Auntie, Xiuzhen is still young, let me do the dishes." Wang Ming forced a fake smile. "Oh Ronghua, That would be such a nuisance for you. What a good child you are. It's no hassle. What's so hard about washing dishes? Li Ronghua immediately headed to the kitchen to start washing the dishes. The stove was piled with dishes, some from the morning. Humming a small tune, Li Ronghua efficiently washed the dishes. For her, this was nothing. Because here, there were people she loved and people who loved her. Besides, how many daughters-in-law wouldn't have to wash dishes at their in-laws' home? Sister-in-law, Zhou Xiuzhen cheerfully walked in from outside, speaking warmly. Sister-in-law, you're washing dishes? Can I help you? Li Ronghua, a bit embarrassed, said, Don't go calling me that. Zhou Xiuzhen replied, Anyway, you're going to be my sister-in-law sooner or later. Plus, I only call you that when others aren't around. Sister-in-law, let me help you. It's too much for you to do alone. Li Ronghua laughed. It's okay, you can go out and play. Zhou Xiuzhen looked at Li Ronghua, wanting to say something but stopping herself. Humming her tune, Li Ronghua didn't notice Zhou Xiuzhen's strange behavior. Zhou Xiuzhen pouted. What's going on with Li Ronghua today? Could it be that she didn't notice her unusual behavior? Since Li Ronghua remained silent, Zhou Xiuzhen had no choice but to speak up. Sister-in-law, I need your help with something. What is it? Li Ronghua glanced at her. Zhou Xiuzhen continued, Sister-in-law, could you lend me some money? To Zhou Xiuzhen, Li Ronghua was like a walking ATM. Just like a fool, she could be easily tricked every time. Of course. Li Ronghua wiped her hands on her apron and without hesitation, pulled out some coins from her pocket and gave them to Zhou Xiuzhen. Here you go. The coins were all pennies and dimes, the largest of which was only 3 cents. Added together, they didn't even amount to 30 cents. Zhou Xiuzhen complained somewhat contemptuously, Isn't this too little? Sister-in-law, could you give me some more? Li Ronghua said, What does a kid like you need so much money for? Sister-in-law, please, you're my own sister-in-law. I'm not asking for much, just 2 yuan will do. Zhou Xiuzhen was Zhou Wenhua's only sister and her future sister-in-law. Naturally, she couldn't defend her future sister-in-law. Li Ronghua nodded, All right, I'll give it to you. You're the best, sister-in-law. Zhou Xiuzhen was very happy. After taking the money, Zhou Xiuzhen ran out of the kitchen. Once Li Ronghua had finished the dishes and left the kitchen, Wang Ming instructed Zhou Xiuzhen to do the laundry. In the end, the person doing the laundry turned out to be Li Ronghua. The laundry had been piling up for days. By the time Li Ronghua had finished washing the laundry, it was already past 5 in the afternoon. Uncle, Auntie, it's getting late, I should go home. Chapter 575. Extremely proud, comparison, one more. _1 Wang Ming feigned politeness and said, Ronghua, let Wenhua take you home. No need, Li Ronghua refused, Wenhua is reading. We better not disturb him. Wang Ming smiled and said, Ronghua, you're such a good kid. Li Ronghua, slightly embarrassed, said, I'm just doing what I should do. With that said, Li Ronghua left on his bike. Watching Li Ronghua's retreating figure, Wang Ming spat on the ground and muttered, Puh, what a piece of trash. A shameless beggar. After Li Ronghua left, Zhou Wenhua emerged from the room. He had been pretending to read to avoid Li Ronghua. Zhou Guikai and Wang Ming were sitting at the table. Zhou Wenhua resumed, Mom, Dad, I want to break up with Li Ronghua as soon as possible. Why? Zhou Guikai asked, surprised. Impatient, Wang Ming asked, Did Zijin ask you to break up as soon as possible? In reality, Su Ziqin was already with Zhou Wenhua. Zhou's parents were very pleased with their prospective daughter-in-law. Zhou Wenhua continued, Zijin understands me. She also sympathizes with Li Ronghua and agrees to give me time to handle this. But I just can't stand it anymore. Every minute with Li Ronghua is torture. He had nothing in common with Li Ronghua. When he said one thing, Li Ronghua could manage to twist it to something else. Sometimes her responses were entirely unrelated. He was really fed up. No way, you can't break up with Li Ronghua for the time being. Zhou Guikai spoke up. Right, I don't agree either. Why? Zhou Wenhua looked at his parents incredulously. Mom, Dad, don't you dislike Li Ronghua too? Yes, We certainly don't like Li Ronghua. Zhou Guikai nodded. Impatiently, Zhou Wenhua asked, then why won't you let me break up with her? The sooner he broke up, the sooner he'd be free. Because of Li Ronghua, he couldn't openly introduce Su Zijin to others. He could only say that Su Zijin was his classmate, which resulted in Su Zijin suffering a lot. Wang Meiying continued, you and Zijin are dating, eating, going to the movies, buying clothes. Doesn't all of that cost money? You certainly can't use Zijin's money. Our income is not substantial, and with your brother and sister still studying, when you really break up with Li Ronghua, where will the money come from? To their family, Li Ronghua was like a free ATM. Without Li Ronghua, their life wouldn't be as comfortable. Regardless of the job Li Ronghua was doing, she gave all her money to their family without reserving a cent for herself. Sometimes, Li Ronghua would even give money from her own parents to Zhou Wenhua. Zhou Wenhua frowned. Am I supposed to rely on a woman to support me? Zhou Wenhua was poor but proud. He didn't want to be tagged as one living off a woman. If his classmates heard about it, how would he save face? Zhou Guikai glanced at Zhou Wenhua. Now is not the time for you to act bravely. There are countless examples of men having multiple wives in ancient times. If a woman is willing to give you money, that's because of your own ability. Hearing this, Wang Meiying immediately echoed, exactly. Your father is absolutely right. Does the guy next door, Erguzi, have such ability? I've heard from the matchmaker. His mother introduced him to so many girls, not one of them liked him. When Wang Meiying said this, she appeared extremely proud. Could she not be proud of having such a capable son? Not everyone had the fortune to have such a capable son. Zhou Wenhua's vanity was slowly filled by his parents' words. Li Ronghua willingly gave him money, but he had never asked her for a cent. As for the money that came unasked, why wouldn't he accept it? Zhou Wenhua nodded. Fine, they'll listen to you. But Mom and Dad, dragging this on forever isn't viable either. It's not fair to Zijin. Su Zijin was an innocent young girl. She couldn't just blindly follow him around. Like this. Wang Meiying's eyes twinkled. I'll think of a way for you. So you can have money to spend, and also break up with Li Ronghua. Deal. The courtyard of the Ni family. In the evening, the courtyard was filled with the rich aroma of food, and the house was filled with laughter. After these days of hard study, Tsuehua had managed to learn quite a lot of English. At the moment, she was practicing English conversation with Yang Yang. Chingwei said with a smile, Yang Yang's mom, you're amazing. It seems that I should learn from you. Tsuehua humbly replied, oh come on, I'm just doing it for fun. Chingwei continued, I'm just joking around. If I actually had to do this, I definitely wouldn't have the patience. She was over 40. Where would she have the mood to study this? She didn't have the steadfastness and perseverance of Tsuehua. Tsuehua was the kind of person who thirsted for knowledge and was very smart. Chingwei continued, Yang Yang's mom, you never wanted to go to school when you were younger. If you had, you would have gone to university a long time ago. Also, Tsuehua had a certain quality about her that was not ordinary. Perhaps it was because of her years living as a peasant woman, it had concealed this quality. After coming to Beijing, as she broadened her horizons, the concealed quality slowly began to emerge. Now, you could hardly see any trace of her past in Tsuehua. If you were to say that she was the rich daughter of a wealthy family, people would believe it. Tsuehua chuckled and said, Sister Ching, you sure know how to flatter. How am I as brilliant as you say? You're much smarter than I am. The two started to exchange compliments. Over at the Li family. When Li Ronghua came back, the Li family were having dinner. Han Xiaoqin looked at Li Ronghua. Ronghua, how did your visit to Wenhua's go today? What did his parents say? What did they say? Li Ronghua looked at Han Xiaoqin with some confusion. Han Xiaoqin just spread it out and said, Ronghua, you and Wenhua are not getting any younger, especially for girls of your age who can't afford to wait. What did Wenhua's parents say? When do they plan to come and propose? Han Xiaoqin was quite satisfied with Zhou Wenhua as a son-in-law. After all, Zhou Wenhua was a college student. From any perspective, Li Ronghua was marrying above her class. Li Ronghua was already 22 this year. In the countryside, she would be considered an old maid. Usually at her age, they would already have several kids. If she doesn't get married soon, she will not get married at all. However, the Zhou family hadn't shown any signs of coming to propose. This made Han Xiaoqin a bit anxious. Li Ronghua wasn't worried about this problem. She laughed and said, "Mom, don't worry about nothing. Wenhua is only a sophomore this year. He would at least wait until he graduates from college before discussing our relationship." 2 years later? Asked Han Xiaoqin surprised. 2 years later you will be 24. Which girl who didn't study makes it to 24 without getting married? If the Zhou family doesn't want you by then, you'll have nowhere to go and cry. Li Ronghua said laughingly, Wenhua is not that kind of person. She had known Zhou Wenhua for so long, she firmly believed his character. Han Xiaoqin said, back then, Qin Xianglian also didn't believe that Chen Shimi was an ungrateful man who abandoned his wife and children. But what happened in the end? What was Qin Xianglian's fate? Li Ronghua helplessly replied, Mom, you're going off track. How can you compare Wenhua with Chen Shimi? People are hard to read. I think Zhou Wenhua might not be such a good guy. Gooden chimed in. Gooden really didn't like Zhou Wenhua. He always felt that Zhou Wenhua was a bit dismissive of their family. Every time he came, he would refuse even a sip of water, acting as if he was some kind of golden phoenix. And yet his parents and sister really liked him. Li Ronghua glared at Gooden. Go away. What do you, a child, know about this? What Zhou Wenhua? Is Zhou Wenhua a name you can say? He's your future brother-in-law. Gooden shook his head. Li Ronghua, if only you were half as smart as Sister and I Yang, then I wouldn't have to worry. Li Ronghua couldn't be bothered with Gooden. Gooden continued, just look at the boyfriend that Sister and I Yang is dating, he's so good. Every time he comes, he does chores for her family, washing dishes, installing pipes, he even dug a ditch for her last time. But look at Zhou Wenhua, what has he ever done for us? Every time he comes, he's so picky. Chapter 576, Can't lag behind, 2 more updates, _1 Gooden is a child. His perspective did not encompass the complexity and apprehensions that adults possess, hence, he sees things more clearly and transparently. Li Ronghua said, your brother-in-law is an intellectual, he is destined to have a stable job, to work in an office. How could he do such grueling work? Gooden retorted, but Xiaomo's family is rich. How could Zhou Wenhua's family compare to Xiaomo's? Hearing this, Han Xiaoqin and Gooden's father's expressions changed. No one had mentioned this before, and they had not felt anything. But now that Gooden has mentioned it, it seems like Zhou Wenhua does look down on their family. Gooden's dad exhaled a puff of dry smoke. Xiaomo is indeed an exceptional child. Each time he sees us, he is always polite. Zhou Wenhua, whenever he sees people from the village, it's as if he wishes he could hold his head high in the clouds, let alone offer a greeting. Li Ronghua disagreed. Different people have different personalities. Wenhua is not a talkative person by nature. Han Xiaoqin frowned, then said, Ronghua, you should go talk to Wenhua's family about this matter tomorrow. If they do not show some sincerity, let them pay back all the money that you have subsidized for him over the years, and let's just forget about you too. Li Ronghua is beautiful. There's no worry that she won't be able to get married. Why should she have to stick to Zhou Wenhua? Gooden's dad added, your mom is right. If their family is not sincere about this, let's drop it. No way. How could this be possible? Wenhua is only a sophomore this year, aren't you all intentionally making things difficult for him? Dad, how could you? Li Ronghua was extremely unhappy with her parents' decision. Your dad and I are doing this for your own good. Han Xiaoqin continued. Gooden is right. I suspect that Zhou Wenhua does look down on our family. Otherwise, he would not have been so indifferent all these years without giving you a title. As for their parents, they haven't even shown their faces from beginning to end. I don't think they value you at all. I don't want to argue with you. Li Ronghua slammed down her chopsticks and stormed into the house in a huff. Look at this child. You've spoiled her. What a temper. Han Xiaoqin looked at Gooden's dad, her face filled with anger. They didn't discriminate between men and women in their family, and since Li Ronghua was the only daughter, she had been inevitably spoiled a bit more. The reason Li Ronghua didn't continue her studies wasn't because her parents wouldn't let her. It was entirely because she didn't want to. Gooden's dad sighed, "Let's just let her be." The next morning, Li Ronghua went to work without having breakfast. Na Yang just happened to be free today and came to help at the noodle restaurant. The business in the noodle restaurant was as good as ever. Ever since it opened, there has never been a shortage of people waiting in line. Let me tell you, the pickled fish noodles here are so delicious. You'll treat us today. Really? Absolutely. This voice sounds familiar. Na Yang looked up. Isn't this the two ants I met at the airport last time? Na Yang squinted, walked into the kitchen, brought out the camera, and placed it on the windowsill. The lens was pointed directly at their table. Li Ronghua is a good girl and a good employee. Na Yang didn't want her to be deceived. Although he is not sure whether or not this woman is Li Ronghua's boyfriend's mother, Na Yang does not want to miss the opportunity for Li Ronghua to see the truth. After he had put the camera on the windowsill, Na Yang came over to the table. "May I ask, what would you two like to eat?" Wang Meiying said, "2 bowls of pickled fish noodles, please." "All right." Na Yang nodded. "Please wait for a moment." When Na Yang brought the noodles to the table, Wang Ming had already started boasting. She praised Zhou Wenhua to the skies. What counts as Li Ronghua? Li Ronghua couldn't even compare to a pile of dog poo. Da Qiang's mom, let me tell you. Each time that girl comes over, she's always washing dishes and clothes. You can't even stop her. She even frequently gives my daughter pocket money. Really? Da Qiang's mom found it hard to believe. Was there really such a masochistic young girl in this world? Even though Zhou Wenhua is a college student, surely he wouldn't have such burning feelings toward her? With satisfaction, Wang Meiying said, "What do you mean, true or not? It just happened the day before yesterday. I even invited you to my house to visit, but you didn't come. If you had come, you would have definitely seen her behaving like a lapdog." Da Qiangzi's mother said, "When I have time, I'll definitely come to visit your home." Wang Meiying continued, "However, you may not see it in the future." Why? Da Qiangzi's mother was somewhat puzzled. Other families would beg to marry a bride, but the Zhou family is peculiar. They push away a bride-to-be who comes to their doorstep. The ones in the drought would be parched to death and those in the flood drowned. Because my son doesn't fancy such common girls who throw themselves at him. She's just working for a small business, while my son is a university graduate. Their social statuses are mismatching. To tell you the truth, my son now has a girlfriend who is on par with him, also a university student. Not only is she a pretty girl and a university student, but her parents are also high-ranking officials in the factory. Once my son graduates, he will become a leader in their factory. Da Qiangzi's mother asked, "So, are you saying Zhou Wenhua will break up with that girl?" "Yes," Wang Meiying said, brimming with pride. Da Qiangzi's mother sighed. "The benefit of education is undeniable. Da Qiangzi is even 2 years older than your Wenhua, yet is still single." After finishing their noodles, the two sat at the table for nearly half an hour, all the time praising Zhou Wenhua. After they left, Na Yang put away his camera. Li Ronghua's mood was somewhat complicated, and on top of that, she hadn't eaten breakfast, hence she felt a bit off. But when customers came, she still perked up. Icy Skin Jade is a high-end skincare product. Although there are not many customers, once a deal is struck, the transaction amount is usually around 100 yuan. Thanks to Li Ronghua's excellent selling skills, she managed to get 500 yuan in transactions just this morning. Add in commission and such, she makes more than 200 yuan in addition to her 300 yuan salary each month. "Sister Ronghua, there's a guy out there looking for you. Is he your boyfriend?" One of the employees walked over to Li Ronghua. Another employee giggled, "Sister Ronghua, your boyfriend is so handsome." Li Ronghua asked in surprise, "Really? Really?" Li Ronghua rushed to the entrance and indeed saw Zhou Wenhua standing there. "Wenhua." Li Ronghua was beyond joy and surprise. Zhou Wenhua is a university student and has always looked down on her job, so Li Ronghua was surprised that Zhou Wenhua would actually come to see her. Perhaps that's what love is. "Li Ronghua, this is for you," Zhou Wenhua handed Li Ronghua a paper bag. Wow. Stinky tofu. Li Ronghua thanked him joyfully. Thank you, Wenhua. Indeed. There were stinky tofu in the bag. Li Ronghua was keen on these things that most people found distasteful. Even the food she liked was lowbrow. Zhou Wenhua looked down on it, but smiled and said, You still have to thank me? By the way, when are you off work? Not for a while, Li Ronghua replied. Wenhua, you didn't come to pick me up from work, did you? Zhou Wenhua nodded, and then asked, Is this shop selling skincare products? Yes. Zhou Wenhua continued, Does your shop have a special magical whitening moisturizer? Yes. Li Ronghua was touched. For her sake, Zhou Wenhua had paid such attention to her work. For a man to remember the skincare products a woman uses, it's truly not easy. Zhou Wenhua continued, Give me a bottle of whitening moisturizer. Li Ronghua paused, then asked, What would a man need whitening moisturizer for? Do you want to give it to your mother? If it's for Auntie, I think wrinkle cream would be better. It's for Zijin. Her birthday is the day after tomorrow. Earlier, when Zhou Wenhua was out shopping with Su Ziqin, they accidentally stumbled upon one of the branches of icy skin jade. Zhou Wenhua had queued up with Su Ziqin for a long time at that time, but unfortunately, they didn't get the whitening moisturizer that Su Ziqin wanted. Therefore, Zhou Wenhua wanted to give Su Ziqin a surprise on her birthday. Li Ronghua trusted Zhou Wenhua completely. Hearing that he wanted to give Su Ziqin the whitening moisturizer, she didn't think too much of it, taking it as a normal social interaction. Even though she didn't go to university, she knew that it was very important to build connections in the university. She couldn't afford to be Zhou Wenhua's deadweight. Chapter 577. To buy whitening moisturizing cream, third update, _1 Li Ronghua continued, The whitening moisturizer for this month is sold out. If you want to buy it, you have to wait until the 5th. Wenhua, would you mind if I get it for you on the 5th? Zhou Wenhua did not directly answer Li Ronghua's words but instead asked, What date is the day after tomorrow? It's the 3rd. Li Ronghua replied. Zhou Wenhua countered, Then do you think it's acceptable for you to bring it to me on the 5th? Li Ronghua, do you think I can't afford it and are purposely trying to embarrass me? No, I'm not. Wenhua, how could you think that of me? Li Ronghua hurriedly explained, The whitening moisturizer is extremely popular. It's snatched up as soon as it hits the shelves each month. If you give me some time, I'll see if I can find a workaround. Really? Zhou Wenhua's expression slightly softened. Li Ronghua continued, Wait for me here. Then hurry up. Zhou Wenhua appeared impatient. Li Ronghua turned around and went inside the store. Xiaohe. What's wrong, Sister Ronghua? Xiaohe put down the aloe gel in her hand and walked over to Li Ronghua. Li Ronghua continued, Xiaohe, did you buy a bottle of whitening moisturizer last month? Yes, Xiaohe nodded. Why? Li Ronghua grabbed Ziahe's hand. Xiaohe, dear sister, can you do me a favor? Xiaohe was taken aback, then said, What favor? Sister Ronghua, just tell me directly. Li Ronghua continued, Dear, could you let your sister have that bottle of whitening moisturizer? I really need it. Well, Xiaohe hesitated. Although they are in-house employees, getting the whitening moisturizer is also quite difficult, requiring them to queue and reserve like regular customers. If every employee took advantage of their internal resources to stockpile goods and sell them at high prices, wouldn't that create chaos? Xiaohe, my dear sister, please help me? Li Ronghua pleaded. I'm willing to give you my entire month's commission. What was a mere month's commission to her when she was willing to give up everything for Zhou Wenhua? This proposal tempted Xiaohe. After all, Li Ronghua's monthly commission was quite considerable. And Li Ronghua was the store manager, essentially a leader. She didn't want to offend Li Ronghua. Xiaohe continued, Sister Ronghua, we're colleagues. If you really want it, just give me half a month's commission. Really? Li Ronghua asked, surprised. Yes. Xiaohe continued, I'll go get you the whitening moisturizer. Thank you, Xiaohe. You're really like my own sister. Li Ronghua was extremely excited. She was also overjoyed that she could help Zhou Wenhua. Shortly after, Xiaohe came out with the whitening moisturizer. Li Ronghua took the whitening moisturizer. Xiaohe, things are a bit tight for me this month. Can I pay you when I get my salary in the middle of the month? The whitening moisturizer costs 125 yuan a bottle. Li Ronghua had used all this month's salary to help Zhou Wenhua. She had just spent 200 yuan on a single fountain pen. Where would she get the money to pay Xiaohe? Xiaohe laughed. It's all right, wait till the middle of the month. I'm not dependent on this money. Li Ronghua was the store manager here, so she wasn't worried about her running away. Li Ronghua came back outside with the whitening moisturizer in hand. Zhou Wenhua impatiently said, "Why did it take so long to come out? If you didn't want to do it, you should have just said so. There's no need to jerk me around like this." Li Ronghua immediately apologized. "I'm sorry, Wenhua, it wasn't intentional. Hey, erase your whitening moisturizer." Despite the groveling in front of Zhou Wenhua that felt deep to her bones, she didn't understand that a flower can never bloom out of dust. Zhou Wenhua took the moisturizer and asked, "Do you have money on you right now?" This was the first time Zhou Wenhua had asked Li Ronghua for money up front. In the past, it had always been Li Ronghua voluntarily offering money to Zhou Wenhua. Hearing this, Li Ronghua quickly checked her pockets. Pulling out the only bill she had, she handed it to Zhou Wenhua. "Here, this is for you." "That's it." Zhou Wenhua slightly frowned. "Li Ronghua, are you worried I won't pay you back later? Relax, once I graduate and start working, I'll repay you every cent." He was just temporarily broke. How petty of Li Ronghua. "What can you do with 10 yuan? Li Ronghua replied, "I only have this much on me now. How much do you need, Wenhua?" Thinking of his mother's words, Zhou Wenhua said, "I need 1,000. 1,000? Li Ronghua was taken aback. "Wenhua, why do you need so much money? This is her salary for 4 months. She doesn't have that much money right now." Zhou Wenhua impatiently said, "This is between us university students. You wouldn't understand even if I explained." Li Ronghua bit her lip. "Can your uncle and aunt help? My parents are getting on in years, and my younger siblings need to go to school. How could you expect me to ask them for money? Li Ronghua, if you don't want to give me money, just say it outright. Why beat around the bush and insult people?" "Wenhua, don't be angry. I didn't mean that," Li Ronghua said. "I will go back and figure something out. When do you need it by?" Li Ronghua's father is currently renovating a restaurant for Ni Yang. Han Xiaoqin works in Ni Yang's noodle restaurant, and there are many aloe vera roses growing at home. Their income is quite optimistic, so it shouldn't be difficult to put together 1,000 yuan. "Tomorrow," Zhou Wenhua replied. "Wang Ming has planned for him. As soon as he gets this 1,000 yuan, he will find an appropriate opportunity to break up with Li Ronghua. He's had enough of this life. Li Ronghua, an illiterate, is entirely unsuitable for him. As for the money, Li Ronghua gave it to him willingly. He never forced her." Li Ronghua nodded. "I'll deliver it to your school tomorrow after work." Although Zhou Wenhua is on summer vacation, he's staying at the university due to their lack of space at home. "I'll come and get it." Zhou Wenhua wouldn't let Li Ronghua come to his school. If his classmates found out he had such a girlfriend, how embarrassing would it be? "You're so tired from studying every day, let me deliver it to you." Zhou Wenhua frowned and said, "If I say it's not necessary, it's not necessary. Why are you so annoying?" Fearing that she would upset Zhou Wenhua further, Li Ronghua immediately said, Okay, I won't go." When a woman is in love, she won't think that Zhou Wenhua was afraid of being embarrassed by her. Instead, she felt that Zhou Wenhua was being considerate, not wanting her to make the trip. Thinking this, Li Ronghua's heart filled with sweetness, as if she had eaten honey. "I'm going now," Zhou Wenhua said next. "Let me see you out." Li Ronghua followed Zhou Wenhua's footsteps. "No need go back," Zhou Wenhua said, his eyes filled with disdain. "Wenhua, don't worry. I'll only walk a little bit, everything's fine at the store." Communicating with an illiterate person is exhausting. Zhou Wenhua took a deep breath, his eyes filled with impatience. After seeing Zhou Wenhua off to the mall, Li Ronghua returned to the store. After getting the brightening moisturizer, Zhou Wenhua immediately rushed to curry favor with Su Ziqin. When she got home from work, Li Ronghua discussed the matter of the 1,000 yuan with her parents. Han Xiaoqin said, "Ronghua, are you silly? He doesn't even want to acknowledge us as family, and yet you promised to give him 1,000 yuan. Do you think our family is a bank? 1,000 yuan. In the past, they could only earn 100 yuan in a year. This Zhou Wenhua is good, asking for 1,000 just like that." Li Ronghua said, "Isn't this to support Wenhua's study? Mom, he is your future son-in-law, you wouldn't refuse, would you? We don't have that much money at home." "Dad," Li Ronghua turned her head to Gooden's dad. Gooden's dad took a puff of his dry pipe. "In our house, your mother is the boss." "Mom." Li Ronghua looked at Han Xiaoqin again. Han Xiaoqin said, 8,000 yuan. Your brothers still need to go to school. Where does the family have so much money? Li Ronghua continued, "Mom, you give me whatever you can, and I'll figure out the rest myself." "Surely that's okay?" "That's not possible. Ronghua, let me tell you, you can do whatever with your salary, and we won't ask you for a penny, but don't think about getting any money from the family." "Ronghua, haven't you realized it yet? The Zhou family and Zhou Wenhua do not value you at all." Li Ronghua frowned. "Mom, if you don't want to lend it, just say so. Why the need to insult Wenhua? He's not that type of person." Chapter 578, Capturing the True Colors of the Zhou Family, 5th Update, _1 Gooden's father tapped his tobacco pipe and said, "Ronghua, you need to temper your fiery temper. Your mother means well, she fears you might be deceived. 1,000 yuan is not a trivial sum. Zhou Wenhua is not that kind of person." Li Ronghua retorted, "Fine, if you don't want to help, so be it. I'm going for a walk." Li Ronghua put down her chopsticks and walked out. "Sis." Li Changshu was just about to follow her but was stopped by Han Xiaoqin. "Let her go. This wayward child is getting worse. Sooner or later, she'll come to grief because of Zhou Wenhua." In the beginning, Han Xiaoqin and her family were very satisfied with Zhou Wenhua. Zhou Wenhua was, after all, the first son-in-law in Jinghua village to have graduated from university. Giving them bragging rights, didn't he? But over the years, Zhou Wenhua's actions had increasingly disappointed them, especially with Emo Qishan as a comparison, making them look down on Zhou Wenhua even more. Emo Qishan, despite his rich background, was always so polite to the villagers, playing the role of a young man perfectly. As for Zhou Wenhua, he acts all high and mighty just because he's a university graduate, puffing himself up with pride. What was worse is that the Zhou family has yet to acknowledge their relationship properly, clearly disregarding Li Ronghua yet. Li Ronghua still treats Zhou Wenhua like a treasure. Walking down the countryside road at dusk, Li Ronghua was in a gloomy mood, plucking flowers and plants along her way in frustration. Now that Zhou Wenhua had asked her for money for the first time, she couldn't let him down. Besides, Zhou Wenhua was a person with a strong sense of self-esteem. If he wasn't in trouble, he wouldn't actively ask for money. If she couldn't even fulfill this request of Zhou Wenhua's, could she still consider herself Zhou Wenhua's girlfriend? No way. She had to scrape together this 1,000 yuan. Ding ding ding. At this moment, the sound of a bicycle bell came from behind her. Li Ronghua turned back to find that the person on the bicycle was Ni Yang. Seeing Ni Yang was like seeing hope to Li Ronghua, so she immediately waved her hand. "Yang Yang." "Sister Ronghua." Yang Yang alighted from her bicycle. Li Ronghua asked, "Yang Yang, did you just come back from the city?" "Yes," Ni Yang nodded slightly. "Are you taking a walk, Sister Ronghua?" Li Ronghua also nodded, hesitated for a moment, then said, "Yang Yang, can you do me a favor?" "What do you need, Sister Ronghua?" "Yang Yang, can you lend me 1,000 yuan?" Ni Yang was a big boss now, lending her 1,000 yuan would not be a problem. Ni Yang asked with concern, "Sister Ronghua, have you encountered some difficulties?" Li Ronghua's family was not exactly poor. There was no reason for them to borrow money unless they had encountered a serious problem. Li Ronghua replied, "It's not a big problem, just a bit of an emergency." "Does it have anything to do with your boyfriend?" asked Ni Yang. "Yes," Li Ronghua nodded. Ni Yang frowned slightly. "Your boyfriend is a university student. What does he need so much money for?" Li Ronghua replied, There are many expenses at university. Yang, can you help me out for now? They'll pay you back from my salary. Recalling the footage she had taken in the morning, Yang said, let's talk about the money later. Sister Ronghua, come with me to my house. I want to show you something. What is it? Li Ronghua asked. You'll know when you see it. Li Ronghua followed Yang to the Ni family's house. Yang immediately led Ronghua to their new house, and they entered the living room on the first floor. Even though they hadn't moved into the new house yet, all the furniture was already arranged. The retro-style decor, even the sofa was made of redwood, looked very pleasing to the eye. Li Ronghua visited Yang's new house for the first time and expressed her surprise. Yang, your home's renovation is beautiful. It looks just like the ones on TV. Yang gave a faint smile. Sister Ronghua, please take a seat. Sure. Li Ronghua sat down on the sofa. Yang walked to the TV, took out a camera from her bag, and connected it with a data cable. Soon enough, a picture appeared on the TV. Li Ronghua excitedly exclaimed, Hey Yang, isn't this your noodle restaurant? Yang nodded. Yes, it's my restaurant. Today, I accidentally recorded something quite interesting when I was filming there. I'd like to show it to you. Sure. This was Li Ronghua's first time watching a video recording. Soon, a familiar face appeared on the screen. Isn't this my aunt? Yang asked in confusion, Do you know this person? Li Ronghua pointed at Wang Ming and said, This is my boyfriend's mother. Oh, Yang nodded slightly. Yang, why are you showing me this? Li Ronghua was somewhat curious. Yang continued, You'll understand, Sister Ronghua, just keep watching. At first, Wang Ming had nothing but praise for Zhou Wenhua. Li Ronghua was very happy and proud. My boyfriend is really something. However, as she kept watching, Li Ronghua felt something was not quite right. Because Wang Ming mentioned a shameless little girl who keeps throwing herself at her son and constantly gives him gifts. At first, Li Ronghua didn't realize this shameless little girl was her. Not until Wang Ming continued, That little girl even gave my son a pen the day before yesterday. I heard it's a brand from the USA. It costs over 200 yuan. In reality, my son wouldn't give her a second glance. My son already has a girlfriend from a family that matches ours. You haven't seen how she fawns over him. All those words struck a blow, slicing through Li Ronghua like a knife. She never thought that in the eyes of the elder she respected and loved, she was this kind of shameless person. Ironic. It was just too ironic. Her love for Zhou Wenhua was just a joke to her boyfriend's family. Li Ronghua didn't cry or make a fuss. She just sat quietly on the sofa, spacing out, wishing for a hole to stare at on the television. Sister Ronghua. Yang approached and patted Li Ronghua on the shoulder. Li Ronghua's emotions exploded in that instant. She turned and hugged Yang, crying loudly, Yang. Yang comforted her, It's okay, don't be upset. In life, who hasn't encountered a few jerks? Li Ronghua continued to sob. She didn't understand why Zhou Wenhua and his family treated her like this. She loved Zhou Wenhua so much, where did she go wrong? Was it just because she lacked education? Sister Ronghua, you should break up with that jerk as soon as possible. You are still young, you have a long life ahead of you. You don't need to hang yourself on a crooked tree. I love him. I love him so much. Yang, do you know how much I love him? She met Zhou Wenhua when she was 16. It's been 6 years now. No one knew how deep her feelings for Zhou Wenhua ran. But he doesn't love you anymore, Yang continued. He's two-timing you, and even wants to take your money. Sister Ronghua, he's not worth your love. No. Wenhua wouldn't lie to me. Wenhua wouldn't deceive me. Li Ronghua shook her head. She absolutely could not accept that Zhou Wenhua had betrayed her. Yang sighed. Sister Ronghua, there's a saying, love makes people crazy. Now you are the crazy one. I hope you can calm down and think about it carefully. For instance, are there any suspiciously close female students around him? Since his mother said he already has a well-matched girlfriend, there must be some signs. Li Ronghua was stunned. Her first thought was of Su Ziqing, that extraordinary woman who was both a beauty and a university student. No, Wenhua would never betray me. Li Ronghua wiped the tears from her face and stood up. I'm going to find Wenhua. Unless Zhou Wenhua admitted it himself, Li Ronghua would never accept it. Sister Ronghua, Enai Yang kept up with Li Ronghua. Li Ronghua turned back and tried to keep her tone as calm as possible. Yang, don't follow me. I want to handle this myself. Enai Yang was somewhat worried, but, don't worry, it'll be fine. Li Ronghua responded without turning back and left the place. Li Ronghua didn't know how she ended up at Zhou Wenhua's school. She had delivered sneakers to Zhou Wenhua here before, so she knew where his dormitory was. But Zhou Wenhua's roommate told her that Zhou Wenhua wasn't in, that he had gone out to watch a movie. As such, Li Ronghua stood at the entrance of the movie theater, waiting for him. She waited for a long time. Only then did she see Zhou Wenhua emerge from the cinema. Chapter 579. Hero Saves the Beauty, Update 6_1 to be precise. Zhou Wenhua and Su Ziqin were coming out of the cinema together. Seeing Li Ronghua waiting at the entrance of the theater, Zhou Wenhua walked over with a displeased face. Li Ronghua, why are you here? Did she already manage to raise the money so quickly? He didn't want Su Ziqin to see him asking a woman for money. Li Ronghua tried to smile. Wenhua, what are you doing here? Did you come to the movies with Ziqin? Yeah, so what? Li Ronghua clung to Zhou Wenhua's arm. Wenhua, we've never watched a movie together. Will you watch one with me? Zhou Wenhua jerked his arm away disgustedly. Li Ronghua, what's gotten into you? Li Ronghua looked up at Zhou Wenhua. Wenhua, do you love me? At her words, Su Ziqin also looked up at Zhou Wenhua. At such a moment, of course, Zhou Wenhua could not speak against his conscience. What if Su Ziqin misunderstands? After all, he loved only Su Ziqin now. Li Ronghua, stop making a scene. Zhou Wenhua was caught between a rock and a hard place. He had no idea what Li Ronghua was playing at. Wenhua, you love me, don't you? Wenhua, you love me, don't you? The tears welled up in Li Ronghua's eyes and spilled down her cheeks. Her love was humble. As long as Zhou Wenhua nodded and said he loved her, she would believe it. Zhou Wenhua knew that if he nodded at this moment, he would lose Su Ziqin forever. Comparing Li Ronghua and Su Ziqin was, of course, more important. Li Ronghua, what on earth are you doing? Saying this, he grabbed Li Ronghua's arm and said in a low voice, go home first. Whatever happens, we'll talk about it tomorrow. Ziqin is still here. Let's not make a scene and give her something to laugh at. Li Ronghua looked at Zhou Wenhua with eyes full of despair. I just have one question, do you love me or not? Sister Ronghua, since things have come to this, let's lay it all out on the table. It's not fair to keep this from you. Su Ziqin came over and clung to Zhou Wenhua's arm. Wenhua and I are already together. Li Ronghua stood there in a daze, seemingly unable to believe what was happening before her eyes. You're lying, aren't you? You're just classmates. No, I didn't lie to you. Su Ziqin continued. Sister Ronghua, I know it's extremely unfair to you. After all, you and Wenhua have been together for so many years. However, feelings aren't something one can control. I hope to have your blessings. Shut up. Shut up. Li Ronghua pointed at Su Ziqin angrily, then turned to Zhou Wenhua and implored, Wenhua, tell her she's lying, you love me, don't you? Seeing the look in Li Ronghua's eyes, Su Ziqin couldn't help but feel sympathetic. However, she could only shake her head helplessly. At the same time, she felt proud of having such an exceptional boyfriend. If Zhou Wenhua wasn't exceptional, would Li Ronghua be so persistent? The victor, of course, would feel proud. At this moment, Zhou Wenhua must stand by Su Ziqin's side. He didn't realize how things would escalate to this. In his plan, he would first get 1,000 yuan, then confront Li Ronghua. In this situation, he would just lose 1,000 yuan for nothing. After all, his life didn't depend on it. But if he lost Su Ziqin, he would lose his future with her. Li Ronghua, Ziqin is right, she and I are already together. No, I don't believe it. Wenhua, how could you do this to me? Li Ronghua collapsed onto the ground in despair. Su Ziqin looked at Li Ronghua apologetically. Sister Ronghua, I owe you an apology. But it's not all my fault. In love, matching backgrounds, and shared language matter. You only finished elementary school, while Wenhua is a university student. You're simply not meant to be. Li Ronghua cried into her hands. She hated herself for not studying more. Su Ziqin continued, Sister Ronghua, if you still have some dignity, stop pestering Wenhua. It's pointless. We wish you the best in finding your own happiness. The only response Su Ziqin got was a low sob. A sigh escaped Su Ziqin's lips. Sister Ronghua, it's getting late. We're going to leave. You should take some time to think. After she finished speaking, Su Ziqin walked away, arm in arm with Zhou Wenhua. At that moment, Li Ronghua sprang up and caught Zhou Wenhua's arm. Wenhua, don't leave. Don't abandon me. This sudden scene startled Su Ziqin. As a college student, coming from a privileged background, Su Ziqin had never met such a humble woman like Li Ronghua. Initially, she thought Li Ronghua would physically attack her out of anger. Zhou Wenhua violently pushed Li Ronghua away. Li Ronghua, have you no shame? At that moment, a pair of hands supported Li Ronghua. Can you not be so aggressive towards women? It was incomprehensible why such a man would even have a girlfriend. Mind your own business. Zhou Wenhua grabbed Su Ziqin's arm. Zijin, let's go. Comrade, are you okay? Do you need to call the police? Wu Daming continued. No need, Li Ronghua shook her head. In the light, Wu Daming finally got a clear look at Li Ronghua's face, exclaiming in surprise, You're that older sister, aren't you? Wu Daming had a deep impression of Li Ronghua's fiery personality. Unexpectedly, Li Ronghua was also subject to bullying. Who are you? Li Ronghua seemed to have no memory of Wu Daming. You may not know me, but you definitely know my sixth sister-in-law, Enai Yang, who lives in your Jinghua village, said Wu Daming. What happened to you? Do you need any help? No need, Li Ronghua shook her head again. Observing Li Ronghua's terrible state, Wu Daming continued, It's late. Let me drive you home. No need, Li Ronghua shook her head, then looked at her bicycle. I have a bike. Wu Daming said, You can't ride a bike in this state. We're from the same village. Let me take you home. This was also a good chance to win some favor from Enai Yang and hopefully get introduced to a pretty girlfriend. Moreover, Wu Daming was a very upright guy. Now that he had run into this situation, he couldn't let Li Ronghua be in danger. Without waiting for Li Ronghua's response, Wu Daming carried the bicycle to the trunk of his car, then helped Li Ronghua get on the back seat. Li Ronghua's despair had reached its peak. She felt drained, like a puppet on strings. Wu Daming, unaware of the situation, could only drive towards Jinghua village without asking more. Sister, where is your house? I can only drive up to the entrance of the village. Li Ronghua didn't respond. Sister, have you fallen asleep? Wu Daming turned back to look at the back seat. Li Ronghua hadn't fallen asleep, she just didn't want to talk. Sister? Wu Daming poked Li Ronghua's arm lightly with his finger. Li Ronghua still didn't respond. Oh my God, sister, don't scare me. Wu Daming panicked. Women are really scary. He shouldn't look for a girlfriend. Li Ronghua remained silent, so Wu Daming had no choice but to seek help from Enai Yang. Sister, stay in the car, don't go anywhere. I'll be right back. Wu Daming ran over to Enai Yang's house. Sixth sister-in-law. Enai Yang had just taken in her laundry and was preparing to take a shower. She was surprised to see Wu Daming and asked, What brings you here, Wu Daming? Wu Daming, gasping for breath, said, I ran into one of your village's older sisters in town. Something seems to have happened to her. She's in my car right now. Could you quickly come and check? Okay. Enai Yang put down the laundry basket. Without even having time to greet Enai Zuihua, she followed Wu Daming to the entrance of the village. Sixth sister-in-law, it's this sister. When Enai Yang looked, it wasn't just any older sister, it was Li Ronghua. Sister Ronghua? Enai Yang started in a gentle voice. Yang. Li Ronghua lifted her head to look at Enai Yang. With Li Ronghua finally talking, Wu Daming breathed a sigh of relief. Sister Ronghua, what's happened to you? Li Ronghua wept silently as she hugged Enai Yang. Wenhua doesn't want me. He really doesn't want me. Enai Yang continued, Sister Ronghua, Stop crying. Would you like to come home with me? I don't want to go home, Li Ronghua sobbed. Chapter 580, Break Up with the Scumbag. Update 7_1 She was too ashamed to face her parents. And Yang said, then don't go back to your place, why not come with me to my house first? You can stay with me for the night. Okay. Li Ronghua nodded. And Yang turned her gaze to Wu Daming. Wu Daming, could you please help push Sister Ronghua's bicycle? No trouble at all. Wu Daming promptly pushed the bicycle and followed behind them. Once they arrived at the Ni family's residence, Wu Daming parked the bicycle in the yard and bid Ni Yang goodbye. Ni Yang said, Wu Daming, thanks for your help tonight. I appreciate you bringing Sister Ronghua back. Sister-in-law, you needn't be so formal with me. I'll be on my way then. Ni Yang nodded, be careful on the road. After Wu Daming left, Ni Yang led Li Ronghua into her own room, and then she went to inform Ni Tsuehua. Ni Tsuehua, being a kind-hearted person, asked with concern as soon as she heard about the situation, is Ronghua okay now? No serious matter. Mom, could you do me a favor and visit Gooden's house? You can tell Gooden's parents not to worry. Ni Tsuehua immediately put down her English book, I'll go right away. Okay. Ni Yang nodded. By the time Ni Tsuehua got there, Gooden's parents were already getting anxious and about to go out in search of her. Upon hearing that she was at Ni Kuihua's house, they finally breathed a sigh of relief. Since stepping into Ni Yang's room, Li Ronghua had begun to weep silently. Apart from crying, she didn't know what else to do. Ni Yang sat by her side, comforting her. Sister Ronghua, recognizing the true colors of a scumbag like Zhou Wenhua is actually a good thing. If you didn't see it until after you were married and had children, it would be too late for regrets. You're so young and beautiful. What kind of man can't you find? Zhou Wenhua is not worthy of you at all. Li Ronghua couldn't listen to these comforting words at all right now. She just kept on crying heartbrokenly. Ni Yang intensified her tone. Sister Ronghua, do you really plan to continue being dejected like this? It was only then that Li Ronghua raised her head to look at Ni Yang. Then, what should I do? I've lost everything. Zhou Wenhua was her everything. Now that Zhou Wenhua didn't want her anymore, what did she have left? You still have family. You have grandparents, parents, and 2 younger brothers. Do you really think they, combined, are not as important as a man like Chen Shimi? Do you realize how upset your family would be if they heard you say this? Especially Aunt Han, who worked so hard to raise you. Surely she didn't do it just so you could throw yourself away like this? Li Ronghua was taken aback. No one had ever said such things to her before. Everyone always said that the fate of a girl was like a seed. If it lands on fertile soil, it can enjoy a life of happiness. If it lands on barren soil, then it can only experience a life of hardship. That's why she was always dreaming about finding an exceptional boyfriend and marrying into a good family. And then she met Zhou Wenhua. When they first met, Zhou Wenhua was a high school senior. It was she who had accompanied him through failure after failure until he rose again. Because she believed Zhou Wenhua would certainly succeed one day. And indeed, she was right. After 3 years of studying for the college entrance exam again, Zhou Wenhua was finally admitted to a second-tier university. Thanks to this, Li Ronghua was able to hold her head high in front of all her relatives. Li Ronghua loved Zhou Wenhua so much that she didn't even notice when he began to change. Ni Yang sighed and then said, Sister Rong, a man is not everything. You should cheer up and strive to better yourself. Have you ever heard this saying? What saying? Li Ronghua asked. If today you look down on me, there will come a day when you might not be able to reach me. This simple, plain sentence carries an unexplained power. Most of the sadness in Li Ronghua's heart suddenly disappeared. Yes, she should cheer up. She would make Zhou Wenhua regret what he did today. She would become someone Zhou Wenhua could never dream of being with. And Yang continued, even the chairman said that women are now holding up half the sky. You absolutely must not bemoan or pity yourself, or even abandon yourself. Doing so will only give satisfaction to your enemies and pain to your loved ones. Li Ronghua wiped her eyes and looked at An Yang. An Yang, you are right. I should cheer up. Yang smiled and said, Sister Ronghua, as long as you've come to your senses, that's good. She was afraid that Li Ronghua would descend into her own world and never be able to return. I will make Zhou Wenhua regret. Yen continued, making Zhou Wenhua regret is only secondary, your main task is to become better yourself. Only when you yourself become better can you meet better people. Don't let jerks get in your way. Li Ronghua nodded, thank you, Yang. Yen was like a wake-up call. After that, Li Ronghua asked, what does jerk mean? This word was quite fresh, she seemed to have never heard it before. Yen explained, it simply means scum. Oh. Li Ronghua continued, Yang, I won't bother you anymore, I'll go back first. She had figured it out now and wouldn't be foolish anymore. Yen said, just stay here for tonight, my mom has already informed your family. Tomorrow, I'll give you a day off and we can have a good wander around the city together. Li Ronghua quickly declined, no need, Yang, I'm really fine now, you don't have to give me a day off. Yen smiled lightly, don't misunderstand, it's not just for you. I just want to go out for some fun myself. Sister Ronghua, keep me company, otherwise I'll be so boring for me alone. Li Ronghua knew that Yen was comforting her. How fortunate she was to have met such a good leader and friend like Yen in her life. Yen then took a set of pajamas from the cabinet. Sister Ronghua, you can wear my pajamas tonight. That night, the two chatted for a very long time. In the middle of the night, Yen asked, Sister Ronghua, what's your dream? What is her dream? Before, Li Ronghua's dream was to marry Zhou Wenhua and become a qualified wife. Now, her dream is to become better and make Zhou Wenhua regret. Li Ronghua answered as such, then counter-questioned, Yang, what is your dream? Yen said, my dream is to make a lot of money, then buy a villa, car, yacht, and travel the world. She is a simple person with no lofty dreams. She just wants to quietly be a rich person, living a comfortable life with someone she loves. As they talked, they fell asleep unknowingly. The next day, when Li Ronghua woke up, Yen was already out of bed. As she stepped out of the room, she saw Yen walking out of the yard with a cup and toothbrush. The sunlight shone on her face. Sister Ronghua, you're up. Hurry and brush your teeth and wash up, it's time for breakfast. At that moment, Li Ronghua forgot all about the incidents of yesterday, smiling and saying, all right. Yes, life is so wonderful, why should she keep thinking about a jerk? After breakfast, Li Ronghua went shopping with Yen. They took a tram to get there. Shall we go to the clothing store first? A girl's wardrobe is always short of one piece. Li Ronghua nodded. Yen picked out a light blue cheongsam. Li Ronghua spotted a nice dress as well, but she didn't have any money on her and reluctantly let it go. However, when it came to paying, Yen paid for the dress Li Ronghua had wanted as well. Yen smiled. Don't worry, this dress isn't a gift from me. I'll deduct it from your wages next month. Only then did Li Ronghua feel at ease. After buying clothes, they went to a shoe store. Yen bought a pair of shoes for both Zehua and little Yun. Over the years, Li Ronghua had focused all her attention on Zhou Wenhua. She had never bought anything for her family. Thinking about this, she felt guilty and chose a pair of shoes for her grandparents, parents, and younger siblings. In the following days, she would do her best to be filial to her grandparents and parents. Shopping can really cheer people up. Soon enough, a smile crept onto Li Ronghua's face. Is that Sister Ronghua? Su Ziqin asked, pointing across the street. Hearing this, Zhou Wenhua, who was next to him, grimaced in disgust. Why is she here again? Didn't I make myself clear last night? Well, you are so accomplished, it's normal for Sister Ronghua to not let go. Su Ziqin reasoned. Wenhua, let's say hi to Sister Ronghua. Chapter 581. Scum Men and Women Seeking Abuse at Home. Update 8. _1. Why bother greeting her? What if she clings onto us? Zhou Wenhua didn't want to see Li Ronghua at all right now. Su Zijin said, that won't happen. I believe Sister Ronghua is not that type of person. Nowadays, men's and women's relationships are so open that it's possible to stay friends after breaking up. The more Li Ronghua clung to him, the more it highlighted her understanding nature. Without the green leaves, how can we highlight the red flowers? Under Su Zijin's persuasion, Zhou Wenhua reluctantly agreed to meet Li Ronghua. Ni Yang was discussing skincare with Li Ronghua when a young man and woman suddenly walked by. The woman enthusiastically greeted, "Sister Ronghua." Li Ronghua was stunned. After all, she had just experienced betrayal last night, and seeing this shameless couple so soon took her by surprise. "Sister Ronghua, you're not still mad at Wenhua and me, are you? It's all in the past now. I hope you can let it go. After all, there are many good men out there besides Wenhua." Su Zijin's voice was so soft that it made Li Ronghua shiver all over. Even though she had decided to be strong, facing the aggressive Su Zijin, she still lacked a bit of confidence. The illiterate elementary school graduate left an invisible tight hoop of shame around her head, making her feel inferior in front of this legitimate college student. Ni Yang slightly raised her eyebrow. "So you are that third wheel, Su Zijin? Then you must be that freeloading, heart-stealing Chinshimi, Zhou Wenhua, right?" As she said this, Ni Yang glanced at Zhou Wenhua. Zhou Wenhua had a face that fit the image of a scumbag. No wonder he was able to juggle women. Caught by Ni Yang's sudden gaze, Zhou Wenhua was stunned, unable to respond to Ni Yang's insults. This girl is too beautiful. Is she Li Ronghua's relative or friend? How come he didn't know that Li Ronghua has such a beautiful girl around her? He used to think that Su Zijin was the most beautiful girl in the world, but standing in front of Ni Yang, Su Zijin seemed invisible. "How could you talk like that? Don't you have any manners?" Su Zijin argued indignantly. "Oh really? So stealing someone else's boyfriend shows good manners?" Ni Yang responded with a faint smile. The mall was crowded. Hearing Ni Yang's words, many people chose to stop in their tracks and stay to watch the drama unfold. This girl is really shameless. She actually stole someone else's boyfriend. The onlookers pointed at Su Zijin and mumbled amongst themselves. Su Zijin, a simple college girl, had never been through anything like this. "That's not true. I didn't. You're just spouting nonsense." Zhou Wenhua finally snapped out of it and shielded Su Zijin behind him. "Comrade, I know you're trying to speak up for Li Ronghua, but this situation has nothing to do with Zijin. We're together because of love." Ni Yang retorted, "What about Sister Ronghua? When you were double-timing Sister Ronghua with Su Zijin, have you ever thought about how she felt? And you, Su Zijin, you knew Zhou Wenhua had a girlfriend but still got involved with him. Do you have any shame at all?" Ni Yang's words were hard-hitting. She ripped off the glamorous facade of Zhou Wenhua and Su Zijin, exposing their ugly sides to everyone, leaving them with no dignity at all. Su Zijin turned pale, without any strength to fight back. She could be arrogant in front of Li Ronghua, looking at Li Ronghua as if she were a pitiful creature. But now, the one standing in front of her was Ni Yang. "What a disgrace to our Zhou family. That woman's surname is Su? My surname is also Su. She embarrasses us, Su Zijin? What an ugly name. And Zhou Wenhua's name isn't much better. He's a cultured person, but he could do such a shameless thing." The crowd around them pointed fingers and whispered. Zhou Wenhua's face changed colors as he said, "There was no love between Li Ronghua and me. We now have the freedom to love, and love can't be forced. You shouldn't still be clinging on to me." Zhou Wenhua wanted to put all the blame on Li Ronghua. How could Ni Yang let him succeed? Clinging on to you? That's a joke. Think about who was clinging on to whom. And who came here first to pick a fight? You're a freeloader and now you want to bite back? Do you think Sister Ronghua is easy to bully? Zhou Wenhua had never argued with anyone before. At this moment, his face was flushed with exasperation. Unable to outtalk Ni Yang, he turned to Li Ronghua and said indignantly, "Li Ronghua, we have broken up. Can you please stop this? Can't we part on good terms?" Li Ronghua couldn't utter a word. She would have collapsed to the ground if it wasn't for Ni Yang's support. Ni Yang gave a faint smile, looked at Zhou Wenhua and said, "Since you have broken up, you should return what Sister Ronghua has given you, right? The Parker pen you keep in your jacket pocket was a gift from her, as were the branded sneakers on your feet. Over the years, your tuition, miscellaneous fees, and living expenses have all been paid by Sister Ronghua. You are not planning to welsh on your debts, are you? Oh, and by the way, yesterday afternoon, you took a bottle of Ice YU Whitening Moisturizer from Sister Ronghua. You've been freeloading off her for years, so you should at least pay her back, with interest. The onlookers became very excited at this point. My goodness! This guy is so shameless. Taking so much from the girl without a second thought. He's practically a real-life chin shimmy. And he's a college student. Seems like he fed all his books to a dog. The girl was so kind to him and he dared to cheat. Listening to the surrounding chatter, Zhou Wenhua's face turned from pale to green and then red, as if it was a color palette. It made for a rather amusing sight. He felt his manly dignity being stepped on and ruthlessly trampled upon. Indeed, he had been funded by Li Ronghua over the years. But that was Li Ronghua's choice all along. Why should he tolerate this humiliation because of her now? Su Zikin's face darkened as well. She had never dealt with such humiliation before. And Ai Yang continued, Zhou Wenhua, you're not planning to ditch your debts as a college student, are you? If you dare, it'll take Sister Ronghua to meet your teachers and classmates. Let them judge who's right and wrong. We must get justice for Sister Ronghua. How could something that couldn't be mentioned in public be escalated to the school? Out of mortification and rage, Zhou Wenhua removed the pen from his chest pocket. Take this back. And Ai Yang glanced at his feet. What about that one? Zhou Wenhua took off his shoes. And Ai Yang looked at the shoes on the ground, kicked them casually, and before anyone could react, the shoes ended up in a trash can 10 meters away. Bang! There was a collective gasp from the crowd. That was amazing. Rather toss the shoes in the trash than give them back to this freeloader. What a spirit of vengeance. Can I leave now? Zhou Wenhua wanted nothing more than to leave this humiliating place immediately. And Ai Yang spoke casually, what about the money? Or have you decided not to pay back what you owe Sister Ronghua? Zhou Wenhua emptied all the cash from his pockets and handed it to Ai Yang, eager to cut all ties with Li Ronghua immediately. And Ai Yang counted the money, clicking her tongue. Only 50 yuan? Sister Ronghua supported you for 5 years, which would be around 1,000 yuan at 200 yuan per year. 50 yuan can barely cover the interest. Don't go too far. Zhou Wenhua gritted his teeth. Li Ronghua, if you continue this way, be careful that I will never forgive you in my life. He didn't believe that Li Ronghua would forget him that quickly. Li Ronghua would surely not insist on him repaying 1,000 yuan. Li Ronghua looked at Zhou Wenhua, her lips trembling. It wasn't until today that she saw Zhou Wenhua for what he truly was. She blamed herself for being blind all these years, falling for a man as ruthless and selfish as him. Are you angry because you are embarrassed? And Ai Yang smiled faintly. From what it seems, you want us to go to school and have your teachers and classmates judge this, right? Zhou Wenhua was momentarily speechless. What exactly do you want? And Ai Yang handed Zhou Wenhua a pen and a piece of paper. If you don't have the money now, write an IOU for Sister Ronghua for the time being. Zhou Wenhua took the pen and paper. Chapter 582, The Great Abuse of Scumbags Men and Women, Update 9_1 and Ai Yang continued, I instruct, you write. Zhou Wenhua clenched his fist in anger and shame. Borrower Zhou Wenhua, due to financial distress, borrowed 1,000 renminbi from lender Li Ronghua on August 2, 1984, and Ai Yang said before reminding him, remember to write 1,000 in capital letters. Zhou Wenhua's face was full of humiliation, his hand holding the pen was trembling. He never thought there would come a day when Li Ronghua would be reduced to this state. After a while, he handed the IOU to Ai Yang and said, here you go. Ai Yang reached out to accept the IOU, a fleeting silver light at her fingertips. At that moment, Zhou Wenhua felt a piercing pain in his thumb, while Ai Yang was pressing his finger on the paper. Instantly, a bloody fingerprint appeared on the black and white IOU. Ai Yang looked satisfied, waved the IOU and said, remember to pay the debt on time, or else he'll take this to your school's leaders. What a disgrace. This was beyond humiliating. Zhou Wenhua wished he could burrow into the ground. He pulled Su Zikin's hand, squeezed through the crowd, and left. Ni Yang slightly parted her lips and turned to look at Li Ronghua. Sister Ronghua, are you okay? Li Ronghua looked blankly at Ni Yang for a long time before saying, Yang, you're amazing. If it hadn't been for Ni Yang today, she might not have been able to hold on. Not only did Ni Yang help her teach Zhou Wenhua a lesson, but she also made him sign an IOU. She was truly incredible. Although she had always known that Ni Yang was very capable, Li Ronghua had never admired Ni Yang as much as she did now. Ni Yang laughed and said, It's nothing. Sister Ronghua, when faced with scumbags, you shouldn't feel afraid or guilty. They should feel so instead, as they were the ones who wronged you first. Keep this IOU safe and make Zhou Wenhua pay you back every penny. If he dares not to, we will make him infamous. Originally, going to the school was just to scare Zhou Wenhua, and Ni Yang didn't expect Zhou Wenhua to be so easily frightened and actually wrote the IOU. Now with the IOU, she was not afraid of Zhou Wenhua denying the debt. If Zhou Wenhua dared not to repay the money, Ni Yang had 100 ways to make him famous. Yang, you're so kind. Li Ronghua hugged Ni Yang. Ni Yang patted Li Ronghua's back. We're good sisters, it's only natural. Li Ronghua nodded. Yes, we are lifelong good sisters. She would never forget Ni Yang's kindness in her lifetime. Ni Yang laughed and said, Let's go. Don't let the scumbags affect our mood, let's continue shopping. Yang, wait for me a minute. Li Ronghua picked up the Parker pen and walked towards the trash can. Sister Ronghua, don't throw it away. Ni Yang immediately stopped Li Ronghua. Li Ronghua looked at Ni Yang with confusion. Why keep the pen that Zhou Wenhua had used? Ni Yang laughed and said, Sister Ronghua, this Parker pen cost over 200 yuan. Why should we be at odds with money? There is a pawn shop downstairs. This pen is almost new and can at least exchange for 100 yuan. Really? Li Ronghua was somewhat surprised. Yes. Ni Yang nodded. The two went to the pawn shop and sure enough, the Parker pen was exchanged for 108 yuan. Adding the 50 yuan Zhou Wenhua repaid, Li Ronghua, who was initially broke, instantly became a little rich woman. Li Ronghua immediately paid back the money she borrowed from Ni Yang today. Ni Yang didn't refuse. After shopping, Ni Yang and Li Ronghua went to eat together. Today they ate Korean food. After a whole day, Li Ronghua had forgotten all the unhappiness. She seemed to have been completely transformed. She came home with lots of shopping bags and gave the gifts she bought today to her family. Gooden exclaimed in surprise, Sis, you're rich. You even bought us so many things. A seemingly ordinary phrase, but it made Li Ronghua feel a little bitter. Over the years, she had always been supplementing Zhou Wenhua. She hadn't even bought her family a pair of socks. Han Xiaoqin also found it strange. Ronghua, what's going on? All the family's eyes were fixed on Li Ronghua. Li Ronghua fought back tears, preventing them from falling. Nothing. I just want to provide for you all properly in the future. Gooden's dad put down his pipe. Did Zhou Wenhua bully you? No. Li Ronghua shook her head. Gooden's dad wanted to say something more, but was hushed up by Han Xiaoqin. In the evening, Han Xiaoqin came to Li Ronghua's room. Li Ronghua was crouching over an iron basin that seems to be burning something. Seeing Han Xiaoqin come over, she immediately put out the fire in the basin. Ronghua, what's the matter? Mom, why are you here? Li Ronghua seemed a bit awkward as she got up. Han Xiaoqin looked at the smoky iron basin on the ground, took Li Ronghua's hand, and sat on the edge of the bed. Ronghua, please tell me, is it true that you had a fight with Wenhua? Such things, despite being temporarily hidden, can never be held back forever. Sooner or later, they need to be laid on the table. Li Ronghua nodded. Mom, we broke up. Broke up? Han Xiaoqin was somewhat surprised. Li Ronghua was her daughter. She knew how much Li Ronghua liked Zhou Wenhua and the many sacrifices she had made over the years for him. Li Ronghua affirmed with a nod. Han Xiaoqin then asked, what happened exactly? Why would you break up? What about all the sacrifices you've made over these years? Are they wasted just like that? Although she had an unfavorable view of Zhou Wenhua now, she still felt sorry for her daughter. Li Ronghua went through the entire story. Han Xiaoqin began by cursing Zhou Wenhua. She then expressed her relief. Thank goodness Yang Yang was there. Otherwise, you would have suffered a terrible loss. You'll learn from this experience. Be more careful when you choose your next boyfriend. 8,000 yuan was a large sum during this period. At least Li Ronghua didn't lose everything, which was somewhat comforting. Li Ronghua nodded. I understand, Mom. Han Xiaoqin glanced out the window and continued, Then I'll go back to my room. Mom. Li Ronghua stretched out her hand and grabbed Han Xiaoqin's hand. What's wrong? Han Xiaoqin turned back to her. Li Ronghua then said, Mom, would you sleep with me tonight? Okay. Han Xiaoqin nodded in agreement. This was the first time since she was grown up that Li Ronghua had shared a bed with her mother. Li Ronghua felt like she had returned to her childhood. The mother and daughter lay in bed, chatting about lots of intimate matters. At Ni families. After Ni Yang returned, Ni Tsuehua couldn't wait to inquire about Li Ronghua. Ni Yang smiled and said, Don't worry, Sister Ronghua is okay. That's good, Ni Tsuehua nodded. Ronghua is a good girl, a bit naive. I didn't expect that she would encounter such a man. It's fortunate she didn't marry him. If they had married, it would have ruined the life of Li Ronghua. Half a month flew by in a blink of an eye. In M country, the condition of Caroline's skin had been improving recently. The most noticeable changes were that her crow's feet and forehead creases had faded, and even her skin had become whiter. She looked more than 10 years younger. Wherever she went, people would ask her which skincare products she used. Caroline smiled and said, This skincare product is called Ice's Jade Skin. However, you can't buy it here. You need to go China to get it. Is it a skincare product produced in China? Yes. Caroline nodded. She absolutely trusted Ice's Jade Skin now. So where did you buy it? Can you help me get a set? Caroline regretfully said, That may not be possible. Someone else gave this to me as a gift. Oh, I see. Seeing that there was not much wrinkle cream left in the bottle, which was enough for only 3 months, Caroline immediately went to find Annie. When Annie saw Caroline, she was also taken aback. Oh my dear. You look so much younger. Caroline smiled and said, Thanks to the bottle of wrinkle cream you gave me. Dear, would you help me buy a few more bottles? Money is not a problem. This product was so good that she would willingly spend all her fortune on it. Annie was surprised. Is that wrinkle cream really that amazing? Caroline pulled Annie towards the mirror. Of course. Just look at my face. In the mirror, 2 contrasting faces were reflected. One showed signs of aging, with numerous lines and wrinkles. The other appeared radiant, with full vitality. Annie was about the same age as Caroline. They used to look similar, but now, it seemed as if Annie had aged overnight. Caroline continued, My dear, you don't have to believe in Ice's Jade Skin, but I do. I am so thankful that it was you who introduced me to such an amazing product. You must help me bring back a few more bottles. Chapter 583. The Spirit of Traditional Chinese Medicine Admired by the People of F Country. Update 10_1 Annie was slightly stunned. She really hadn't expected the Bing Jiu Fu cream to have such a great effect. This was too miraculous. If she'd known how good the Bing Jiu Fu cream was, she would definitely have kept it for her own use and not given it away to others. For a moment, Annie was filled with regret. After Caroline left, Annie immediately went to Emily's school. Only after seeing Emily, did Annie realize that Caroline wasn't the only one who had changed. Emily had also transformed. Emily's skin was fair and tender, able to drip water. Mom, why are you here? Emily was surprised to see her mother. Annie asked, Do you have any more wrinkle cream left? Give some to your mom. Emily shook her head. No, there isn't any left. Didn't I give you a bottle last time? Instead of directly answering Emily's question, Annie continued, Can you ask your friend to mail a few bottles over? Hey, race the money. Annie took out a bundle of cash from her pocket and stuffed it into Emily's hand. Emily was a little confused. It takes over 2 months for a package from China to arrive. The goods Ni Yen sent me after she went back to China are still in transit. Over 2 months? She wanted to use the wrinkle cream right away and couldn't wait that long. Why does it take so long? Can't it be faster? It only takes a dozen hours to fly over from China. Why are the postal services so slow? Emily frowned. Mom, weren't you worried that the wrinkle cream would ruin your face? Why do you suddenly want to buy it now? Have you already used the wrinkle cream? But I don't see any changes on your face. With the miraculous effect of the Bing Gu Fu cream, Annie's face should not remain the same. Annie was very upset. I gave that wrinkle cream to your Aunt Caroline. What? Emily looked shocked. How could you give such a precious thing to Aunt Caroline? Annie sighed. I regret it very much now. But there was no antidote for regret in this world. If she had not given the wrinkle cream to Caroline, she would be using the wrinkle cream now. A bottle lasts 3 months, and by the time she finished a bottle, a new one would be on its way. Why don't you wait a little longer? Annie looked at Emily. Do you have N.I. Yan's address? Emily was taken aback, then asked, Are you thinking of going to China? Yes. Annie nodded. For beauty, she was willing to pay any price. A trip to China was no big deal. Mom, are you sure about this? A trip to China wasn't easy. They didn't know a soul there, and the language barrier might make it difficult to locate N.I. Yan. Annie nodded. Yes, I've made up my mind. All right then, hold on, I'll go get the address for you. The last time N.I. Yan had left, she had given Caroline an address. Annie took the note. I might be going to China soon. You will be alone at school, so be careful. Yes. Emily nodded. Mom, remember to bring me some Chinese specialties. I heard from N.I. Yan that China has a lot of delicious food. Sure. Annie gave her daughter a hug before leaving China. Today was the day for N.I. Yan to follow up with Georgia. Lying semi-recumbent in bed, Georgia spoke in her not-so-fluent Chinese. Divine Doctor, you came. Madam. N.I. Yan walked over, placed her medical box on the cabinet in front of the bed, and asked, Have you been feeling unwell recently? Georgia smiled. Not at all. I feel very good. For the first time in over a year, Georgia had laughed so heartily. She too could feel that she was improving day by day. That's good. N.I. Yan rolled up Georgia's sleeve and began to take her pulse. Georgia looked at N.I. Yan, her eyes twinkling with a smile. Just like when she first saw her. N.I. Yan, dressed in a plain white cheongsam, sat quietly. Without doing much, she managed to pull Georgia back from the brink of death. N.I. Yan had an extraordinarily beautiful face, as if kissed by God himself. Her enchanting peach blossom eyes could capture one's soul with every flirtatious twinkle. Her thick, long eyelashes allowed her to perfectly hide her emotions in a downcast gaze. The high, well-proportioned bridge of her nose, her ruby-hued lips, and her smooth, luminous skin made her even more enchanting than the blooming mutant flower in the room. This was the beauty esteemed by the Chinese. Her allure was irreplaceable. Having just let go of George's hand, Mr. Abner walked in. Divine Dr. N.I. Yan, how is my mother doing now? N.I. Yan glanced back. Madam is all right now. She should take a light diet for a while, and she should be able to get out of bed in about half a month. Really? George's eyes welled up with tears. She excitedly grabbed N.I. Yan's hand. Divine Doctor, can I really stand up? Originally, she had thought that her recovery would be the biggest surprise. But she never expected that she would be able to stand up. Perhaps nobody could understand the feeling of a paralyzed person who could suddenly stand up. Yes, indeed. N.I. Yan nodded. Abner was overjoyed, holding George's hand and said, Mom, did you hear that? You can stand up. Yes, I heard. Mother and son were so happy that they wept tears of joy. Outside the window, the sky was perfectly clear. A crepe myrtle flower leaning against the wall was blooming profusely. A light breeze wafted over, carrying a faint fragrance. Georgia held N.I. Yan's hand, repeatedly thanking her, and then asked, Divine Dr. N.I. Yan, how old are you this year? 18. N.I. Yan answered. Georgia said, So Abner is 12 years older than you. Do you have any brothers or sisters at home? I have a little sister at home. Georgia continued. Then take your little sister over to visit when you have time. Okay, I will. Divine Doctor Ni Yen. Mr. Abner started. Yes. Mr. Abner continued, you saved my mother, and have thus become our benefactor. In China, there's a saying that one should repay a small kindness with a fountain of gratitude, let alone saving a life. This is a token of gratitude from my mother and I. Please do accept it. No sooner had he finished this sentence than a servant brought over a small briefcase. Mr. Abner walked over and opened the briefcase. It was filled entirely with USD. Even though Ni Yen had seen much of the world in her previous life, she was still slightly startled. Mr. Abner, I cannot accept this money. Ni Yen spoke lightly. Why? Mr. Abner was a little puzzled. Did Ni Yen think the amount was too little? This sum added up to 500,000 US dollars, amounting to 4 million RMB. It shouldn't be too small for Ni Yen. Georgia, who was in bed, was also somewhat confused. Ni Yen continued, my master's teaching was, a doctor does not distinguish between the rich and the poor. A doctor should cure the diseases of the sovereign, rescue the poor and destitute, and take good care of his health to be able to save others. If I accept such a large amount of money today, no one will dare to invite me to do medical consultation in the future. If my master knew about this, he would certainly be disappointed. So, I cannot accept this money. Ni Yen's master was a very good practitioner of traditional Chinese medicine. When Ni Yen first escaped from Dam Village, the first people she met were her master and his wife. If not for them, Ni Yen wouldn't have such brilliant medical skills, let alone thrive so smoothly in Beijing. The primary reason why Ni Yen chose Beijing as her first destination was to make money and thrive. The second reason was because of her master. In Ni Yen's past life memory, her master and his wife had only one son who died in a premeditated revenge incident. Each remembrance of their son caused a flood of tears from her master and his wife, leading to their premature deaths in their 60s. When Ni Yen met them in her past life, their son was already gone. All that was left for them was a black and white photograph, with the clear date of his tragic end recorded at the back. What Ni Yen was now determined to do was to rescue him from that premeditated revenge. In this life, Ni Yen would not let her master and his wife endure the pain of losing a child again. The time of that tragic incident involving the elder brother she never met was fast approaching. Ni Yen was prepared for that moment. Mr. Abner looked at Ni Yen, and his eyes were full of respect. He thought, maybe this was the spirit of traditional Chinese medicine. Compared to the exorbitant fees of Western medicine, the spirit of traditional Chinese medicine was truly admirable. Divine Doctor Ni Yen, I admire your spirit of traditional Chinese medicine. Mr. Abner gave Ni Yen a deep bow. Chapter 584. Are you Daya? 11 updates. _1 This was Mr. Abner's first time admiring someone so much. And also the first time he fell in love with a country. He had always heard about the profoundness of Chinese culture. This time, he experienced it firsthand. You flatter me, I am merely carrying on my master's teaching, Ni Yang said with a faint smile. Yang. Georgia looked at Ni Yang. May I call you that? You may. Ni Yang nodded. I really like you. I don't have many friends in China. Can I come to talk to you often after I recover? Georgia asked. Ni Yang nodded. Of course, I'd be very happy to. Hearing Ni Yang's response, Georgia was very pleased. After Ni Yang left, Georgia turned to Mr. Abner. Abner, I want to discuss something with you. Mom, go ahead, Mr. Abner replied. I want to recognize a younger sister for you, Georgia continued. Is it Ni Yang? Mr. Abner seemed to have guessed his mother's intention. Georgia nodded, yes. Georgia truly liked Ni Yang. Hearing that it was customary in China to recognize goddaughters, she had this idea in mind. If such a pretty girl could become her goddaughter, she would wake up laughing even in her dreams. Of course, she would need to get her son's consent before proceeding. Abner, would you mind? Georgia continued to ask. Having such an excellent sister would undoubtedly be fine for Mr. Abner. The question is whether Ni Yang would agree? Georgia replied, after I recover from my illness, I will visit Ni Yang's home personally. This sort of matter would undoubtedly require discussion with Ni Yang's family. Georgia was not the type to neglect propriety. Mr. Abner nodded. After leaving the manor, Ni Yang went to the training class. With over a month passing by, the training effect was very good, and the front-of-house staff could start working at any time. The executive chefs were also busy tasting dishes and discussing the names of the dishes. As Ni Yang's restaurant aims for a higher-end market, the names of the dishes couldn't be too plain. For example, spread your wings is the name for chicken wings slow-cooked over low heat. Gold branches and jade leaves refers to stir-fried meat with green and red peppers. Galloping across the world signifies braised pork trotter. While they were discussing the names, Ni Yang sat aside, occasionally giving some suggestions. As for the taste of the dishes, with Ni Yang's secret recipe, even a simple fried vegetable dish has its unique flavor. The chefs were very skilled, and with Ni Yang's secret recipes, the dishes would exude an incredible aroma as soon as they were served at the table. Miss Ni, could you try this and tell us how it tastes? The head chef passed the chopsticks to Ni Yang. Ni Yang stood up and took a piece of fish. The taste is good, but we need to rethink the way of plating and the portion size. Chinese people prefer hearty servings, so most dishes are very large in portion. Actually, this is least preferred in high-end restaurants. Because in scarcity lies value, too large a portion doesn't look precious. How should we change it? The head chef was a bit confused. Ni Yang lightly smiled. Have you ever had Japanese or Western cuisine? No. The head chef shook his head. After all, a Japanese meal would cost 200 to 300 yuan. How could he afford that? Ni Yang smiled and said, "It's okay if you haven't tried it before. I can show you now." After saying that, Ni Yang took out a dozen photos from her bag and distributed them to the cooks present. These photos were taken while having Japanese and Western cuisine previously. Ni Yang continued, "This is plating. Both Japanese and Western cuisines pay great attention to plating. A perfect dish not only tastes good but also looks good. It triggers both the appetite and the feeling of high quality." Hearing this, the chefs frowned. It sounds simple, but it's not that easy to do. That's true. Are the flowers on this Japanese dish fake? Who can make a dish look this good? Ni Yang didn't get angry. Instead, she picked up a radish and a kitchen knife while speaking. In no time at all, the radish in her hand had become a beautiful peony. She reduced the fish on the plate by half, then placed the carved peony on top. With a sprinkling of white radish shreds for garnish and a few mint leaves, a dish with high aesthetic value was created. The chefs were stunned. None of them had imagined that Ni Yang had such incredible knife skills. Ni Yang was really incredible. Any initial doubts vanished in an instant. If a young girl could do it, so could they, the professional chefs. Throughout the entire morning, Ni Yang was learning from the chef how to plate the dishes and how to carve vegetables. Ni Zuihua also took little Ni Yun out onto the street. The mother and daughter pair, both good-looking, were well-dressed and caught the eye of the passers-by. A middle-aged woman lingered in front of Ni Zuihua for a long time. Finally gathering her courage, she asked, "Are you Daya?" Daya? Ni Zuihua was stunned. If she hadn't heard the nickname again, she might have forgotten that she even had such a nickname. How long had it been since anyone had called her by this nickname? Long enough that she couldn't remember. Ni Zuihua looked up at the middle-aged woman, thought hard for a long time, but couldn't remember who she was. "Sorry, may I ask who you are?" "Daya. It's me, Danny, who grew up with you. Don't you remember me?" This woman was Zhou Danny, who had grown up with Ni Zuihua. They were very close in the past, but after Ni Zuihua left, Zhou Danny got married, and they lost touch. Only then did Ni Zuihua remember her childhood friend. She became so excited that her eyes welled up with tears. "Danny! Is it really you, Danny?" She remembered that Zhou Danny had a small mole in the middle of her forehead. The mole was still there. This woman was indeed Zhou Danny. Zhou Danny was also very excited. She hugged Ni Zuihua. "Daya, I never thought we would meet here. Look at you, you're still so young and pretty. I've gotten old. Is this your daughter?" Ni Zuihua was born beautiful. Back when she was 16 or 17, she was considered to be the beauty of the village. Later, her father fell ill and had no money for treatments, and Ai Zuihua was sold for 10 yuan. Yes, and Ai Zuihua replied, her eyes teary, this is my daughter Ai Yun. Yun, say hello to Auntie. To meet an old friend from childhood was truly exciting for Ai Zuihua. Auntie. Little Ai Yun obediently greeted. Ai Yun? The child shares Daya's surname? Zhou Danny was somewhat confused, but she didn't ask. Instead she extended her hand towards little Ai Yun. Come, shall Auntie hold you? Yes. Little Ai Yun nodded. Zhou Danny's smile was tinged with tears. This child is so good and beautiful. Daya, she looks just like you. She continued asking, Daya, where have you been all these years? Is your life good? And Ai Zuihua sighed. It's a long story. Let's find somewhere to talk about it. Zhou Danny nodded. I live nearby. Can we talk at my home? Danny, you also live in Beijing? And Ai Zuihua expressed surprise. Zhou Danny embarrassingly confessed. Daya, I'm not afraid you'll laugh. My husband is doing some peddling. He's a self-employed business owner. We're renting on Witter Street. Self-employed business owner was deemed as the least possible way of making a living in that era. And Ai Zuihua responded, what's there to laugh at? My daughter is also a self-employed business owner. In a way, we are in the same line of work. Zhou Danny was surprised. Your daughter, she is 3 years old, right? And Ai Zuihua laughed as she explained, I'm referring to my eldest daughter Ai Yang. She's already 18 this year, and this is my youngest daughter. Oh, I see. They walked and chatted. Soon, they arrived at Zhou Danny's home. Zhou Danny also rented an apartment in a Sihiyuan. The house was tidy. As it was during the summer vacation, all her kids were home. Dashuan, Ershuan, Sanshuan, Xiaoshuang, come here, come. For children all ran over. Zhou Danny continued, this is your Daya auntie, she grew up with me, greet her. Hello, auntie. And Ai Zuihua was surprised. Danny, are these all your children? Zhou Danny nodded and went on. This is Dashuan, he's 16 this year. This is Ershuan, now 15 years old. This is Sanshuan, he's 14 this year. And this is Xiaoshuang, she's 8 this year. Dashuan to Sanshuan were all boys. Xiaoshuang was a girl. And Ai Zuihua said admiringly, that's wonderful. If her children hadn't been abandoned, her second child would also be 17 now. The third 15, the fourth 12. Chapter 585. Old Friends Meet, 12 more updates, _1 I don't know if he'll ever see those 3 poor children again in this life. Zhou Danny laughed. What's so great? It's usually very troublesome. I have to buy everything in 4 portions. If someone gets more or less, they will quarrel and say it's unfair, and they often fight. Having many children brings many troubles, but most of these troubles are happy ones. Zhou Danny continued, now I'm going to go inside and chat with your Aunt Daya. Are you guys okay with taking care of your little sister Yunyun? Sure. Little Ai Yun is very cute, and everyone likes her very much. Watching Ai Yun go with the children, Zhou Danny continued, you can trust them with Yunyun. Let's go inside to chat. Okay. And Ai Zuihua nodded and followed Zhou Danny into the house. Zhou Danny's husband may be running a small business, but after all, there are 4 children to feed in the house. Plus, the business is not particularly good. The money he earns is barely enough. Their lives are very ordinary and are the type that can only afford meat during the holidays. But to Zhou Danny, Ai Zuihua is a guest of honor. After making Ai Zuihua sit down, Zhou Danny walked into the house, saying, Daya, wait for me. I'm going to get you a treat. After a while, Zhou Danny came out with a fresh tangerine and handed it to Ai Zuihua. Ai Zuihua knew that this must be the most precious thing in Zhou Danny's house and quickly declined. Danny, we're like sisters, so you don't need to be so kind to me. Save this tangerine for the children. We have plenty at home. Daya, you'll be too formal if you don't eat it. Zhou Danny peeled the tangerine and put it back into Ai Zuihua's hand. Ai Zuihua was deeply moved and stuffed half of the tangerine into Zhou Danny's hands, saying, you also eat. Zhou Danny nodded. Okay, let's eat together. The two chatted as they ate. Anai Zhihua told Zhou Danny about her past, and Zhou Danny listened with sighs. Dia, your life has been too hard. How could your father bear to sell you to such a family? Anai Zhihua responded with a bitter smile, it's all in the past. Zhou Danny sighed. The past is indeed past, but the hardships you endured were real. And those 3 poor children. She never expected that Anai Zhihua had led such a hellish life. Anai Zhihua, with swollen eyes, said, the ones I owe the most are those 3 children. Zhou Danny walked over and patted Anai Zhihua's back, comforting, actually, for them, it's kind of a blessing in disguise. If they continued to stay in the Mu family, who knows how that old lady would have abused them. Maybe by now they have been taken by kind people and are leading a good life. Hopefully, Anai Zhihua continued, I have been talking about me all this time. What about you, Danny? How have you been these years? Compared to Anai Zhihua, Zhou Danny's life has been quite good over these years. Her husband is an honest man who only knows how to work and earn money. She's the one in charge at home. 3 years ago, they followed their fellow villagers to Beijing and started a small business there, successfully settling down in Beijing. Although they don't earn much money and their life is tight, it's at least happy because their family is together. The two chatted for a long time, and before they knew it, it was evening. Zhou Danny's husband returned after closing his stall. Zhou Danny introduced Anai Zhihua. Old Zhao, this is Dia I often talk to you about. We grew up in the same village. Old Zhao, a man who looked very honest from his face, greeted Anai Zhihua. Anai Zhihua nodded. Hello, brother-in-law. Zhou Danny is 2 months older than her, so it's appropriate to call him brother-in-law. Old Zhao looked at Zhou Danny. Well, since we have guests today, I'll go to buy some groceries now. Go ahead. Zhou Danny added. Remember to buy 2 pounds of pork. Hearing about pork, the children playing outside cheered. We will have meat tonight. We will have meat for dinner tonight. Okay. Even if old Zhao doesn't normally indulge in food and drink, he won't be short of a few yuan for meat with guests in the house. He won't neglect the guests. Anai Zhihua hurriedly said, Danny, don't go to so much trouble. I want stay for dinner. It's obvious that Zhou Danny's family's financial condition is not very good, and Anai Zhihua didn't want them to make unnecessary expenses. Of course I'm here. Zhou Danny said, we only see each other once in so many years. How could you not be here for dinner? If you're not here for dinner, I'm not letting you return tonight. Besides, just look at how happy those little rascals were when they heard there was meat to eat. They'll surely be heartbroken if you don't eat here. Helpless, Anai Zhihua had to agree and said, then let me tell my eldest daughter first, so she doesn't worry about me being missing later. Great, let her come over to dine together too. Anai Zhihua went to the door of the training class and waited for about 10 minutes before she saw Anai Yang coming out. Yang. Anai Zhihua ran over. Mom. Anai Yang asked in confusion, why are you alone? Where's Yun? Anai Zhihua relayed the incident of meeting Zhou Danny to Anai Yang. Anai Yang was also delighted that Anai Zhihua encountered a childhood friend in Beijing. She smiled and said, Mom, let's get something to take with us. How many kids does Aunt Danny have? 4. Anai Zhihua replied. Anai Yang nodded. There's a shop over there, let's go to the shop first. Anai Yang bought malted milk, candies, beef granules, biscuits, some fruits, and 2 bottles of liquor, spending over 50 yuan in total. When they arrived at Zhou Danny's home, it was already getting dark. All the children had gathered in the living room. Old Zhao was cooking in the kitchen. Zhou Danny and the children immediately came out to greet them. Anai Zhihua handed the bags of gifts to Zhou Danny and the children. These are all goodies for the kids. Zhou Danny chided, Dia, why did you buy so many things? After all these years of friendship, why waste money? Everyone's living conditions aren't easy, and Anai Zhihua bringing so many things made Zhou Danny feel slightly embarrassed. Anai Zhihua laughed and said, I didn't buy much, they just look nice. Speaking of Danny, this is my eldest daughter Anai Yang. Yang, this is your Aunt Danny. Anai Yang politely greeted, Hello, Aunt Danny. Only then did Zhou Danny get a clear look at Anai Yang by Anai Zhihua's side. she was surprised and said, Dia, your daughter is too beautiful. She's like drawn on a picture. Zhou Danny had seen quite a lot of people over the years, but she had never seen someone as beautiful as Ni Yang. Not only was the girl beautiful, but she also had a unique charisma. No wonder she managed to get Ni Tsuehua out of Dam Village. Ni Tsuehua laughed and said, this girl can't take compliments. If you keep praising her like this, I'm sure she will become overly proud. Zhou Danny responded, I'm not just flattering. My niece really is beautiful. Alright, let's not just stand here, let's go inside and sit. They all went inside. Old Zhao had already set the meal on the table, and the dinner was very rich, with both fish and meat. Ni Tsuehua introduced old Zhao to Ni Yang. Ni Yang politely greeted, hello Uncle Zhao. Zhou Danny has educated her children well. Although they had not eaten meat for a long time, after each of them had taken a piece, they did not take any more, preventing any chaos over food. On the other hand, Zhou Danny kept serving meat to Ni Yang and Ni Tsuehua. Dia, you and Yang Yang eat the meat. Treat this place as your own home, don't be polite. Unable to refuse, Ni Yang ate 2 large pieces of fat meat. She was unable to eat the last piece, but she still gulped it down with discomfort. After dinner, she quickly took her bowl to the kitchen, fearing that Zhou Danny would serve her more meat. Zhou Danny was a bit worried that Ni Yang did not eat enough. Yang, how come you've eaten so little? There's still plenty of rice in the pot. Don't worry about saving food for me, it's not a famine era now. Ni Yang smiled faintly, I'm full, Aunt Danny. Zhou Danny was somewhat skeptical. Can you be full with just that? Is it because the food Uncle Zhao cooked isn't good? Ni Yang continued, Uncle Zhao's cooking is delicious, Aunt Danny, I'm truly full. Ni Tsuehua chimed in from the side, Danny, you don't need to worry about her. This girl has always had a small appetite, always like feeding a mynah bird. Only then did Zhou Danny feel relieved. Chapter 586, Guidance, 13 more updates, _1 after dinner, Zhou Danny and her husband, Lao Zhao, walked Ni Tsuehua and her daughter Ni Yang, carrying little Ni Yun, to the tram station. Ni Yang was holding little Ni Yun in her arms. Ni Tsuehua tightly held Zhou Danny's hand. Danny, whenever you have time, you need to come over with your brother-in-law and the children. You can take the number 9 tram and get off at Jinghua Village. Give us a call when you're on your way, and I'll meet you at the village entrance. Zhou Danny nodded. We're a bit occupied at the moment, but we're definitely coming as soon as we get some free time. They'll be waiting at home for you all. Ni Tsuehua reluctantly boarded the tram. As they watched the tram slowly disappear into the night, Zhou Danny turned to Lao Zhao. How did we do in business today? Lao Zhao sighed. Not too good. Since the people of Beijing like eating steamed buns, that's what we've been selling all these years. When they first started, business was good. But things went downhill recently, and it got to a point where they couldn't even sell steamed buns worth 1 yuan a day. They also had to pay 10 yuan every month as rent. Zhou Danny expressed her worry as well. What can we do? We have to pay the rent soon, and the kids need to go to school too. There are so many places we need to spend money. Lao Zhao said, don't rush. Maybe tomorrow will be a better day. Zhou Danny suggested, do you think the problem lies with the market? What if you change your selling stall's location tomorrow? Lao Zhao nodded in agreement. The couple returned home, with their faces full of worry. As soon as they got home, Xiao Shuang rushed over, grabbing their hands. Mom and Dad, come and see. Aunt Dia and Sister Ni Yang brought over a lot of good stuff today. Given it was dark out, Zhou Danny didn't really have a chance to see how much stuff Ni Tsuehua and Ni Yang had brought. Only now she realized that they had indeed brought a lot of nice things. There was malted milk and small chunks of beef. The candies and biscuits had already been opened by the kids. Zhou Danny also found 2 bottles of liquor. Even when their family visited relatives for New Year, they could not afford to buy so many things. Zhou Danny said, Dia must have spent a lot today. She was too kind. Lao Zhao stared at the 2 bottles of liquor for a while before finally saying, we should consider exchanging these 2 bottles of liquor for some money at the shop tomorrow. They're worth 35 yuan. We don't need a big profit. 30 yuan should be enough to pay the school fees and the rent. Even though this was slightly inappropriate, they had no other alternatives. If they didn't sell the liquor, their family of 6 would end up on the streets with the kids unable to afford school. Zhou Danny was silent for a moment, then nodded. All right. When we have money, we must thank Dia and her family properly. Lao Zhao nodded. Definitely. The next day, Zhou Danny went to the shop and exchanged the 2 bottles of liquor for 30 yuan. The regular selling price for these 2 bottles of liquor was 35 yuan. The shopkeeper was more than happy to make this deal for 30 yuan. They were relieved to finally have the money for the school fees and rent. Zhou Danny let out a sigh of relief. After hearing Zhou Danny's idea, Lao Zhao changed his selling spot today, continuing to sell from his stall. As it was the inaugural day of the restaurant, at 11:30 a.m., Ni Yang arrived at the city market. She bought cigarettes, liquor, and prepared dishes, ready to treat everyone to a good meal. She bought various meat dishes including braised beef, pig's head meat, and tiger skin chicken feet. People were in dire need of some decent nourishment at this point. Even if they ate a lot of meat, they wouldn't feel greasy. Moreover, they were all performing manual labor and needed to restore their energy. After buying the dishes, all she needed were the staple foods. Just then, Ni Yang spotted a vendor selling steamed buns. Beijing people generally prefer wheat food, so Ni Yang steered her cart over and ordered, "Vendor, could I get 50 steamed buns please?" There were 18 workers in the restaurant. A grown man could easily eat 2 to 3 steamed buns, so 50 steamed buns was really not that many. 50 steamed buns. The old Zhao, who had been originally hunched over eating his steamed bun, perked up upon hearing those words. He quickly put down the bun and picked up a bag. "All right, please wait a moment." Ni Yang clearly saw old Zhao at this point and exclaimed, "Uncle Zhao." Old Zhao also looked surprised. "Yang." Ni Yang chuckled and said, "Uncle Zhao, so you've been selling steamed buns here?" Old Zhao nodded. "Yes, but Yang, are you sure you can finish off all these buns? They'll go bad if you don't finish them quickly in this weather." Ni Yang assured him, "Don't worry, we have more than a dozen people for dinner." Only then old Zhao was relieved. He swiftly packed up 50 buns and handed them to Ni Yang. At this point, one could buy 4 buns for 1 cent. Ni Yang had occasionally bought them before, so she was familiar with the price. She took the steamed buns and handed 1 yuan and 3 cents to old Zhao. However, old Zhao refused to take the money. Ni Zihua and her daughter Ni Yang were so polite. If it wasn't for the gifts they brought, sending the children to school next month would have been a problem. If he were to insist on taking the money for a few steamed buns, it would be utterly heartless. "Uncle Zhao, you are running a business, how could you not accept money? If you refuse to accept the money, then I can't accept these buns." Saying this, Ni Yang put down the buns. She knew that old Zhao's family had it hard, so she insisted on paying him. Old Zhao said, "Yang, both you and your mother are so nice. You brought so many things to our house yesterday. These are just a few homemade buns, they're really not worth much. Unless you think these buns of mine aren't worth the money." Ni Yang said, "Uncle Zhao, we have to be fair. If you won't accept the money, you'll go to the shop next door." After much persuasion, old Zhao finally accepted the money reluctantly. Ni Yang noticed a half-eaten bun on the basket and a flask next to it. "Uncle Zhao, are you only eating buns for lunch?" Old Zhao chuckled. "Yes, it's far from home, and I don't feel like going back for lunch, so I appease my hunger with some buns. They're good, sweet and soft. It's a much better time now. During the Great Famine, who could afford such fine white flour buns?" In reality, old Zhao was eating the buns left unsold from a few days ago. They were dry and hard with no taste at all. "Uncle Zhao, have this with your bun." Ni Yang handed old Zhao a wax paper bag. "Am I right eating the buns? I don't need that." Old Zhao quickly declined. "Please take it, I bought too much anyway, it will be a waste if I don't finish it." Having said that, Ni Yang continued, "Also, Uncle Zhao, are there lots of buns left over each day?" Old Zhao sighed. "Business has been slow recently, there are leftovers every day." "So, the next day's leftovers are not that easy to sell?" And I Yang asked. Yes. Old Zhao nodded. The leftover buns from the day before aren't as good, so we usually keep them for ourselves. And I Yang picked up the bun that old Zhao had eaten half of. The stale bun wasn't as fluffy as freshly made ones. They were dry, exaggerating a bit, they were like bricks. And I Yang continued, Uncle Zhao, actually, you could slice these leftover buns, fry them until golden brown on both sides, then sprinkle some black pepper or spread some ketchup on them. Those who love salty and spicy food can add black pepper, those who like sweet and sour can go for ketchup. Then, sell them in front of the school during dismissal time. They should sell well. The leftover buns, if preserved properly, don't harm health. They're just not as delicious as fresh ones. But when fried till crispy, they won't be affected at all, and will even taste wonderfully crispy. They would be well received by young people. Old Zhao seemed skeptical. Will that really work? And I Yang laughed. I think you can give it a try. Old Zhao continued, What is ketchup? And I Yang explained, Ketchup is tomato sauce. Old Zhao was curious, can tomatoes be made into a sauce? Tomato sauce is actually invented by Chinese people. But, originally, it was not made of tomatoes but a pure fish sauce made from miscellaneous fish. The pure fish sauce had a mild salty taste with a unique flavor, and later when our ancestors found the taste a bit monotonous, they added beans to it, creating a low-grade soybean paste, which was very popular at that time. Likewise, during the Ming Dynasty, pure fish sauce became popular in the South and was named brine. The dialectic pronunciation at that time was kutsayap. Later on, brine was introduced overseas. This Chinese-style brine sauce became extremely popular, spreading rapidly worldwide, and was modified by foreigners into American-style tomato sauce. So, the globally popular American-style tomato sauce is not America's tomato sauce, but China's kutsayap brine. During the 1980s, when KFC and McDonald's were still not introduced to China, Chinese people did not really like tomato sauce. In fact, some people did not even know what tomato sauce was. And I Yang nodded and said, Of course tomatoes can be made into sauce. I'll write down the recipe for you, you can try it at home. With that, I Yang pulled out a pen and a small notebook from her pocket. Chapter 587, Pre-Opening Celebration, Update 14:1 She wrote the steps for making tomato sauce, stroke by stroke, very seriously. In no time, she had written half a page. When she finished writing, she tore the paper from the notebook and handed it to Mr. Zhao, saying, Uncle Zhao, you can go home and follow these steps to make tomato sauce. Okay. Mr. Zhao took the note and casually put it in his pocket. After Ni Yang left, Mr. Zhao resumed selling steamed buns. When Ni Yang arrived at the restaurant, everyone was cleaning. The place had a pure vintage decor. Even the ornate frames of the ceiling lights were crafted in traditional style. Wooden screens separated the tables, and the carvings on them depicted Tang poems and Song dynasty lyrics, radiating an elegant aura. Even doing nothing in such an environment would make one feel relaxed and joyful. Yang Yang is here. This is the sample clothes delivered by the clothing factory this morning, said Wang Tinyu, handing over a small bag. Ni Yang put the large and small bags of food she had on the table, surprised. They arrived so quickly? Having adopted a vintage theme, even the waitstaff's uniforms were designed by her, reflecting Han cultural elements. The men's were black, and the women's were red. Ni Yang had just taken out the clothes when Wang Tinyu remarked, Isn't this a historical costume? It's so beautiful, I've also seen it on TV. Ni Yang laughed and clarified, This isn't a historical costume. It's Hanfu, the traditional clothing of the Han people, which originated from the Yellow Emperor and thrived during the reigns of Yao and Shun. Oh! Wang Tinyu nodded, seemingly understanding. Ni Yang put the clothes back and continued, Uncle Tinyu, has everyone finished their tasks? We can have dinner once everyone is done. I'll go call them. Ni Yang nodded, starting to tidy up the table. By the time everyone had come downstairs, the large round table was already full of dishes, or to be precise, full of meat. A pack of cigarettes was placed on each seat, and 3 crates of beer were placed on the side of the table, with baijiu displayed on top of the beer. Eating meat and drinking heavily, What a blissful life. And Yang called everyone to sit down. Everyone has worked hard recently. Tonight everyone must drink to your heart's content. It's not hard at all. Yang, you're too kind. You must have spent a lot on these cigarettes and alcohol, right? They had never been treated this well anywhere they had worked. Nowadays, if a typical family could provide lunch every day, it was considered very good. But Yang not only provides lunch every day, she ensures meat is available in every meal. Working for her, everyone was full of energy and did not allow themselves to make any mistakes. Even if there were minor defects in their work, they would redo it. That's why the restaurant was so beautifully decorated. Yang laughed. It didn't cost much. Uncles, please sit down. Under the warm invitation of Yang, everyone finally sat down. Though Yang could drink alcohol, she was only 18 and wanted to take care of her health, so she toasted everybody with tea instead of alcohol. Everyone enjoyed this meal immensely. The day passed quickly. Though Mr. Zhao changed his stall today, business was still not very good. Including the 50 steamed buns Yang bought, he only sold 100 steamed buns in total and had over 100 left unsold. As soon as he returned home, Zhou Danny come forward and asked, "How was business today?" "Not very good." Mr. Zhao handed all the money he had earned from selling steamed buns that day to Zhou Danny. Zhou Danny took the money and exclaimed in surprise, "You earned all this today?" Mr. Zhao nodded. "There's 2 yuan and 5 jiao. That's impressive. A caddy of flour costs 5 cents. A caddy of flour can be made into 10 steamed buns. 2 caddies of flour can be made into 20. There isn't much overhead, so if you can earn 2 yuan and 5 jiao every day, you could earn 75 yuan in a month. That's 900 yuan a year, so there's no need to worry about the children's schooling and rent anymore." Mr. Zhao added, "Another 1 yuan and 5 jiao is from Yang, who bought 50 steamed buns all at once." Yang? Mr. Zhao nodded and took out a paper bag from the stall. "This is what Yang gave to me to eat at noon. You warm it up and let the children have a taste." He could eat less meat, after all, he was already old. But the children were growing, so if there was any meat, he would save it for them. "What is this?" Zhou Danny looked down at it in surprise. "It's meat. Did Yang give this to you?" Mr. Zhao nodded. "Yang is a good child. Not only did she look after my business, but when she saw me eating buns without any food at noon, she gave me this." Zhou Danny sighed and said, Yang is really talented. Not only did she take Daya and her sister out, but she also managed to thrive. I wonder what good deed Daya did in her past life. If it wasn't for Yang, Zuihua would still be stuck in Dam Village now. Old Zhao added, Yang talked about a way to make money today. I wonder if it will work. What's the plan? Zhou Danny asked. Old Zhao discussed the idea of grilled bun pieces with Zhou Danny. Upon hearing this, Zhou Danny said, it should consume a lot of oil, right? They couldn't even afford to use oil for cooking. Where would they get the oil for frying bun slices? What if they grilled them and couldn't sell it? Wouldn't they have wasted the oil? Zhou Danny continued, we can't sell white steamed buns. How can we sell them if they're grilled? The more we fuss, the poorer we get. Let's not fuss about it. Rich households can afford the toss. Poor households simply can't afford it. Old Zhao scratched his head. That's true. Maybe we should make fewer buns tonight to avoid leftovers. Yes, Zhou Danny nodded. We can't keep failing to sell the buns. Should we think of more ideas? Old Zhao sighed. The times are tough this year, but maybe things will get better next year. Let's get by the second half of this year first. Zhou Danny smiled. Yes, let's not lose heart yet. Perhaps business will pick up tomorrow? Right. Although the couple had lost faith in the future, they were still full of hope. After Yang got home, she tried on the hanfu. She walked in front of Zuihua and asked, Mom, do you think this dress looks good? It's a Chi-Ru-style hanfu, unlike traditional hanfu. It has been modified so that the sleeves are narrow, and the skirt just reaches the ankles. This makes it easy to serve dishes and walk without getting caught or tripped. The top is white, the skirt and ties are red. Yang, with her slender and tall stature, looked stunning in the hanfu, which perfectly accentuated her figure. The interweaving of red and white made her radiant and striking, as if she had stepped out of a classical beauty painting, captivating everyone's attention. And Aitsuehua nodded, "Beautiful. Even more beautiful than a fairy." And Yang happily twirled around, "Really? Would your mom lie to you?" And Aitsuehua replied with a smile. Little Yun excitedly clapped her hands on the side, "Beautiful. Sister, beautiful." Even Duo flew to Yang's side, chirping nonstop. "By the way, Yang, I'm going to the mountain. Take care of Yun at home." And Aitsuehua picked up the basket. "What are you going to do on the mountain?" And Yang asked. And Aitsuehua replied, "It rained last night. There should be plenty of matsutake on the mountain. I'm going to pick some and we can stir-fry them for dinner." Matsutake can be stir-fried and even added to flour to make spicy strips. Spicy strips with matsutake sell better than regular ones. Wild matsutake is sold at sky-high prices in later years, but in this unpolluted era, they are everywhere and worthless. Ordinary families are too busy with farming to pick matsutake. And Yang nodded, "All right, take care." "Okay." And Aitsuehua walked out with her basket. Just as she reached the door, she turned back. "What's wrong?" And Aitsuehua said, "I'll bring my English book for a read." She would read English whenever she was free. With her current level, simple communication with foreigners wouldn't be a problem. And Yang laughed. "It's not safe to read while walking. You better not do it." "You're right." And Aitsuehua replied, "I better go." And Yang glanced at the sky and then said, "Wait a moment, Mom. What's wrong?" And Aitsuehua looked back. And Yang ran inside to grab an umbrella. "It might rain later, take the umbrella." And Aitsuehua laughed. "How is it going to rain under such a bright sun?" Chapter 588, Have Good Things to Give You, Update 15_1 and Yang put the umbrella into her basket. Put it in, just in case it starts raining. Just as Aitsuehua left, an elderly woman with white hair arrived at the door with a basket. "Is Yang's mum at home?" "Grandma Lu." And Yang smiled and walked over. "My mom just left. Do you need anything from her?" Grandma Lu smiled and said, "Oh, Yang is here. Nothing really, our potatoes have had a bumper harvest this year. I just brought over some potatoes for you guys. This is the first batch of this year's harvest. I want you 3 women to taste them." Only then did Yang notice that Grandma Liu's basket was full of potatoes. The villagers of Jinghua village are all very grateful. Yang has been good to them, and they are also very good to Yang. Whenever someone slaughters a pig or a sheep, or whenever the crops are glowing, they think of sending some food to Yang first. Yang smiled and said, "Grandma Lu, you are too polite. We already have potatoes at our home. You worked hard to grow these. You should keep them." Grandma Lu is an old widow in the village. She has no children and lives alone, which isn't easy. Yang often gives her some food during holidays. However, something that truly moved her happened last year. Last autumn, the old lady suddenly came down with a high fever. She nearly died alone at home without anyone knowing. It was Yang who found out the abnormality and was able to treat Grandma Lu. Grandma Lu said, "I can't finish these all by myself. Yang, you don't like my old self because I can't give anything decent, right?" In the end, Grandma Lu pretended to put on a stern face. No. Grandma Lu, you've misunderstood. If you don't mind them, then keep them. It's not like it's anything valuable. I got to go now. If I don't return soon, the chickens will get my cabbage." Finishing her words, Grandma Lu dumped the potatoes on the ground and left. Yang couldn't let Grandma Lu go back empty-handed. "Grandma Lu, wait a moment." Grandma Lu was already aware of Yang's tactics. She knew Yang must have gone inside to get something, and quickly covered her basket, ran away as if carried by the wind. When Yang returned to the yard, Grandma Liu's figure was already out of sight. She puzzled, "Where is Grandma Lu?" Little Yun pointed at the door and said, Ran away." "Ran away?" Yang was taken aback. She never knew that Grandma Lu, even with her bound feet, could run so fast. Looking at the pile of potatoes that Grandma Lu brought, Ai Yang suddenly had an idea. Yun Yun, do you want to eat something delicious? Yes. Upon hearing the mention of delicious food, little Ai Yun started drooling. Ai Yang picked up 5 large potatoes, cleaned them thoroughly, peeled off the skin, and finally cut them into thin slices and long strips. That's right. The delicious food that Ai Yang was making today was potato chips and French fries. Eating fries cannot be without tomato sauce. Ai Yang also ran into the field to pick 2 large tomatoes. Making tomato sauce is real simple. First, peel off the skin of the tomatoes, then cut them into pieces and stir-fry them in hot oil until they're mushy. After that, add water and simmer it to reduce it down to a thick consistency. Normally, when making tomato sauce, one would add white sugar. But the homegrown tomatoes hadn't been treated with coloring agent. Every bite released a burst of fresh and juicy taste, soft and silky. They were so good in flavor that there was no need to add sugar at all. While the tomato sauce was simmering, Ai Yang began to fry the chips and potato strips. When frying in oil, you need to parboil the potatoes in boiling water for 3 minutes first, then lift them out and rinse them in cold water. Afterward, drain them and fry them in the wok. A sizzling noise filled the air very soon afterwards. Little Ai Yun stood by the pot, drooling with desire. By the time the tomato sauce was ready, the chips and potato strips were all fried up. Ai Yang handed a portion of fries to little Ai Yun. Yun, eat slowly, be careful, it's hot, okay? Okay. Little Ai Yun nodded, immediately grabbing a fry and putting it in her mouth. Is it tasty? Ai Yang asked. Delicious. Ai Yang then scooped a bit of tomato sauce into little Ai Yun's bowl. Yun, why don't you try dipping it in the tomato sauce? Given her young age, little Ai Yun didn't quite understand what Ai Yang was saying. Ai Yang had to demonstrate it herself. The crispy on the outside, soft on the inside fries with a dab of sour and sweet tomato sauce made a remarkable combination. Little Ai Yun chanted excitedly, Delicious, it's delicious. It's delicious, sister. Little Ai Yun was very smart. Ai Yang only taught her once, and she got it. Within a short time, she had tomato sauce all over her face while eating it. Ai Yang scooped the remaining tomato sauce into 3 small glass jars for the later use. Afterward, Ai Yang took little Ai Yun and delivered some fries and chips to Grandma Lu as well. Even though the elderly do have some teeth problems, consuming these isn't really an issue. When Ai Yang arrived, Grandma Lu was standing on a stool changing a bulb. Hearing some noises from the door, she looked outside, her foot slipped, and she almost fell, but Ai Yang immediately held her. Careful, Grandma Lu. Even though Grandma Lu was scared, she still laughed and said, It's okay. Ai Yang took the bulb from Grandma Liu's hand. This is too dangerous, let me change it for you. I'll do it, Yang. Are you sure you know how? In Grandma Liu's eyes, Ai Yang still was a child. Ai Yang laughed and said, No biggie, I often change bulbs at home. The moment she finished speaking, she directly stood on the stool and started to replace the bulb. She was so cool that even men would have to marvel at her. Grandma Lu, however, was worried. Young, be careful of the electricity. Okay. Ai Yang casually turned, pup, and the light was on. Little Ai Yun happily said, The light is on. Ai Yang jumped off from the stool, used a duster to wipe off the dust, then returned everything to its original place. She handed Grandma Lu the fries and chips on the table. Here, try these. What are these? Grandma Lu tasted a fry. Quite tasty. Ai Yang smiled and said, These are fries and these are chips. Grandma Lu said, This is the first time I'm trying these special delicacies. What are they made of? Want to guess? Ai Yang teased. Grandma Lu guessed, flour? Ai Yang shook her head, wrong. Grandma Lu pondered a little more, glutinous rice flour? Still wrong. Ai Yang kept shaking her head. Grandma Lu guessed again, so this isn't made from flour? Strange, the taste was surely that of flour. Ai Yang laughed and said, Grandma Lu, these are made from potatoes. The same ones you gave us. Potatoes? Grandma Lu was a bit astonished. Can potatoes taste this good? Ai Yang nodded. Of course. If you want to learn, I can teach you. Sure. Grandma Lu usually gets quite bored alone, so she has a great interest in food. Yang explained the making process in detail to Grandma Lu. Grandma Lu laughed and said, "I'll definitely try this tomorrow. By the way, Yang, come with me." Grandma Lu pulled Yang into an inner room, then turned around to carry little Yun inside as well. She mysteriously closed the door and switched on the light. Yang, wait for me." Grandma Lu went behind the bed, and after a while, she walked out with an old vanity case. Yang, come here." Grandma Lu gestured for Yang. Yang walked over. "Grandma Lu, what's in it?" Grandma Lu laughed and said, "You'll know soon." As she spoke, she took off the hairpin that held her hair, and using the sharpest end, unlocked the little copper lock on the vanity case. The little copper lock seemed quite old, with a layer of patina on the surface. Click! Just as Yang was questioning if the lock could be opened, it was unlocked. As soon as Grandma Lu lifted the lid, a pleasant aroma, somewhat similar to ambergris, gushed forth. This reminded Yang of the village rumors. Everyone said that Grandma Lu used to be a young lady from a landlord's family and had sought refuge here during the war. It seemed like the rumors might be true. No wonder, Yang always felt that Grandma Lu had a certain grace not found in ordinary grandmas. After the lid was lifted, what met the eyes were a few dusty silver hairpins and a binyeo, Korean hair stick, but because they hadn't been worn for many years or been maintained, these items had lost their original luster. Grandma Lu pulled open the second layer drawer of the vanity case. Astonishingly, a translucent jade bracelet with excellent color and perfect luster rested in the drawer. Chapter 589. Old Acquaintances Finally Meet, 16 More Updates. Under Skung, I am giving these things to you. Grandma Lu pushed the dressing box toward Yang. Yang was startled and quickly got up. "Grandma Lu, I can't accept these things." "What's wrong with accepting them? I'm an old widow without children or grandchildren, thankful to have you caring for me. Who else should I give these to? Should I rather take them to the grave?" Yang still refused. "Grandma Lu, these are too precious, I really can't accept them. In the future, these things would all be valuable antiques. How could Yang accept such precious things from Grandma Lu?" Grandma Lu sighed. "I'm already 78 this year. My health is getting worse day by day, I might be gone any day. If you're not accepting these, I wouldn't be able to rest in peace even in death." An old person must plan ahead. She was a refugee, without any children or relatives. Rather than letting these objects be buried in the ground when she died, she would rather give them to Yang. Although she has only known Yang for a little over a year, Yang treated her better than her own family. If not for Yang, she would have died last year. Yang continued, "Grandma Lu, you are healthy and will definitely live a long life. Don't talk like that." Grandma Lu smiled. "I know my own body, Don't worry, these things I brought from home when I fled, they aren't of unknown origin or burial goods. This bracelet was given to me by my mother when I came of age. It's been 63 years already. Because this bracelet means so much to you, I can't accept it even more now." Since Grandma Lu had brought it all the way to Jinghua village and hadn't thought about selling it even in the hardest times, how could Yang accept such valuable things from her? Grandma Lu scowled. "If you don't take it, should I rather bring it to the grave?" After a pause, Grandma Lu added, "I heard that cremation has already begun. Are you going to watch these things be burned to ashes?" To preserve arable land, China started practicing cremation from April 27, 1956. In 1982, the townships around Beijing also began to implement cremation. Before 1982, many older people, due to their feudal superstitious fears of cremation, chose to end their lives early. Yang went on, "Anyway, I can't take these things." "Why are you so stubborn? Take what Grandma gives you." Grandma Lu stuffed the dressing box into Yang's hands. Yang put the dressing box on the table. "Grandma Lu, I really can't accept it." Yang, please do Grandma a favor, help me pass on these things. They're all antiques. If they get burned to ashes, won't it be a pity?" Yang continued, "Grandma, since you escaped here, there should be other relatives left at home, right? Grandma Lu sighed with bitterness in her eyes. No, there's no one left. My parents, my 3 brothers and my 8 sisters-in-law, 17 nephews and nieces, they're all gone. In the past feudal period, a man could have 3 wives and 4 concubines, so it's not strange that Grandma Lu had 3 brothers and 8 sisters-in-law. Grandma Lu, I'm sorry, don't be sad. Enai Yang reached out and held Grandma Liu's hand. Grandma Lu, with rubbed red eyes, patted Enai Yang's hand. It's all right. Enai Yang was busy comforting Grandma Lu and didn't notice that Grandma Liu's other hand had quietly picked up the jade bracelet. Grandma Lu held the jade bracelet in one hand and Enai Yang's hand in the other. By the time Enai Yang reacted, the translucent bracelet was already on her wrist. Grandma Lu laughed. It looks good. Young people are indeed young. Wearing this bracelet, you look much better than this old lady. Enai Yang quickly took off the bracelet. Grandma Lu, how could you do this? I really can't accept this bracelet. Grandma Lu laughed. It is said that jade bracelets have a very spiritual nature. They recognize their owners. See if you can take it off. If you can, I won't give it to you. If you can't, it means you're destined for it. It was strange. When wearing the jade bracelet, Enai Yang didn't feel anything. However, when she tried to remove it, it seemed to automatically tighten, making it impossible to take off. Enai Yang's wrist was rubbed red, but the bracelet was still on her wrist. Grandma Lu continued, I told you, this jade bracelet is quite spiritual. It knows its owner. Enai Yang said, do you have any soap in your house? Maybe it can be taken off with some lubrication. Grandma Lu laughed. This bracelet that recognizes its owner, it's not just soap. Even if you were a god, you won't be able to take it off. Enai Yang, not giving up, found some soap, rubbed almost a layer of skin off her hand, but the bracelet was still on her hand, not moving at all. Grandma Lu, with a beaming smile, stood by Enai Yang's side. Yang, you're wasting your effort. This bracelet is meant for you. Enai Yang spoke somewhat reluctantly, but it's really too valuable. No matter how valuable, it's just an item. Grandma Lu continued, this bracelet only shows its value when worn on your hand. With me, a grumpy old hag, its fate is only to be burned to ashes. Yang, I should be thanking you for helping me pass on this bracelet. At least, in the future years, someone will remember this old woman. Given this situation and the fact that she couldn't remove the bracelet, it would be pretentious to refuse anymore. Enai Yang smiled. Then thank you, Grandma Lu. The weather was nice today. Shengguan Dehui had a canvas on his back and came up the mountain for art inspiration. Jinghua Mountain is located behind Jinghua Village. Given its good location, beautiful scenery, and many rare wild animals, he decided to find inspiration on Jinghua Mountain. He came to Jinghua Mountain to find artistic inspiration and to clear his mind. After all, he just went through the things with Lin Fong and her daughter. The view on the mountain was even better than expected. Shengguan Dehui wandered around with his drawing board in hand. However, the initially sunny day was abruptly interrupted by a downpour. Shengguan Dehui held his drawing board close to his chest as he found a small cavern to take shelter from the rain. After the rain stopped, a hazy fog arose, making the mountain forest incredibly ethereal and surreal looking. However, as the day started to wane, Shengguan Dehui had to abandon his idea of sketching the view and began to descend the mountain with his drawing board on his back. The path downhill proved difficult to traverse, particularly after the rain and amidst the fog. Shengguan Dehui accidentally stepped on a stone covered in moss. He lost control and tumbled down the mountain. Shengguan Dehui clung onto his drawing board as he rolled downhill. Thud! When Shengguan Dehui regained consciousness, it was totally dark. It was silent around him, except for the sounds of birdsong and insects. With the aid of the faint moonlight, he realized that he somehow had fallen into a pit. This pit was likely a trap dug by hunters long ago. It had been over 30 years since he last encountered such a situation. That was when he met a person he'd never forget in his lifetime. Would he die in this pit this time? Is anyone there? Shengguan Dehui shouted at the top of his lungs. There was no response from the wilderness. Is anyone there? He repeated his cry. Anita Hua was carrying her basket on her back when she vaguely heard a voice shouting. However, when she tried to listen more closely, she could hear nothing. Was she hearing things? Anita Hua continued on her way. After several shouts, Shangguan Dehui gave up on the idea. There weren't any logging sites nowadays. Who could possibly be in the mountains? Shangguan Dehui leaned against the pit wall, sat down slowly, and blankly stared at the starry sky when he heard faint footstep sounds from above. Someone? Shangguan Dehui stood up once again and asked, "Is anyone there?" Anita Hua on the ground halted and looked around cautiously. She was sure of it this time. Someone was definitely shouting. With the absence of footstep sounds and no one answering his call, Shangguan Dehui shouted once more. This time, Anita Hua heard very clearly. She responded, "Who's there?" Shed heard from the elders that spirits often roamed in the mountains. There were tales of ghostly figures lurking behind the foliage. Could she have encountered a ghost? Anita Hua was both intrigued and frightened. Shangguan Dehui was overjoyed to hear a response. There really were people on the mountain. From the sound of it, the respondent wasn't far away. Shangguan Dehui replied, "It's me. I'm down here." "Where are you?" Anita Hua asked. Hearing the delicate fear in her voice, Shangguan Dehui assured her, "Please, don't be afraid. I came here to sketch the mountain but accidentally fell into a hunter's trap. If you walk towards the east, you'll find me. However, be careful. The wild grass here is unusually lush." "Okay." With a stick in one hand parting the tall grass, Anita Hua cautiously proceeded forward. After not too long, she arrived at the trap. "Are you here?" "Yes." Shangguan Dehui waved at her. "I'm down here." Anita Hua found the voice somewhat familiar. Peering into the pit, she exclaimed in surprise, "Mr. Shangguan, is that you?" Shangguan Dehui responded in confusion, "You know me?" Anita Hua continued, "Don't you remember me? Iminai Yun's mother." Chapter 590, Familiar Feeling, Taking Shangguan Dehui Home, 17 updates. _1 Shangguan Dehui hadn't expected to meet a familiar face deep in these old mountains. Even more unexpected was that it was Anita Hua, someone he had met twice before. Anita Hua immediately put down her back basket, crouching on the ground. She gripped the wild grass near the edge of the trap tightly with one hand and reached into the trap with the other. "Mr. Shangguan, quick, grab my hand. I'll pull you up." Shangguan Dehui reached out and even stood on his tiptoes, but they fell short of a few centimeters. He tried jumping, yet still couldn't reach Anita Hua's hand. At this time, Anita Hua continued, "Mr. Shangguan, please wait a moment. I will go find a sturdier stick to help you." The long stick she had been using to part the wild grass was too thin to support the weight of an adult. There were many large pine trees in the mountains, but few branches that could be used as sticks. Anita Hua also didn't have an axe or similar tool at hand, making it impossible to cut a wooden stick. Helplessly, Anita Hua could only move a large rock over. "Mr. Shangguan, please move aside. I will throw this rock down so you can step on it and grab my hand." Shangguan Dehui nodded. "All right, thank you for your trouble." Anita Hua rolled the large rock down alongside the pit wall. This time, when Shangguan Dehui stepped on the rock, he was indeed able to easily grab Anita Hua's hand. Their hands gripped tightly. Anita Hua's hand was not like those of ordinary farm women. It wasn't rough, nor did it have thick calluses. It was unusually soft in his grip, leaving Shangguan Dehui momentarily dazed. The reason Anita Hua's hands were so well maintained was largely thanks to Anita Yang's skincare products, along with the effects of a proper diet. All those beauty and health foods she ate daily weren't for nothing. "Mr. Shangguan, hold on, I am going to pull you up." "All right." Shangguan Dehui clenched Anita Hua's hand. Shangguan Dehui was an adult male with a height of 1.85 meters. The trap was also wet and slippery due to the recent rain. Even with great strength, there was no way Anita Hua could pull him out at once. At this moment, the wild grass that Anita Hua was clutching suddenly snapped. Bang! Shangguan Dehui didn't have time to react, and Anita Hua was brought down by a sudden force. Both of them fell to the ground. To be precise, Shangguan Dehui fell onto the ground, and Enai Zihua was on top of him. They looked at each other like that, as if time stood still at that moment. Although Enai Zihua was already 37, there was no trace of the years on her face. Her demeanor was composed and graceful. Through the tumult, it seemed he saw a familiar sight long absent in her eyes. Where had they met before? Shangguan Dehui narrowed his eyes. Ever since she left Dam Village, this was the first time Enai Zihua had been this close to a man. Her heart was pounding uncontrollably. It took her some time to collect herself, to get off Shangguan Dehui and ask, "Mr. Shangguan, are you all right?" "I'm fine, how about you?" Shangguan Dehui also collected himself at this moment. "I'm okay too." Enai Zihua stood up, looking up at the ground. "Now what? How are we going to get back up?" "Darush. We'll find a way." Shangguan Dehui reassured her. Just then, Shangguan Dehui found a length of vine. It must have been carried down unintentionally when Enai Zihua fell. The vine was about as thick as a little finger. Shangguan Dehui gave it a tug and found it to be sturdy. "I'll try climbing up first. If I make it, I'll pull you up." Shangguan Dehui looked at Enai Zihua. "All right." Enai Zihua nodded. Shangguan Dehui gripped the vine, gritting his teeth against the pain in his ankle, and managed to climb up in a few movements. Enai Zihua also quickly started climbing the vine. "Comrade, give me your hand." Shangguan Dehui reached out to Enai Zihua. Men are generally stronger than women. Shangguan Dehui easily pulled Enai Zihua up. "Oh my! We finally made it up." Enai Zihua let out a long breath of relief. "Comrade, thank you so much for today." Shangguan Dehui thanked Enai Zihua. Enai Zihua laughed and said, "It's fine, it's fine. You once helped me too, remember? It's getting late, we should hurry down the mountain. When the fog thickens, it will be difficult to descend." "All right." Shangguan Dehui rose from the ground. At that moment, Enai Zihua smelled the metallic scent of blood in the air. "Mr. Shangguan, are you injured?" "It's nothing, just a skin wound," Shangguan Dehui said casually. Shangguan Dehui had injured his foot. He was limping, and the descent down the mountain was exceedingly difficult. "Let me assist you." Enai Zihua supported Shangguan Dehui's arm. At this moment, even Shangguan Dehui could not pretend to be strong. He had no choice but to rely on Enai Zihua for support. "Thank you." By this time, the sky was completely dark, and there was not a single person on the mountain. After about half an hour, the two of them had finally managed to descend the mountain. Enai Zihua then suggested, "Mr. Shangguan, you're injured, and there are no cars in the countryside. Why don't we go to my house to bandage your wound first?" Even though it might be problematic for a bachelor to enter a widow's home, Shangguan Dehui had helped her, and he was injured so severely. Leaving him in the countryside didn't seem right either. Moreover, it was night time, and people likely wouldn't notice them. Shangguan Dehui hesitated. Would it be too much of an imposition? "Not at all, my daughter is a doctor, she can help treat your wound." As soon as Enai Zihua led Shangguan Dehui to her front door, it was immediately opened from the inside. Enai Yang stepped out. "Yang Yang!" Enai Yang exclaimed in surprise. "Mom, you're back. I was just about to look for you. What happened to you?" It had rained on the mountain, and Enai Zihua had fallen into a trap, so there was mud all over her, making her appearance somewhat disheveled. Just as Enai Yang made her comment, she noticed Shangguan Dehui. "Mom, who is this?" Shangguan Dehui didn't look much better, especially with his injured foot. His face was somewhat pale. Enai Zihua said, "Let's go inside first." "All right." Enai Yang nodded and helped Enai Zihua assist the man inside. Once they were inside the house, Enai Zihua introduced him to Enai Yang. "This is your uncle Shangguan, the kind man your mom met on the bus last time. Mr. Shangguan, this is my eldest daughter Enai Yang, better known as Yang Yang." Shangguan Dehui nodded at Enai Yang. "Hello, young comrade Yang Yang." "Hello, Uncle Shangguan." Enai Yang was aware of the kind man that Enai Zihua had met on the bus last time. Enai Zihua continued to explain, "Your uncle Shangguan fell into a hunting trap while hiking up the mountain, injuring his leg. Yang Yang, can you please take a look and see if it's serious?" And I Yang nodded. Sure, Uncle Shangguan, please take a seat. Shangguan Dehui sat on a chair and rolled up his pant leg. His ankle was severely wounded, as though it had been cut by a sharp object, and blood was still seeping from the wound. The sight was somewhat ghastly. And Ai Zuhua frowned slightly, unable to imagine how Shangguan Dehui had climbed out of the trap, let alone how he had managed to walk down the rugged mountain path. His endurance was extraordinary. And Ai Yang then said, "The wound is quite deep, stitches might be required." "Young comrade, can you stitch it?" Shangguan Dehui asked. And Ai Yang nodded. "Uncle Shangguan, are you willing to let me stitch it?" As an 18-year-old, many people doubted her medical skills. Therefore, before she could proceed with the stitching, she needed to obtain Shangguan Dehui's approval. Shangguan Dehui chuckled. "Why should I fear?" "Then please wait a moment, I'll go prepare some things." And Ai Yang turned and went into the house. And Ai Zuihua followed her in. After stepping inside, she briefly explained Shangguan Dehui's situation to Ai Yang. And Ai Yang wasn't the type to be unreasonable. Considering Shangguan Dehui was Ai Kuihua's benefactor, it was only right for her to help him in this situation. Having returned from a different era, her thoughts weren't as traditional, nor did she have such societal shackles. By studying Shangguan Dehui's facial features, she could tell that he was not a bad person. Seeing that Ai Yang had no particular reaction, Ai Zuihua heaved a sigh of relief. Bringing a man home out of the blue, she had thought that Ai Yang would be angry. Ai Yang picked up the medical box and added, "Mom, why don't you take a bath first?" Chapter 591, Well-Matched Couple, Update 18_1 and Ai Zuihua nodded. "All right, I'll go take a shower first." Half drenched, covered with bits of soil, she certainly felt a tad uncomfortable. Ai Yang stepped out with the first aid box, moved a stool in front of Shangguan Dehui and said, "Uncle Shangguan, please put your leg up." "Okay." Shangguan Dehui did as instructed. Ai Yang took out the medicines, cleaned around the wound with medical alcohol, and before proceeding with the stitches, she said, "Uncle Shangguan, I have no anesthetic here. It might hurt a bit later, please bear with it." Shangguan Dehui nodded in response. Ai Yang then handed him a chopstick. "If you can't bear with the pain, you can bite on this stick." "Thank you." Shangguan Dehui took the chopstick. A moment later, Ai Yang started stitching the wound. Stitch after stitch, like mending a piece of clothing, blood kept seeping out from the wound. Pools of bright red blood tainted her pale fingertips, but Ai Yang didn't so much as furrow a brow. Cold sweat started appearing on Shangguan Dehui's forehead. However, he didn't bite on the chopstick, but instead gripped the stool beneath him tightly, without uttering a sound. Ai Yang glanced at him with a newfound layer of admiration. In her past life, she had seen many patients. Even under anesthesia, most people could barely tolerate the pain of stitching. Yet Shangguan Dehui exceeded her expectations. Soon, the wound was stitched up. Sprinkling a layer of white medicinal powder on it, Ai Yang bandaged the wound. "Uncle Shangguan, it's best to keep it dry and avoid contact with water for a while. Also, refrain from consuming a lot of cold and spicy food. Come back after 7 days to have the stitches removed," she advised. Shangguan Dehui nodded. "All right, thank you, Comrade Yanyan." Ai Yang smiled slightly. "It's no trouble, it's the duty of a doctor." Shangguan Dehui glanced around the room and then asked, "I hope you don't mind if I ask, is your father at home?" He had called unannounced, so he should at least say hello to the host. "He's no longer here," Ai Yang responded calmly. "Gone?" At first, Shangguan Dehui was taken aback, but then quickly realized, "I'm sorry, I didn't know about your father, it doesn't matter." Just then, Ai Chengue returned from work. Seeing Shangguan Dehui in the house, she asked, "Yan, we have a guest?" Ai Yang replied, "Annie and I, this is my mom's friend, Uncle Shangguan. He accidentally got hurt while sketching in the mountain behind our house." "Oh, okay." Ai Chengue nodded and greeted cheerfully, "Hello, Mr. Shangguan." Shangguan Dehui was 43 years old, wore a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, and looked gentle and refined. He had an air of intellectuality about him. Although he had developed a few fine lines around his eyes, It didn't make him look older, but rather lent him an air of composure. He seemed like an official visiting the rural suburbs. Such a man was clearly not ordinary. He seemed quite a match with Enai Tsuehua, though. Enai Chingui thought to herself. Hello. Shengguan Dehui nodded. After a while, Enai Tsuehua finished her shower and came out. Enai Chingui pulled her aside and they started whispering. There were no secrets between Enai Tsuehua and Enai Chingui. Tsuehua provided Chingui with a detailed account of what had transpired. Enai Chingui joked, well, you and Mr. Shengguan seem to share quite the destiny. He saved you once, and you saved him in return. Enai Tsuehua was startled. Sister Chingui, you can't just casually say things like that. Enai Chingui laughed. I'm just saying it to you. It was indeed something that could not be mentioned lightly. What if Shengguan Dehui had a wife and children? After all, he was already of a certain age. Yet, it wasn't something that could be asked outright either. Upon returning to the main room, Shengguan Dehui suggested leaving. Given that Enai Tsuehua was a widow, it was indeed necessary to avoid any potential censure. Enai Chingui, laughing, suggested, it's already dark outside and the road is not easy to navigate at night. Why don't you stay at my cousin's house tonight, Mr. Shengguan? His wife and son just went to her parents' house a few days ago, so he's home alone. Having a man over at their place, a household of women, for the night certainly would be improper. But it's different with men around. Moreover, Enai Chingui was considering playing matchmaker for Shengguan Dehui and Enai Tsuehua. By letting him stay here, he could ask his cousin to find out more about Shengguan Dehui. After all, it's more convenient for men to talk to each other. Shengguan Dehui originally intended to decline, but his leg was indeed a little inconvenient. Therefore, he agreed, saying, then he'll have to impose on you. Not at all. Enai Chingui said, doesn't the chairman always say that we should help others for the joy of it? Enai Yang said, in that case, I will go and invite my cousin to come and have dinner. It was just 8 o'clock. Because there was farm work to be done, rural people usually eat quite late. Enai Chingui nodded, all right. Enai Chengui's cousin was Enai Dehai, who lived east of Enai Quihua's house. It only took a minute or two to walk there. Enai Dehai was 37 years old that year. Despite his robust stature and being over 1 meter 80, he was actually very honest and treated his wife very well. After Enai Yang explained the situation to him, he picked a few change of clothes and followed Enai Yang over with a cheerful expression. Big brother, why don't you come and take a bath with me? If you don't mind, you can wear my clothes first. Shengguan Dehui responded somewhat bashfully, how could I possibly mind? Thank you. Let's go. Enai Dehai helped Shengguan Dehui to the bathing area. Men's baths are always quite simple, just a quick rinse usually does the trick. About 15 minutes later, Enai Dehai returned with Shengguan Dehui. Although Shengguan Dehui appeared slightly taller than Enai Dehai's clothes fit him rather well. Enai Yang enthusiastically asked them to take a seat. Enai Tsuehua and Enai Chingui were busy serving dishes. Little Enai Yun opened her sleepy eyes and walked out from the inner room. She immediately recognized Shengguan Dehui and was so excited that she ran over, shouting, Fufu! Fufu! Little Yun Yun! Shengguan Dehui reached out to pick up little Yun Yun. Little Enai Yun took out a piece of candy from her pocket. Fufu, eat candy. Little Enai Yun loved candy. Unless it was someone close to her, she would never share even half a piece. But surprisingly today she was offering it to Shengguan Dehui. Enai Chingui laughed and said, that's really rare. Our little Yun Yun never shares her treats. Enai Tsuehua served a bowl of vegetable lean meat porridge to Shengguan Dehui. Mr. Shengguan, you've injured your leg, so you can't eat anything too oily or spicy. Have a bowl of porridge first. Thank you. You've gone to a lot of trouble. Shengguan Dehui politely thanked her. Enai Tsuehua said it was no trouble with a smile. Shengguan Dehui took a sip of the vegetable lean meat porridge, and its taste was surprisingly good. The porridge didn't just have vegetables and lean meat, but also fresh shrimps. The texture was very delicious. Enai Dehai was amazed as he ate. Yang Yang's cooking skills are always excellent as before. Enai Yang laughed and said, you're wrong this time, all the food tonight is made by my mom. As she was busy treating Shangguan Dihui's wound at that time, Enai Cuehua cooked all the dishes by herself. Enai Cuehua was already smart and she became a good cook with Enai Yang's guidance, only except for some exotic dishes that she couldn't handle. Enai Dahai said, "Yang Yang's mom, you're really amazing. No wonder you can give birth to such an outstanding daughter like Yang Yang." After dinner, Enai Dahai took Shangguan Dihui to rest. As they were leaving, Enai Chingui specifically exchanged a look with Enai Dahai. Enai Dahai, with a flashlight in one hand and supporting Shangguan Dihui with the other, arrived at his house. "Our conditions here in the countryside are not comparable to those in the city. You must not mind, big brother." Shangguan Dihui laughed and said, "City or countryside, it's the same for all of us if we go back 3 generations." His words didn't express any contempt for rural people, which made Enai Dahai feel very comfortable. Educated people really are different. Even their words are so pleasant to hear. Enai Dahai turned on the light and helped Shangguan Dihui sit down on the chair. "How old are you this year, big brother?" 43, what about you?" Shangguan Dihui asked. "I'm 36 this year." Enai Dahai continued, "So, you are 7 years older than me. I should be calling you big brother." Before Shangguan Dihui could speak, Enai Dahai poured a cup of water for him. "Big brother, your wife and children at home must be very worried because you haven't come home so late. We have a public phone in our village. Why don't you make a call to let your family know you're safe?" Chapter 592, Restaurant officially opens. 19 updates, _1 Shangguan Dihui shook his head. "No need, I usually live at the school alone. A sudden phone call home would only make them worry." Enai Dahai nodded, then asked, "Big brother, how many children do you have?" "A son and a daughter," Shangguan Dihui answered. Enai Dahai said enviously, "Then big brother, you're really blessed. I have just one son and want another daughter, but my wife disagrees, fearing we might have another boy." Shangguan Dihui smiled and said, "Actually, no matter the gender, having 2 children means they have each other's company, which is better than just one." "You're absolutely right, big brother." Enai Dahai slapped his thigh enthusiastically as though he'd found a kindred spirit. "By the way, big brother, you mentioned you live at the school. Are you a teacher?" "Thanks." Shangguan Dihui nodded his head. "A scholar, that's good. I just haven't read enough books in my life." Enai Dahai continued, "You said you live alone at the school, so your wife isn't a teacher?" Shangguan Dihui was silent for a moment before responding, "My wife passed away in childbirth." Enai Dahai said with an apologetic look, I'm sorry, big brother. It's okay, it's been many years now." Early the next morning, just as dawn broke, Shangguan Dihui got up. The clothes he washed the previous night had dried. He changed into his own clothes and, after saying goodbye to Enai Dahai, he went to say farewell to Enai Cuehua at the Enai family home. When he arrived, the Enai family was just about to have breakfast. Enai Cuehua greeted him with a smile. "Mr. Shangguan is here. Please, sit down and join us for the meal." Shangguan Dihui replied, "I want eat. I disturbed you yesterday, and I should be heading back now." He planned to go back, organize his things, and then come over to properly thank Enai Cuehua. Enai Cuehua said, "It wasn't prepared just for you. We have to eat anyway, so you might as well join us. It's not easy to find the way to the city bus station from here. Enai Yang and I will be going to the city in a while, so we can go together." Enai Yang told Shangguan Dihui, "Uncle Shangguan, please don't be polite with us. Sit down and eat with us." After some persuasion, Shangguan Dihui finally sat down to have breakfast together. The breakfast was a glass of milk, an egg, and buns with pickles, simple yet exuding a faint warmth. Little Enai Yun was just over a year old but could already feed himself, spoon by spoon. Although a bit messy, there wasn't porridge smeared all over his face, which was quite an accomplishment for a child. "Fufu peel." Little Enai Yun handed the egg to Shangguan Dihui. Enai Cuehua reached out to little Enai Yun. "Don't trouble your Uncle Shangguan. Mommy will peel it for you." "No." Little Enai Yun pulled his little hand back. "Want fufu peel?" Enai Yang looked at little Enai Yun with a smile. Then, "Can sister peel it for you?" Little Enai Yun lifted his chin. "No." Enai Yang playfully pretended to be disgusted. Ugh, who wants to peel it for you anyway? Foo-foo. Little Ni Yun offered the egg to Shangguan Dehui again. All right, uncle will peel it for you. Shangguan Dehui smiled and took the egg. This small courtyard, filled with the scent of flowers, lively and adorable children, and a delicious breakfast, was the first time in many years that Shangguan Dehui had felt such a warm moment. Moreover, he always felt an inexplicable familiarity with Ni Tsuehua but couldn't recall where he had seen her before. After eating, the 3 adults and 1 child took the car to the city together. When boarding the bus, due to an injury on Shangguan Dehui's foot, he nearly fell, but fortunately, Ni Tsuehua was quick to lend a hand. This moment seemed to overlap with one from half a year ago, on the tram. The feeling of familiarity grew stronger. Yang Yang's mom, may I presumptuously ask you a question? Inquired Shangguan Dehui. Go ahead, she replied. Shangguan Dehui continued, what is your full name? My name is Ni Tsuehua, she answered, Ni with the person radical, the Cy of jade, and the Hua of flower. A very common name, even more so than Daya. Shangguan Dehui's eyes flickered with a hint of disappointment. Perhaps he thought the reason why Ni Tsuehua seemed familiar to him was that they had met on the tram half a year ago. The tram jolted and stopped, finally arriving in the city after an hour. Shangguan Dehui got off at Tsinghua University. Ni Yang and Ni Tsuehua lighted near the restaurant stop. Having risen early, it was only 9:30 in the morning. The restaurant's opening was scheduled for 11:18 a.m., which was why Ni Yang arrived so early. She chose to open now because September was just around the corner. Come September, she would need to register at the school and study there for a week before classes started, leaving her no suitable time to prepare for the opening. There was a ribbon-cutting ceremony for the opening, but Ni Yang did not plan to be personally involved. Instead, she had poached talent for the ribbon-cutting, having spent a significant sum to hire Gu Lanji from a state-owned big restaurant, a 32-year-old graduate from a prestigious college. Where she had been earning 88 yuan a month before, Ni Yang offered her a salary of 308 yuan. To retain the talent, Ni Yang did not only provide a high salary but also rented an apartment for her near the restaurant. At 11:18 a.m., accompanied by the sound of 2 strings of firecrackers, 2 golden-maned lions emerged from the smoke, swaying and leaping, almost as if on cue. They clawed up onto a metal frame, kicked off from the ground with their hind legs, and with an impressive leap into the air, tore down the red cloth covering the restaurant's sign. Revealed to the air were the 4 grand and imposing characters, national beauty and heavenly fragrance, which immediately struck onlookers as spectacular. The lion dance team's exquisite performance captivated many pedestrians, who stopped to watch and applauded. Nearby, 2 waiters dressed in traditional Han attire distributed flyers. On the restaurant's first day of business, not only were all the dishes half-priced, but a complimentary dessert was also offered after the meal. Coupled with the beautiful interior decoration, it wasn't long before a multitude of customers were drawn inside. Although China in the 1980s was not affluent, this was after all Beijing, the heart of the capital, which never lacked rich people. Once inside, guests were treated like gods. First came the tea pouring, then the serving of sunflower seeds. This was a service not found in other restaurants, and even Western restaurants did not exhibit such a strong sense of service. The dining experience concluded with smiling service and waiters wearing beautiful Han attire, keeping the customers in a happy mood from the moment they entered the restaurant. Most importantly, not only did the dishes look appealing, but their taste was also top grade. A young couple couldn't stop praising the food. Excellent. The flavor is just too good. We've never had such delicious chicken wings before. The young man laughed. This place calls it Dapeng's spreading wings. Could it be the same as the chicken wings we usually eat? The young man was named Kai Xiaoqiang, and the girl was Li Qin. Both were second-year college students and only children in their respective homes. Their parents were high-ranking officials. By modern terms, they would be called rich second generation, and money was no object. They chose this place firstly because of its nice ambience and charm, and secondly, they were attracted by the Han attire worn by the staff. After they entered, they realized they had indeed chosen well. No sooner had they finished their meal than a waiter brought out a visually appealing dessert. "Excuse me for a moment, but this is a complimentary dessert from our restaurant following your meal." "Wow, you even offer a dessert?" Li Qin said, surprised. "Yes, it's called a mousse cake with matcha flavor. Please, enjoy your dessert at your leisure." Mousse cake, a delicacy that would originate in later times, did not exist in 1980s Beijing. However, Ni Yang, having returned from the future, had specifically taught her pastry chefs how to make mousse cakes during training. A restaurant needed to offer something unique to retain its customers. The mousse cake, a combination of ice cream and cake, had an incredibly smooth texture, fine, soft, and melt in your mouth, 100 times more delicious than old-fashioned ice cream, quickly conquering people's taste buds. After finishing the mousse cake, Li Qin was left wanting more. Women have an irresistible weakness for tasty desserts. "Can we get another mousse cake?" The waiter apologetically said, "I'm sorry, comrade, but our mousse cakes are limited to one per table due to limited quantities. If you like it, you may purchase another." This was actually a marketing strategy. Only after tasting it would people know whether they liked it or not. Otherwise, there's always a lack of courage to try something new. Li Qin asked, "How much is one?" "It's 3 yuan each," the waiter replied. Without hesitation, Li Qin spoke up, "I'll have another, please." Chapter 593, Different Business Styles, Update 20, Underscore. Alright, please wait a moment. The mousse cakes are made in advance, stored in the refrigerator, so they were served quickly. By the way, how come people aren't allowed to go up to your 3rd floor? Li Qin asked the waiter. The restaurant had 3 floors, but the customers only congregated on the 1st and 2nd floors. The 3rd floor was always closed off. Through the glass doors, it seemed like the 3rd floor was a little bit different from the other 2. This made Li Qin very curious. The waiter responded with a smile. "The 3rd floor is only open to VIP customers." "VIP? What does that mean?" The waiter continued. "To put it simply, only those who have registered for a membership card with our restaurant are allowed to dine there." "Can I get a membership card then?" "Of course." The waiter nodded. "How can I get this card?" Li Qin continued to inquire. The waiter pulled out a detailed instruction manual. The initial recharge amount for the membership card is 888 yuan. After that, you can just use the card to pay for your meals. 888 yuan? Li Qin was surprised. The waiter nodded, yes. The membership cards are 888 yuan each, with only 50 available. Once they're gone, there won't be any more. Kai Xiaoqiang said speechlessly, 888 yuan each and it's limited? Has your boss gone mad? Only a fool would register for it. Li Qin also felt that 888 yuan was kind of expensive. The waiter just smiled and didn't say anything. She also thought that the boss must be crazy. 888 yuan. Ordinary households don't make that much in a year. Who would spend that much on a dining card? Time went by, and with its unique decor and enthusiastic service, the seats on the 1st and 2nd floors were almost filled within 3 hours. And Aizihua, carrying a baby, walked around the restaurant, her face filled with joy. At first, she was worried that Ni Yang would lose money investing in this restaurant, but now it seemed that this worry was completely unnecessary. Yang, congratulations on your grand opening. Chen Jitsong appeared in front of Ni Yang with a bouquet of flowers. Thank you. Here, take this, wishing you an auspicious start and a prosperous future. Chen Jitsong handed the bouquet to Ni Yang. Ni Yang thanked him again and accepted the flowers. Looking at the bustling hall filled with guests, Chen Jitsong couldn't help but express his admiration. I didn't expect you to be able to run this restaurant so successfully. This made him think of his ambitious younger self. Back then, he was full of confidence, thinking that he would have many customers on his first day of business. However, other than a few friends who had come to show their support, there were only 2 or 3 tables of guests. He had assumed that Ni Yang would encounter the same situation, so he had deliberately brought along several friends to fill some seats. After all, Ni Yang seemed too young. But unexpectedly, Ni Yang had managed the business incredibly well. This was somewhat beyond his expectations. After greeting Ni Yang, Chen Jitsong joined his friends. Did you see her? That's Ni Yang. What do you think? She looks good, doesn't she? One of his slightly overweight friends replied, yes, she does look good, but I'm worried, bro, I'm not sure you can win her over. This kind of girl isn't easy to chase, unlike the girls abroad. I agree with Kai. You think I can't get her? Do I ever fail? Chen Jitsong continued, do you want to bet on it? What bet? Yang Kai asked. Chen Jitsong declared, if I can win over Ni Yang, you guys will wash my dirty socks for a month. Yang Kai countered, and what if you don't? A joke. Do you think I want? Chen Jitsong confidently stated, don't worry, I assure you I can win her over. There's no girl in this world that I, Chen Jitsong, cannot win over. During his years studying abroad, he even earned the nickname Destroyer of Roses. Yang Kai countered, if you don't succeed, you'll be washing our dirty socks for a month. All right. Chen Jitsong agreed without hesitation, bragging, you guys better get ready, my dirty socks really stink. Yang Kai grinned wryly, we'll see who ends up washing whose socks. As far as Chen Jitsong was concerned, he was determined to get Ni Yang. He casually flagged down a waiter, asking in a grandiose manner, do you offer some sort of membership card here? With the card, I can dine on the 3rd floor, right? Yes, sir. Chen Jitsong continued, I'll have one. All right, please follow me, the waiter said, gesturing politely. She never expected that after just mocking anyone who would apply for a membership card as being a fool walked right in. 888 yuan. If those 888 yuan were used to buy ribs, wouldn't those ribs be delicious? When the group arrived on the 3rd floor, they finally saw its true face. Chen Jitsong never knew that such an ordinary restaurant could be decorated so beautifully. The 3rd floor offered a completely different visual effect from the 1st and 2nd floors. If the 1st and 2nd floors could be described as earthly paradises, then the 3rd floor was truly like Yaoqi Wonderland, with a transparent PVC roof. One look-up combined with the surrounding decorations created an obscure and dreamy effect like gazing at the moon. There was no scent of food lingering in the air, it was replaced by the light fragrance of magnolia. The redwood walls had excellent sound insulation, and not a single noise could be heard. What truly amazed Chen Jitsong was the taste of the food. Even a plate of chicken feet that seemed unprocessed tasted irresistibly good. It was then that Chen Jitsong truly understood why Ni Yang's business was so successful. This young lady is quite competent, I thought she was all show, he said. Indeed, she is impressive. By the way, brother, how old is that young lady? This is the best restaurant I have ever eaten at in Beijing. Chen Jitsong put down his chopsticks. Stop calling her young lady, call her sister-in-law, don't be disrespectful. Yang Kai smiled. It's too early to call her sister-in-law now, be careful or else she might accuse you of harassment. Chen Jitsong touched his chin, Ni Yang is 18 this year. 18? Everyone immediately jeered, mocking Chen Jitsong for being an old man trying to court a young lady. Just as Shangguan Dehui arrived home, Madame Shangguan noticed his unusual state. Dehui, what happened to you? Nothing, Shangguan Dehui laughed. I accidentally fell into a hunting trap while on the mountain. I got some minor injuries but luckily, a kind person pulled me out in time. Madame Shangguan was scared out of her wits. Bodhisattva must have protected you, Dehui. You must remember to sincerely thank those who helped you once you are healed. Shangguan Dehui nodded. Yes, I know. Madame Shangguan continued. Dehui, I made a mistake with Lin Fong last time. Your second aunt has introduced you to someone else. Would you like to arrange a time to meet her? Strangely, at that moment, Shangguan Dehui suddenly envisioned the scene of Ni Zihua grabbing his hand and falling into the trap from the night before. No, Shangguan Dehui shook his head. I'm not really in the mood recently. Madame Shangguan sighed. Dehui? Seeing the concern in Madame Shangguan's eyes, he reassured her, don't worry, mother, I really am fine. When I feel like looking for a partner, I'll tell you. At this moment, Shangguan Furong approached from the other side. What are we looking for? Personally, I think Lin Fong is not bad at all. She has good character, a decent background, and she is not bad looking. Shangguan Furong was truly satisfied with Lin Fong. She was very considerate. Perhaps no one else could compare to Lin Fong. Madame Shangguan said with a cold face, "Furong, do you only feel happy when you oppose me?" Shangguan Furong responded, "Mother, how can you say I'm opposing you? The thing with Lin Fong was just a misunderstanding. Why are you so hung up on it?" Shangguan Dehui wasn't interested in participating in such a conversation and turned to go upstairs. Watching Shangguan Dehui's retreating figure, Shangguan Furong quietly said, "Mother, look, because you opposed my brother being with Lin Fong, he's clearly unhappy now. It's just like when you forced him to marry my sister-in-law. If it hadn't been for you back then, would my brother have married a woman with a short life?" Madame Shangguan's face changed instantly. "Your brother is not unhappy because of Lin Fong." Shangguan Furong continued to stir the pot. "Not because of Lin Fong? How do you know it's not because of Lin Fong? My brother is a deep thinker. Even if there's something on his mind, he wouldn't say it." Madame Shangguan retorted, "No matter what you say, I will never accept a woman like Lin Fong as my daughter-in-law." Shangguan Furong sighed, "Mother, you are really too stubborn. If it wasn't for you back then, would my brother be so alone now?" Madame Shangguan didn't speak, she just stared out the window, her eyes heavy with worry. Was her son truly upset over the situation with Lin Fong? She was not quite sure. After Shangguan Dehui returned to his room, he lay on the bed, lost in thought. He didn't know why, but suddenly he wanted to see Ni Tsuehua again very soon. He had to recover quickly from his injuries, so he could visit the Ni family and express his gratitude as soon as possible. Chapter 594. Identity Revealed, Daya is that Daya. 21 more updates, _1 Zhou Danis house. The bun business has been poor these days. Old Zhao didn't return until after 7 o'clock in the evening, and only 20 buns were sold out of 100. There were 80 left. They had so many leftover buns from the past few days that the family couldn't finish them even after days. Looking at the buns, old Zhao grew worried. He searched his pockets for a cigarette but instead found a slip of paper. This slip of paper was from Ni Yan's previous visit. It was the recipe for making ketchup. Ni Yan had written it out very clearly in great detail. It was easy to understand. Old Zhao looked at the piece of paper and said to Zhou Danny, "How about we try what Yang suggested? We could sell the grilled bun pieces by the school gate." Zhou Danny frowned. "That uses a lot of oil, and we don't have a lot of sesame oil left at home." Zhao responded, "Let's just try it out first. If it doesn't work out, then well, let it go. It's such a waste to see these buns go unused. Besides, if Ni Yan can make her business so successful, the method she taught us shouldn't be too shabby." Zhou Danny hesitated. "All right. Then let's start making the ketchup." "What is ketchup?" Zhou Danny was curious. Old Zhao replied, "It's my first time hearing of it too. Yang said it tastes excellent, and when spread on the grilled bun pieces, it's delicious. She's written down the method on this paper. Let me read it to you." Although Zhou Danny couldn't read, she caught on to things quickly. After hearing it once, she immediately understood. She took out 2 tomatoes, then let's give it a try. Not long after, the small kitchen was filled with the sweet and sour aroma of tomatoes. While making the tomato sauce, Zhou Danny quickly sliced the buns into moderate thickness pieces. She heated up some oil and proceeded to grill the pieces around the sides of the pan. Old Zhao stood by her side, flipped them quickly. Yang said to cook them until golden brown. 1 bun could be sliced into 8 pieces and a plate full of grilled bun pieces were ready in no time. And grilling the bun slices wasn't as oil-consuming as they thought. The children came running in from outside. "Mom, Dad, what delicious food are you making? It smells so good." Dashuan, Ershuan, Sanshuan, Xiaoshuang, come in quickly. Mom has made something delicious for you. Zhou Danny gave each of her children a piece of grilled bun. "Wow, yummy. Mom, these pancakes you made are so delicious. What's this red thing? It's sweet and sour, it tastes even better than hawthorn." The children usually grew sick of eating buns, but they never expected the bun pieces to be such a big hit. Ni Yan was obviously right. These bun pieces would definitely sell better than the whole buns. Zhou Danny smiled. These are grilled bun slices. Grilled bun slices? Are these made from buns? Yes. Zhou Danny nodded. Wow. I never thought buns could taste this good. Mom, will you make these for us tomorrow? Zhou Danny promised them with a smile. After dinner, the couple discussed how they were going to sell the bun pieces the next day. Zhou Danny said, after all, it's just the school dismissal time, you can continue selling the buns during the day, then in the evening we can sell together. This grilled bun piece should be sold as soon as it's done. If left for too long, it'll get soft and lose its taste. Old Zhao nodded. That sounds good. By the way, how much should we sell a bun piece for? Zhou Danny thought for a while. Let's sell 4 pieces for 1 cent or 2 pieces for 5 cents. After all, making the bun pieces consumes oil. If it sells, making the bun pieces would be more profitable than selling whole buns. By the next evening, when school hadn't let out yet, the couple came out with their cart to the school gate. Contrary to their expectations, the business did not go well. Not a single person even asked about it. After all, the product is buns. In everyone's subconscious, a bun was tasteless and barely filling, hence it wouldn't be considered a treat. Furthermore, 1 cent was enough to buy 4 buns. On the other hand, 1 cent could only buy 4 slices of bun. 4 slices equated to half a bun, so only a fool would buy them. Old Zhao sighed. It seemed like the method Ni Yen suggested didn't work. Zhou Danny was also feeling somewhat downcast. They had thought that the grilled bun pieces would be very popular, so they brought a lot of steamed buns. Unexpectedly, they didn't sell a single one. Making money was so hard. Today was the day Ni Yen came to school for registration. She just walked out of the school gate and spotted 2 familiar figures. Chapter 595, Revelations of Identity. Daya is that Daya. 21 more updates, _2. Isn't that Zhou Danny and old Zhao? It seems like they've taken my advice and are now selling grilled bun pieces at the school gate. Ni Yang turned to Han Xiaoyu next to her and said, Xiaoyu, how about I treat you and our classmates to some food? What are we eating? Han Xiaoyu's eyes lit up. The food in the school cafeteria lacks flavor, and she was already hungry. Ni Yang continued, there's a place selling grilled bun pieces over there. Let's go try some. Hearing this, Han Xiaoyu replied with lackluster interest, what's so good about steamed buns? I can eat them every day at home. Other classmates chimed in, steamed buns don't seem to taste that good. Ni Yang laughed and said, I promise, these bun pieces are really delicious, beyond your imagination. I'm a regular customer there, would I lie to you guys? Come on, lunch is on me today. Ni Yang is pretty and always tells the truth, so everyone followed her. Uncle Zhao, Aunt Danny. Yang. Zhou Danny looked at Ni Yang in surprise. Just as she was about to say something, Ni Yang continued, Aunt Danny, can we get 8 orders of grilled bun pieces, please? By the way, guys, do you want sweet and sour or spicy? I'll have the spicy one. I want the sweet and sour one. Ni Yang took count and then said, Aunt Danny, we'll have 3 spicy and 5 sweet and sour ones. All right. Zhou Danny and old Zhao immediately started grilling the bun pieces. 4 slices per order, 8 orders, that's 32 slices. In no time, all the bun slices were grilled and ready. Han Xiaoyu was the first to taste a piece and then said in surprise, Ying, you weren't kidding, these grilled bun slices are so delicious. It's sweet and sour. What sauce is this smeared on the bun slices? That's ketchup. Zhou Danny explained. Han Xiaoyu continued, 4 slices are not enough. Auntie, I'll take another order. Same for me. Me too. The commotion here quickly caught the attention of others. Everyone started casting curious looks, and the air was filled with the aroma of grilled buns, stopping everyone in their tracks. Those grilled bun slices look so delicious, should we buy some to try as well? Sure. Let's buy some too. More and more students came over to buy grilled bun slices, and soon, Zhou Danny and old Zhao were overwhelmed with orders. Ni Yang watched everyone while munching on her bun slice, a mild smile on her lips. In economics, this is called The herd effect. We're like a herd of sheep. Seeing other sheep grazing under the big tree, driven by curiosity, I also want to try. Although I have no idea if the grass under the tree is really tender and juicy and is more delicious than the grass by the sheepfold. But since so many sheep are eating it, the taste can't be too bad. The herd effect often just lacks a leader, and Ni Yang just played the role of the leader. Seeing Zhou Danis and old Zhao's business getting better, Ni Yang, relieved, quietly put 2 yuan in the money jar, and then left with Han Xiaoyu and the others. Zhou Dani immediately grabbed the money and chased after them. Ni Yang had helped them so much, and it was just a few grilled bun pieces. How could she take Ni Yang's money? Ni Yang laughed and said, "Aunt Danny, you're out here doing business, and I'm treating my classmates to food. Who eats without paying? You should get back. Uncle Zhao will be too busy alone." For Ni Yang, this was just a no-brainer. She had to spend money to treat everyone to food anyway. Instead of spending it somewhere else, might as well give it to Zhou Dani and old Zhao. It's killing 2 birds with 1 stone, why not? Seeing that Ni Yang wouldn't take the money, and with old Zhao indeed overwhelmed, Zhou Dani had no choice but to return to help him. In less than an hour, they sold out all their grilled bun pieces. Zhou Dani counted and, including Ni Yang's 2 yuan, they've made a total of 6 yuan. Old Zhao were rich. Zhou Dani excitedly looked at old Zhao. Old Zhao said, "We have to thank Yang Yang. If it wasn't for her, even if our grilled bun slices were delicious, we wouldn't be able to sell them. People who know how to do business are different from those who don't. Isn't that the truth? Yang Yang is truly capable. Not only is she capable, but also sensible. Who else would have helped them out of the blue?" The next afternoon when school let out, the couple was back at their stands selling grilled bun pieces. This time they prepared twice the amount than the previous night. But they still sold out again. By the 3rd day, old Zhao simply stopped selling buns during the day. Instead, he and Zhou Dani went to places with more foot traffic to sell grilled bun slices. After the previous experience, this time, the couple got their children to act as customers. Once there was a first customer, there would be a second and a third. In this way, the couple averaged 35 yuan a day. This was something they wouldn't have dared to imagine in the past. After selling for more than a month, the couple had saved up a bit and decided to visit Ni Zihua at the Ni family. The couple, carrying lavish gifts and leading their 4 children, took an early tram to Jinghua village. Although they didn't call ahead, Ni Yang was well known in Jinghua village. A quick inquiry would quickly lead to a helpful villager guiding the way. "Comrades, this is Yang Yang's house." Zhou Dani stood at the entrance and excitedly shouted, "Dia! Dia!" After a moment, Ni Zihua came out and opened the door. Seeing the people outside, she said in surprise, "Danny, how come you didn't call ahead before coming?" "Dia, your house wasn't hard to find. Besides, people here are so polite." At first, when I said Dia, they did not know who, but when I said Yang Yang, they immediately knew who I was talking about. Shengguan Dehui stood frozen on the spot, holding the gifts. If he heard correctly, did Zhou Dani just call Ni Zihua Dia? Is this Dia the same Dia? Chapter 596. The moon in the sea is the moon in the sky. The person in front of you is the person in your heart. _1 After more than 20 years, Shengguan Dehui couldn't be sure if the woman in front of him was his old flame. As he watched Ni Zihua chatting and smiling with Zhou Dani, a subtle hint of red blossomed in the rims of his eyes. Could it be her? The face of the girl who stood in the depths of the jungle 20 years ago seemed to slowly become clearer, bit by bit overlapping with the woman in front of him. The moon in the sky is mirrored in the depths of the sea, just as the person before me is reflected in my heart. "Danny, brother-in-law, please come in and sit down." Ni Zihua ushered Zhou Dani's family inside. Only then she noticed the dumbfounded Shengguan Dehui. "Mr. Shengguan, you're here too. How is your foot recovering?" Shengguan Dehui snapped back to reality, nodding his response. "It's all good now, thank you for your concern. Come inside." Once inside the house, Ni Zihua introduced Shengguan Dehui to Zhou Dani and her husband. Zhou Dani, being illiterate, Just thought Shangguan Dehui was particularly well-dressed and wore glasses, clearly the mark of a scholar. Seeing him standing next to Enai Zuhua created an indescribable harmony. Moreover, she had a nagging feeling of familiarity about Shangguan Dehui, like she had seen him somewhere before. Mr. Shangguan, nice to meet you. My name is Zhou Danny, I grew up with Daya. This is my husband, Zhao Yukai, you can call him Old Zhao. Despite her illiteracy, Zhou Danny was far more socially adept than her husband. As per usual, Old Zhao just smiled and nodded. Comrade Zhou, Comrade Old Zhao, I am Shangguan Dehui. Shangguan Dehui politely shook hands with Zhou Danny and Old Zhao. Enai Zihua fetched some snacks for Dashuan, Ershuan, Sanshuan, and Xiaoshuang. Thank you, Aunt Daya. Aunt Daya, what is this? It's so delicious. I've never had anything like it before. Enai Zihua smiled and replied, this is dried fruit, made by your sister Enai Yang. Sister Enai Yang is so talented. Is this bread also made by Sister Enai Yang? Xiaoshuang asked. She had only ever seen bread in the showcase windows of the supply and marketing cooperative. She never thought she would get to taste actual bread today. Enai Zuehua nodded, yes, it is. Xiaoshuang stated, Sister Enai Yang really is amazing, I want to be just like her when I grow up. Enai Zuehua tousled Xiaoshuang's hair and replied with a smile, Xiaoshuang, you're so clever, I'm sure you can be. Subsequently, Enai Zuehua brewed tea for everyone. Mr. Shangguan. Thank you. As Shangguan Dehui reached out to take the teacup, his rough fingertips inadvertently brushed against the back of Enai Kuihua's hand. Both of them stiffened instantly, and as they locked eyes in the shared surprise, time seemed to stand still for a moment. To mask the awkwardness, Shangguan Dehui took a big gulp of tea. Enai Zuehua looked at him, surprised. The water for tea had just been boiled, did he not find it too hot? What a strange man. Mr. Shangguan, have we met before? Zhou Danny asked Shangguan Dehui. Shangguan Dehui set down his cup. I served as a sent-down youth in the countryside. Zhou Danny gasped, no wonder. I also used to live in the countryside. Perhaps we really have met before. Oh, where exactly did you serve? Shangguan Dehui replied, Haiqing City, Yonglin Village. I was responsible for safeguarding the forest zone. Zhou Danny's face was a picture of surprise. Good heavens! I'm from Yonglin Village. Daya and I used to herd cattle in the forest zone all the time. Do you remember, Daya? Zhou Danny turned to look at Enai Zuehua. Enai Zuehua nodded. Of course, I remember. How could she forget? Those were the happiest years of her young life, until she was sold off to the Mu family. Afterward, she became a tool for reproduction, toiling that resembled the life of a hardworking cow. The memory Enai Zuehua was most reluctant to recall in her early years was her time with the Mu family. Shangguan Dehui looked at Enai Zuehua. Do you still remember the young bald know-it-all who fell into the trap? Given the harsh rural conditions in order to prevent lice, Shangguan Dehui had his head shaved bald soon after his arrival. Enai Zuehua was taken aback. She looked up at Shangguan Dehui, her eyes filled with confusion. It felt like she was on the verge of remembering something, but she couldn't associate Shangguan Dehui with the man in her memory. Shangguan Dehui added, by the way, don't you have a scar on your right ankle? How do you know about that? Enai Zuehua asked, perplexed. Because I am that bald know-it-all from back then. Shangguan Dehui's voice was very calm. The look of surprise gradually swept over Enai Kuihua's face. She covered her mouth and stuttered, You are that. Chapter 597. The moon in the sea is the moon in the sky. The person in front of you is the person in your heart. _2. Many years had passed, and Enai Zuehua was about to forget that segment of her memory. Looking at the refined Shangguan Dehui in front of her, it was impossible to link him with the shaven-headed, goatee-wearing, rascal-looking boy from her past. In fact, Enai Zuehua was very scared of Shangguan Dehui back then. Because his appearance was like a bandit in the movies, his actions were also. That's why Enai Zuehua, after saving someone, did not even have time to care about her foot injury and ran away hurriedly. Remembering it now, the scene was rather amusing. You've changed so much. and Aitsuehua was still somewhat in disbelief. I remember you didn't look like this back then. Everything around them began to blur. At this moment, all Shangguan Dehui could see was Aitsuehua. He step by step walked up to Aitsuehua, extending his hand towards her and formally said, "Hello, Comrade Daya, I am Shangguan Dehui." Zhou Danny, standing at the side, covered her surprised mouth. Old Zhao remained as always, seemingly unaffected by everything around him. Aitsuehua was stunned for a while, Shangguan Dehui's hand hanging mid-air for a moment too. Then she reacted, reaching out to shake hands with Shangguan Dehui. "Hello." Shangguan Dehui's hand was cold, his grip very strong, as if he was trying to crush her hand. Aitsuehua frowned slightly, and at this moment, Shangguan Dehui let go of her hand. If it wasn't for the warmth lingering in her hand, Aitsuehua would have doubted if what just happened was a misunderstanding. Zhou Danny stood up in surprise. "Daya, so you two have known each other for a long time." Shangguan Dehui nodded. "Yes, I met Comrade Daya when I was in Yonglin village." Without realizing it, Shangguan Dehui's reference to Aitsuehua had shifted from Yang Yang's mother to Comrade Daya. Because Daya is irreplaceable as Daya. And Yang Yang's mother could also be Yun Yun's mother. Zhou Danny smiles and comments, "It seems fate has brought you two together again." Shangguan Dehui smiled without confirming or denying it. Zhou Danny continued, "After so many years, how did you recognize Daya, Mr. Shangguan?" Shangguan Dehui replied, "At first, I wasn't really sure, until I heard you call her Daya." This made Zhou Danny even more curious, asking, "Daya is just a nickname, how did you know her nickname, Mr. Shangguan?" Because that name happened to be an integral part of his teenage years, the name Daya represented a young boy's blooming emotions. At the time, to repay her kindness, I went to the village to look for Comrade Daya, but no one knew where she had gone. Eventually, I returned to the city, my family arranged a marriage for me, I obediently married, then my wife died giving birth. As the memories of the past unwind, a look of melancholy fills Shangguan Dehui's eyes. If he hadn't missed her back then, would their story have ended differently? His wife died in childbirth. So is Shangguan Dehui single now? Zhou Danny's gaze moves between the two of them, a flicker of hopeful light flashing in her eyes. Let's not dwell on the past anymore. The most important thing in life is to treasure the present. Comrade Zhou is right, living in the present is most important. Shangguan Dehui nodded in agreement. Let the missed opportunities of his past go. This time, he won't miss the opportunity again. Aitsuehua was taken aback and felt these two were talking in riddles but didn't think too much further, continuing, "It's getting late, you two chat here, I'll go make dinner." Zhou Danny was about to offer her help when Dashuan came over with little Ni Yun and his other siblings. "Mommy and Daddy, we found a river over there. Some people are catching fish. Come and play with us." The river current was rather strong. Without an adult, it could be very dangerous. And little Ni Yun was just over 1 year old this year. If something really were to happen, the 4 older ones wouldn't be able to handle little Ni Yun. Zhou Danny said, "Your father can accompany you guys, I will go help Aunt Danny cook." With so many people for the meal, Aitsuehua would definitely be overwhelmed on her own. Shangguan Dehui stood up and said, "Comrade Zhou, you and Comrade Zhao should go play with the children, they'll take care of the kitchen." "Fufu, Daddy, also play." Little Ni Yun walked over and pulled Shangguan Dehui's sleeve. Shangguan Dehui crouched down, patting little Ni Yun gently. "Yun Yun, be good, you go play with your Uncle Zhao, Aunt Danny and your siblings. Uncle needs to stay back and help Mommy cook, if not Mommy is going to be very tired on her own." Chapter 598. The moon in the sea is the moon in the sky. The person before your eyes is the person in your heart. _3. "Oh," little Ni Yun nodded sensibly. "Then Fufu, let's play later." Shangguan Dehui grinned. "All right, Uncle will take you to play later." "Mchum." Zhou Danny turned to Shangguan Dehui. "Then, thank you in advance, Mr. Shangguan." Indeed, it had been quite some time since they had a family outing. They could take this opportunity to bring the children to play by the river. Moreover, it would afford Shangguan Dehui and Aitsuehua some time alone. She noticed that Shangguan Dehui appeared to be rather interested in Aitsuehua. Zhou Danny and old Zhao led the children out the door. Little Ni Yun, being small, had small steps as well. Therefore, Zhou Danny picked her up. Little Yun Yun, do you want a father? Yes. Little Ni Yun bobbed her head. Zhou Danny continued to ask, who would little Ni Yun want to be your father? This question was quite profound for little Ni Yun. She didn't quite understand, shaking her head. Zhou Danny turned her head towards old Zhao. Do you think Daya is a good fit with Mr. Shangguan? Old Zhao scratched his head. They do seem quite suited for each other, but wouldn't a family like theirs place a lot of importance to their social standing? Old Zhao was an honest man, and his take on issues was fairly in-depth. Ni Zuihua indeed had good prospects. But the fact that she was a sole proprietor was something that no one could change. Old Zhao, being a sole proprietor himself, knew all too well the disdain people had for sole proprietors. Upon hearing this, Zhou Danny sighed. She then added, so what if she's a sole proprietor? She hasn't stolen or robbed anything. If Shangguan Dehui ever dares to belittle Daya, he'll cut him down with a knife. Shangguan Dehui rolled up his sleeves and arrived at the kitchen. Comrade Daya, can I assist you with anything? Ni Zuihua laughed and replied, there's no need, I can handle it myself. From Shangguan Dehui's appearance, it was clear he wasn't accustomed to kitchen work. He was probably just being polite. In those days, the notion of male superiority had not completely vanished. So far, Ni Zuihua only knew one man, Mo Qishan, who was genuinely willing to cook. Therefore, Mo Qishan had always been her ideal son-in-law. Shangguan Dehui continued, Comrade Daya, do not underestimate me. Back when I was a youth in the countryside, I was the top chef. Really? Ni Zuihua seemed genuinely surprised. Of course. Shangguan Dehui naturally took over the carp from Ni Kuihua's hands and started to prepare it. Ni Zuihua then said, to be honest, you've really changed a lot. She had a hard time reconciling how the former troublemaker became an educator. I was a bit. Shangguan Dehui didn't stop working, but turned to look at Ni Zuihua. I must have scared you back then, didn't I? Ni Zuihua paused while washing the vegetables. It was all right. Actually, after she pulled Shangguan Dehui out of the pit, a minor incident had occurred. The young Shangguan Dehui was such a wild card. He was the ringleader of his circle. Otherwise, why would he have been sent to the countryside? Or scared Ni Zuihua away? The first time Shangguan Dehui laid eyes on Ni Zuihua, he was stunned. His blood began to boil, making him dizzy, and he immediately pinned her to the ground, threatening, don't move. In the end, under a surge of hormones, he even kissed her while she was still pinned to the ground. Pure-hearted Ni Zuihua had never experienced anything like this. Moreover, it was the conservative 1960s, and she was so scared that she pushed Shangguan Dehui away and ran off without looking back. Actually, that was Shangguan Dehui's first time behaving like that with a girl. He didn't even understand his feelings at the time. So, after Ni Zuihua ran away, his legs felt weak. He didn't even have the strength to chase after her. Shangguan Dehui then said, after you disappeared, I searched for you for a long time. Ni Zuihua, silent, continued washing vegetables. Shangguan Dehui continued, where did you go? What happened during all these years? I got married. Ni Zuihua replied matter-of-factly. Regrettably, the person she married wasn't a good partner. Shangguan Dehui's lips moved, but he changed the subject. Should this fish be cut into chunks or slices? Just chop off the fish head. Well, make a fish head tofu soup. Ni Zuihua cut the tofu into pieces and placed them in a ceramic bowl. Understood. Shangguan Dehui nodded. As they washed their hands and prepared the soup, the two worked together harmoniously. Chapter 599. The moon in the sea is the moon in the sky. The person in front of you is the person in your heart _4. At this moment, he even had the illusion that they were already an old couple. The window was open, and the cool breeze from the outside brought petals of gardenia in, floating through Ni Kuihua's hair. Just like any rural woman, her hair was tied up with a wooden hairpin. It didn't seem tacky at all. A strand of hair fell from her forehead, elegant and virtuous. Don't laugh at her for going gray. Time doesn't defeat beauty. The wild cells inside Shangguan Dehui that had been stagnant for years were stirring again, but he had to suppress them. This time, he couldn't scare her off, no matter what. The tension between them gradually eased. Being with Shangguan Dehui made Enai Zihua feel an unprecedented sense of relaxation. Their conversation also became more casual. Enai Zihua said, "Are you really a teacher now?" Enai Zihua, who didn't know the truth before, thought Shangguan Dehui was quite suitable to be a teacher, but now, she always felt something was off. "Really?" Shangguan Dehui continued. "After returning to the city, I got into college, then I continued to pursue my master's and doctoral degrees, and finally stayed in school to teach." Even he didn't expect that the once leader of Sijio City would become a teacher. Time is indeed a magical thing. Enai Zihua jokingly said, "Doesn't your principal fear you might mislead the disciples?" Shangguan Dehui replied, "Daya, you shouldn't be prejudiced. I have rehabilitated a long time ago. There's a saying, isn't there? A prodigal who returns is more precious than gold." Enai Zihua looked at him and refuted, "Shangguan Dehui, don't forget there's also a phrase, leopards never change their spots." Petals were scattered all over the courtyard, and the kitchen was filled with delicious aromas. At noon, Enai Zihua prepared a feast. She originally intended to roast a chicken, but since she was unsure of controlling the temperature of the bakehouse, she decided to marinate it for Enai Yang to roast when she returns in the evening. Today marks the first month since the restaurant's opening. Enai Yang was still spectating at the restaurant. The business has been operating for a month, and with enthusiastic service and delicious dishes, the restaurant had a lot of loyal fans and returning customers. Yet, there was only one VIP customer. "Yang Yang." A male voice suddenly rang out from behind. Enai Yang looked back and saw Chen Jitsong, who was holding a bouquet of bright red roses. "Mr. Chen, this is for you." Chen Jitsong handed the roses to Enai Yang. The Westerners believe that roses symbolize love and sincere, pure affection. Enai Yang didn't reach out to accept them. "I'm sorry, I already have a boyfriend." Previously, she accepted Chen Zikang's flowers because of the restaurant's grand opening, hoping for good luck. However, it's different today. Chen Jitsong had made it clear that roses stand for sincere, pure love. In these circumstances, if Enai Yang continued to accept his flowers, it could easily be taken the wrong way. Chen Jitsong argued, "I know you have a boyfriend, you've already told me. But having a boyfriend doesn't mean I can't give you flowers." And nothing stops him from pursuing her. He simply doesn't believe that Enai Yang's boyfriend could be any better than he is. In terms of looks, he is not bad. He had countless foreign women chasing after him when he was abroad. As for background, he comes from a reputable family in Beijing. Choosing a potential partner is all about looks and background, right? With both in his favor, what could Enai Yang possibly be discontented with? That was why, on the day the restaurant opened, Chen Jitsong boldly bet that he would win Enai Yang over. Enai Yang replied, "But I can't accept it." "But I've said I don't mind." Chen Jitsong was somewhat puzzled. Enai Yang was indifferent, "But I do." "What are you concerned about?" Chen Jitsong was confused. If he didn't mind, what was there for Enai Yang to worry about? Being concerned about having another suitor? And don't women usually feel more superior the more suitors they have? Why couldn't he see any superiority on Enai Yang's face? Enai Yang continued, "Because my boyfriend would be jealous." Chen Jitsong asked, "So you are not accepting these flowers?" Enai Yang shook her head. "Mr. Chen, you don't need to waste your time on me, because I really love my boyfriend very much." Chen Jitsong nonchalantly said, "You love yours, and I pursue mine. Romantic freedom is now the norm and no one can interfere with me. Besides, having an extra suitor gives you another option. I think that's pretty good. Times have changed. There's no need for girls to be so conservative." Chapter 600. The moon in the sea is the moon in the sky. The person in front of you is the person in your heart. Under Sir 5. Having come back from studying abroad, he speaks his mind without mincing words. Chen Jitsong firmly believes in one phrase. There's no flower that can't be pried away by a hoe, only a hoe that isn't trying enough. In his determination, he believes that he will inevitably pry Enai Yang away from her roots. Chen Jitsang is full of confidence in himself. Enai Yang said, "Time is money. Rather than wasting time on the impossible, better to use it to do something meaningful. If something is impossible from the start, it is best to clarify it once and for all." Enai Yang dislikes ambiguity. Chen Jitsang spoke bluntly, "We could start as ordinary friends. For me, the most meaningful thing now is to win you over. This may make it impossible for me to be friends with you." Enai Yang was also straightforward. Chen Zikang's intentions are clear. If she agreed now, things would become ambiguous. "Yang, I found you more and more interesting. Better call me Enai Yang. And I find you particularly uninteresting." In the past, Enai Yang didn't mind Chen Jitsang calling her Yang Yang since they were friends. Now knowing his intentions, hearing him call her Yang Yang made her uncomfortable. It simply felt strange. "Wow, you're this petty?" Chen Jitsang was somewhat taken aback. With a light tone, Enai Yang responded, "Yes, I am this petty. And I strongly dislike ambiguity. I have things to do and can't keep you company." As she finished her words, she turned and headed for the upstairs office. Chen Jitsang watched Enai Yang's retreating silhouette, his heart beating even faster. No wonder he liked her. She was even more irresistible when rejecting him. He could hardly bear to let her go. Chen Jitsang felt like surrendering on the spot. "How is it? This girl isn't easy to pursue, right?" Yang Kai walked over and patted Chen Zikang's shoulder. "It's not easy," Chen Jitsang continued, "but for me, it's only a matter of time. You guys get ready to wash my stinky socks." Yang Kai smirked. "If I heard right, she just said she's cutting ties with you. Plus, she already has a boyfriend. Wake up. The one who needs to wash socks is you." Chen Jitsang elbowed Yang Kai in the chest. "In this day and age, even people who are married can divorce. What's a boyfriend?" The divorce rate in Beijing during the 80s had been gradually increasing. Nor was divorce considered as scandalous as in the past. Yang Kai responded, "I think you're the sort who won't turn back until you hit a wall." Suddenly, Chen Jitsang seemed to remember something. "Right? Help me find out who Yang Yang's boyfriend is." Once he understands his rival, the better the opportunity to win the competition. Yang Kai looked at Chen Jitsang. "Didn't she tell you to stop calling her Yang Yang?" Chen Jitsang gave Yang Kai a punch. "What's it to you if I call her that behind her back?" As soon as Enai Yang returned to the office, she received a call from Enai Tsuehua. Since the telephone at home hadn't been installed yet, Enai Tsuehua had to call from the village's supply and marketing cooperative. "Yang Yang, your Uncle Shengguan and Aunt Danny are here. Come home early tonight and pick up some vegetables from the market on the way." Enai Tsuehua instructed on the phone. "All right, Mom, I got it." Enai Yang naturally wouldn't neglect her guests. She hung up the phone and headed out immediately. She bought some vegetables and fresh fruits from the market, then got on her bike to go home. Even though Enai Yang was now a business owner, she remained frugal and still used her old big cross-beam bike, her only mode of transportation. She never enjoyed displaying her wealth. Honk! A small sedan suddenly pulled up in front of her. Enai Yang immediately hit the brakes. At that moment, the window of the sedan slowly rolled down, revealing a handsome face. "Enai Yang, where do you live? I'll give you a ride." If it wasn't Chen Jitsang, who else could it be? "No need. I'm fine going home on my own." Enai Yang directly declined. Chen Jitsang continued, "Enai Yang, I don't mean anything else. I just saw you look tired from biking, so I wanted to give you a ride." Enai Yang was too lazy to deal with Chen Jitsang. She turned the car around and went another way. Chen Jitsang watched Enai Yang's back. His heart rate started to unconsciously quicken again. It had been a long time since he had met a girl with such a unique character like Enai Yang. He was certain that he could win over Enai Yang. Certainly. Chen Jitsang slapped the steering wheel fiercely. After Enai Yang returned home, she clearly felt the dynamic between Enai Tsuehua and Shengguan Dehui had changed. Exactly what had changed, she couldn't say. Anyhow, it had been a long while since she had seen Enai Tsuehua smile so happily. "Uncle Shengguan," Enai Yang greeted him politely. Yang Yang, Shengguan Dehui nodded. Yang looked around and asked, Mom, didn't you say Aunt Danny and Uncle Zhao were also here? Why don't I see them? Tsuehua said, they went out to play. Oh, Yang nodded. In the afternoon, Zhou Danny and old Zhao returned with the kids. The couple thanked Yang profusely. Yang, we really can't thank you enough. If it weren't for you, Uncle Zhao would still be selling steamed buns. You have no idea how bad the business was. We couldn't even make a single yuan a day. To Zhou Danny and old Zhao, Yang was like their family's benefactor. Yang replied with a smile, Aunt Danny, Uncle Zhao, this is also due to your hard work and skills. I just played a small mediating role. If the steamed buns which you made were not delicious, who would buy them? I don't care, you're the savior of our family anyway. Tsuehua listened on, baffledly. How did Yang suddenly become the savior of Zhou Danny and her husband? Zhou Danny immediately explained everything to Tsuehua. Big Ya, you are so blessed for having such an excellent daughter like Yang in this life. Shengguan Dehui, sitting aside, heard the whole thing and started looking at Yang differently. It seemed that Big Ya's daughter was even more outstanding than he thought. By the way, Big Ya, you just mentioned that the newly renovated house next door belongs to you, right? Yes, Tsuehua nodded. The interior has been renovated, but Yang said we should let it air out. So we have not moved in yet and plan to do so when the weather turns cold. Zhou Danny continued, then Big Ya, you must take me to see your new house. Sure, Tsuehua said, come with me. The two sisters walked arm in arm toward the new house next door. Old Zhao quietly followed behind the two, playing the role of an invisible man. In a blink of an eye, only Yang and Shengguan Dehui were left in the room. Yang. What's the matter, Uncle Shengguan? Yang looked up at Shengguan Dehui. Shengguan Dehui said, Uncle has a presumptuous request. Go ahead. Shengguan Dehui hesitated for a moment, then said, if you're free tomorrow morning, could I invite you for a meal? It was obvious that Big Ya cherished her daughter very much, so some things had to be approved by Yang first. Yang nodded, sure. The next day, Yang arrived on time at the restaurant where she was supposed to meet Shengguan Dehui. Uncle Shengguan. Yang, what would you like to eat? Shengguan Dehui handed her the menu. Yang casually ordered a few dishes, closed the menu, and said, Uncle Shengguan, the reason you asked me here today is that you have something to say to me, right? Having been bluntly called out by Yang, Shengguan Dehui wasn't embarrassed, he just nodded directly. Uncle Shengguan, feel free to speak your mind. Chapter 601. Shengguan Dehui's honesty, extremely defensive. _1 calm. Yang seemed too calm to him. Shengguan Dehui even had the illusion that Yang already knew what he was going to say. Although the kid was only 18 years old, she gave Shengguan Dehui an inexplicable sense of oppression, the kind of feeling a guilt-ridden student has when seeing their teacher, but he was supposed to be that teacher. Shengguan Dehui picked up his cup and took a sip of tea, trying hard to calm himself down as he carefully chose his words in his mind. Yang didn't rush either, gently stirring the coffee in her cup, not saying anything before Shengguan Dehui spoke. Although the atmosphere was quiet, it was not awkward. It wasn't until all the dishes were served that Shengguan Dehui finally spoke. Yang. Yes, go ahead. Yang put down the silver spoon in her hand and looked up at Shengguan Dehui. Looking directly into the other person's eyes when speaking shows basic respect. Since Shengguan Dehui had something important to tell her, she naturally had to show the respect a junior should have. Yang, your mom and I actually met more than 20 years ago when I was a young laborer at a logging farm. Shengguan Dehui calmly told Yang about his past with Tsuehua, of course, omitting the part where they fooled around. Later, I went to many places looking for her. Maybe it was fate that we didn't end up together. After a fleeting glimpse, I never saw her again. Gradually, Shengguan Dehui was no longer nervous. Throughout the process, Yang didn't show any particular emotions. She was always calm and quiet, like a listener. No wonder Tsuehua and Shengguan Dehui got along so well yesterday. So it turns out that they knew each other years ago. Fate really is strange. Shangguan Dehui continued. My name is Shangguan Dehui. I am 43 years old and currently teaching at Tsinghua University. My mother still lives. I have 2 children, a set of twins, a boy and a girl. My wife died in childbirth years ago. I am now single and I would like to pursue your mother, Taijuhua. That's right. He wanted to pursue Enai Tsuehua. He didn't want to leave any regrets from the youthful years that had passed more than 20 years ago. Enai Yang was taken aback. Even though she was prepared, she didn't expect Shangguan Dehui to be so direct. Love is between 2 people. As children, they have no right to interfere with their parents' love. The reason Shangguan Dehui told her all this was to seek the approval of this daughter, which shows that Shangguan Dehui respects Enai Tsuehua and values this relationship very much. The most important thing in love is respect. This also proves that Shangguan Dehui is not a selfish man. If he was selfish, he wouldn't have told her all this. Enai Yang gave a slight smile. Uncle Shangguan, the most important thing in a relationship is mutual consent. I'm not my mom, I can't speak for her, let alone make decisions for her. So, I think you're going to have to talk to her about this. Enai Yang was speaking from the heart. She won't interfere with Enai Kuihua's emotional life. As long as the other person's character is good and has no ulterior motives, even if Enai Tsuehua falls in love with a beggar, Enai Yang won't object. Moreover, Enai Yang had a very good impression of Shangguan Dehui. Her intuition told her that Shangguan Dehui could give Enai Tsuehua happiness, so she didn't oppose Shangguan Dehui's pursuit of Enai Tsuehua. For a moment, Shangguan Dehui began to question his own hearing and vision. Isn't Enai Yang angry? He wants to pursue Enai Tsuehua, and Enai Yang isn't angry at all? He had seen many single-parent families, where the children would oppose when one parent wanted to find a new partner, including the time with Lin Fong, when Chang Yu even showed a little resistance. He originally thought that Shangguan Su and Shangguan Shi were already quite sensible children. However, it turned out that Enai Yang was even more sensible than them. Shangguan Dehui was even prepared for Enai Yang's opposition and had thought of what to say to persuade her. So, Yang, you're not against me pursuing your mother, are you? No, I'm not. Enai Yang continued. She's had a hard enough life in the former half. I hope the latter half could be a little sweeter for her. But, there is one thing I want to say first. As she reached this point, Enai Yang hesitated for a moment. Go ahead, Yang. Enai Yang said, my mother is a person with a simple personality. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been cheated so horribly in the first half of her life. Uncle Shangguan, if you can win her heart, please make sure to treat her well. If not, I can do anything. This sentence carried a hint of warning. Chapter 602, Shangguan Dehui's Honesty, Extremely Defensive. _2. At that same moment, Enai Yang bent the silver spoon in her hand with one hand. She was not joking. If Shangguan Dehui dares to bully Enai Tsuehua, she will make him pay a price. Shangguan Dehui seemed not to have expected this from Enai Yang, and he was taken aback for a moment. This child's behavior was increasingly unlike that of an 18-year-old. She was more like a weathered overseer, with an intimidating air that could make one shudder inadvertently. Even he, as a teacher, felt an unnamed pressure. Yang, don't worry. As long as your mother agrees, I promise to protect her for the rest of my life, without her suffering the slightest grievance. No one could understand Shangguan Dehui's feelings, having regained what he had missed in half his lifetime. Not to mention the least indignity, he would not even let Enai Tsuehua suffer a tear. Enai Yang nodded. Then please remember what you said today, Uncle Shangguan. I swear. Shangguan Dehui raised 3 fingers. If I break my vow today, let the heavens strike me with 5 thunderbolts. After the meal was finished, Enai Yang proposed to say goodbye. Shangguan Dehui, laughing, escorted Enai Yang out of the restaurant. All the way back to the Shangguan family, Shangguan Dehui was all smiles. Dehui, you're in a good mood today. The Shangguan's old lady came out from the inner room. Mom. Seeing Shangguan Dehui in good spirits, the old lady Shangguan brought up an old topic again. Mom mentioned something to you last time. How have you considered it? Not everyone in this world is like Lin Fong. You can't just give up on everyone because of one Lin Fong. Shangguan Dehui naturally knew what the old lady Shangguan was referring to. He followed up with, "Mom, don't worry, sometimes fate comes and you can't stop it." Such as now. He had never dreamed that one day he would meet Daya again. He had always thought he would have to wait till the afterlife to see her again. Heaven is not thin. Old lady Shangguan was taken aback, somewhat baffled by Shangguan Dehui's thoughts. "Dehui, what do you mean?" Shangguan Dehui smiled and said, "Mom, I've caused you worry in recent days. That won't happen again." Old lady Shangguan squinted. "Dehui, do you have someone outside?" Shangguan Dehui didn't answer, which was taken as a tacit agreement. "Tell your mother who the girl is." Old lady Shangguan was very excited. Shangguan Dehui said, "Mom, don't be too happy too soon. Right now, nothing has been settled yet. Let me secure her heart first, then I'll tell you about it." Just hearing this, old lady Shangguan got even more excited. "Great. Really great. Now I can rest in peace even if I die." Shangguan Dehui said, "Mom, don't say such inauspicious words." All right, I won't say any more." Over the next few days, Shangguan Dehui would appear at the Ni family from time to time. And he always appeared when Ni Tsuehua needed him most. For instance, when the house's fuse burnt out, Ni Yang was not at home, no one could change it. Or when little Ni Yun was calling for her, but there's still porridge stewing in the pot. Ni Yang was often not home, and a man was indeed needed around the house. Although Shangguan Dehui was a teacher and bore a scholarly air, he was no pushover. After all, when he was young, he too was quite the man. He was very strong. Fetching water, chopping wood, even picking vegetables from the field. Even though Shangguan Dehui came to the Ni family often, no one in the village gossiped. Ni Tsuehua was a good person and Ni Yang had often helped the villagers. Everyone hoped that Ni Tsuehua could find happiness. A household without a man, how could it be? While there was no gossip in Jinghua village, there was much gossip in the neighboring villages. Xia Wang's family field was right next to Niu Er's family field from the neighboring village. Xia Wang's mom was tending to aloe vera plants while Niu Er's mom was harvesting rice. Niu Er's mom curiously asked, "Can your aloe vera really sell for 2.5 cents per pound now?" Xia Wang's mom nodded. "Absolutely, our family has sold several batches. If it wasn't profitable, why would we grow it?" Niu Er's mom said enviously, "At this rate, growing aloe vera is much more profitable than growing rice. I just wish our village had such good luck." Xia Wang's mom replied with pride, "Well, your village doesn't have a lucky star like ours." Now, in the neighboring villages, who didn't know that Jinghua village had a lucky star named Ni Yang? Chapter 603, Shangguan Dehui's Honesty, Extremely Defensive. _3. Niu Ermima continued, "I heard the mother of your village's lucky charm likes to flirt with men. Xia Wang's mom, Xia Wang's dad is young and vigorous, and good-looking too. You better watch out. You mustn't let him be hooked away by some vixen from elsewhere." These words had a hint of instigation in them. If the person was gullible, they would be easily swayed. In fact, Niu Ermima came specifically to stir things up. Recently, Ni Tsuehua had been getting close with Shangguan Dehui, which she could use to her advantage. Now, everyone was making money in Jinghua village, who wouldn't be jealous? If the villagers of Jinghua village fell out with Ni Tsuehua, she would have to move out. At that time, they could step in and the lucky charm would become theirs. Niu Ermima was the village chief's daughter-in-law. Her plotting was ingenious. Xia Wang's mom wasn't a fool either. She immediately retorted, "Zhang Yinfeng, don't think that I don't know what you're thinking. Before you even bend over, I know you're about to talk shit. Trying to trick her? No way." Zhang Yinfeng felt a bit embarrassed. "Xia Wang's mom, don't speak in such an unpleasant way. I'm just looking out for you. Look at that woman, she's not good, a widow yet flirty and not following women's rules." Zhang Yinfeng. Xia Wang's mom put down the scissors in her hand, walked up to Zhang Yinfeng, grabbed her wrist, and said angrily, "Clarify your words today. Who's flirting around?" Who's not following the women's rules? And Aizue Hua was always kind and a nice person. Xia Wang's mom absolutely would not allow anyone to insult her like this. Zhang Yinfeng was taken aback by Xia Wang's mom's reaction and immediately became angry herself. What's wrong? Lu Chuanmiao, you dare to hit me? And Aizue Hua is indeed flirting around, not behaving like she should. That shameless fox. If I'm wrong, hit me. Go on, aim for the face. Zhang Yinfeng pointed at her own face. Lu Chuanmiao was known to be a calm person in Jinghua village. Would she dare to hit her? What a joke. No sooner had she finished speaking than Zhang Yinfeng received a solid slap on the face. Zhang Yinfeng shrieked, You dare to hit me? Zhang Yinfeng was a shrew by nature. When she started cursing, she didn't hold back. The curse words that came out of her mouth were extremely harsh. She was now sitting on the ground, cursing and crying, insulting Lu Chuanmiao in every way possible. The commotion attracted many people working in the fields to come and watch the spectacle. Seeing so many people there, Zhang Yinfeng immediately started complaining. After all, she was the one who had been hit. Everyone criticized Lu Chuanmiao, saying it was inappropriate to hit someone. Some suggested Lu Chuanmiao should take Zhang Yinfeng to the health clinic and apologize to her. Among these people, there were both from Jinghua village and the neighboring village. Seeing everyone siding with Zhang Yinfeng, Lu Chuanmiao lost her temper. You all want me to apologize to this woman. Why don't you ask me why I hit her? The village chief of Jinghua village stepped forward and said, No matter what the reason, it's not acceptable to hit people. Comrade Zhang Yinfeng, rest assured, the people of Jinghua village are reasonable. Hearing this, Zhang Yinfeng immediately perked up, pretending to be in pain on the floor, demanding that Lu Chuanmiao take responsibility. I am responsible for your mother. Lu Chuanmiao looked at the village chief. Chief, do you know what this woman said about Yang Yang's mom? She called Yang Yang's mom a fox, accusing her of flirting and not following women's rules. Upon hearing this, the village chief's expression changed instantly. The villagers around also changed their faces, standing behind Lu Chuanmiao one after another. She dared to insult Aizue Hua. Aizue Hua was their village's Lucky Charms mom. No wonder Lu Chuanmiao couldn't stand it. However, Zhang Yinfeng didn't realize she was in the wrong and continued to stir the pot. What? Can't call a fox a fox. She is indeed flirting, not obeying women's rules. All of you, be careful with your men, don't let them be taken by that fox. Zhang Yinfeng was more and more excited. In the end, all sorts of harsh words came out of her mouth. Stinky woman. Say it again. I'll tear your mouth apart. The villagers who were originally helping Zhang Yinfeng suddenly rolled up their sleeves and charged forward, looking like they were about to beat her up. Zhang Yinfeng was taken aback, quickly stood up and hid behind the village chief. Chief Li, look at these unruly people in your village. You have to stand up for me. Chapter 604. Shangguan Dihui's honesty, extremely defensive. _4. Village Chief Li abruptly pulled Zhang Yinfeng from behind him. Zhang Yinfeng staggered, almost falling down, and looked at Village Chief Li with disbelief. She was somewhat confused about why the village chief had suddenly changed his demeanor. Didn't he just promise to back her up with a righteous face? Village Chief Li looked down at Zhang Yinfeng and angrily said, Comrade Zhang Yinfeng, would you care to explain? What do you mean by scheming and deviant behavior? What do you mean by not following woman's virtue? Comrade Aizue Hua is single now. As a single woman, she has every right to choose her own happiness. China has been liberated for decades. Do you still think we're living in the Qing dynasty where widows must live a life of chastity? If I recall correctly, your own younger sister just remarried a short while ago. So by your standards, she's a seductress, isn't she? If she's a seductress, what does that make you? A seductress sister? Comrade Zhang Yinfeng, do you know what you're doing is called? It's called slander. It carries legal consequences. When the village chief finished his speech, the rest of the villagers of Jinghua village echoed, Exactly, what era are we living in? Male and female equality, freedom of love has long been established. Zhang Yinfeng only knows how to criticize others. She does not even see her own sister. I remember that her sister was being flirtatious with several men even when her husband was still alive. She was even caught in bed by her mother-in-law. Really? Are you serious? Absolutely. Listening to these words, Zhang Yinfeng's face turned red with embarrassment. She originally planned to disrupt the harmony within the village, but she ended up embarrassing herself. But Zhang Yinfeng is not the kind of person who would easily admit defeat, and Cui Hua is indeed a seductress. Shameless. You all don't know a good person's heart. You will regret this one day. Zhang Yinfeng's behavior thoroughly angered the villagers of Jinghua village. The crowd rolled up their sleeves, appearing ready to punch Zhang Yinfeng. Zhang Yinfeng, say it again if you dare. Whoever dares to cross Yang Yang's mother will have to cross me, Zhou Dalin, first. I think this woman deserves a good beating. Give her a good beating and she will behave. You are the seductress. Your whole family are seductresses. You embarrassing creature. Zhang Yinfeng was dumbfounded. She never expected that village chief Li and the villagers would back up Cui Hua so forcefully. On the other hand, even though she has been bullied to this extent by the villagers of Jinghua village, her own villagers did not even dare to fart in protest. It's not that they didn't want to back Zhang Yinfeng up, but that Zhang Yinfeng was simply in the wrong. Who told Zhang Yinfeng to provoke those she should not have in Jinghua village? Wasn't she asking for it? Zhang Yinfeng backed off while sitting on the ground. Village chief Li continued, Zhang Yinfeng, let's put an end to this incident. If we hear you slandering comrade Cui Hua again, we in Jinghua village will not let you off easily. Okay, everyone disperse, go back to work. Zhang Yinfeng was pissed as hell. When has she ever lost an argument in their village? And this time, she lost so miserably. That's it? Lu Chu and Miao from your village slapped me, and you're just calling it quits? Do you think I'm that easy to bully? Zhang Yinfeng rolled up her sleeves and stood up from the ground. The village chief glanced back at Zhang Yinfeng. She slapped you? So what? You aren't satisfied? If you aren't, then swallow that dissatisfaction. I'm telling you, people from Jinghua village are not so easy to bully. If there's a next time, it ain't gonna be as simple as a slap. If something happens, we people of Jinghua village will bear it together. The villagers behind the village chief said, right? Well, bear it together. If you dare, say it one more time. At this time, Zhang Yinfeng could only choose to back down. A wise man knows when to retreat. Why can't the villagers in her village be as united as those in Jinghua village? Why couldn't she be a resident of Jinghua village? Zhang Yinfeng walked away with her tail between her legs in disgrace. Meanwhile, Lu Chuanmiao walked amidst the crowd like a hero. Xiaozhuang's mom, that slap was so satisfying. What does Zhang Yinfeng think she is, that she can create discord like that? Zhang Yinfeng deserves to be beaten. The village chief walked in front and looked back. What happened today, let's keep it to ourselves. As if nothing happened, so as not to stress Yang Yang's mother with unnecessary burdens. Village chief, what are you saying? Are we such ignorant people? Exactly, Yang Yang's mother finally found someone good to live with, we can't scare him away. You're tuning in to the Passion Pages YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.